Introduction to A Diary from Dixie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurie Anne Walden. A Diary from Dixie, as written by Mary Boykin Chesnut, wife of James Chesnut, Jr., United States Senator from South Carolina, 1859 to 1861, and afterward an aide to Jefferson Davis and a brigadier general in the Confederate Army. Edited by Isabella D. Martin and Myrta Lockett Avary. Introduction. The Author and Her Book. In Mrs. Chesnut's diary are vivid pictures of the social life that went on uninterruptedly in the midst of war, of the economic conditions that resulted from blockaded ports, of the manner in which the spirits of the people rose and fell with each victory or defeat, and of the momentous events that took place in Charleston, Montgomery, and Richmond. But the diary has an importance quite apart from the interest that lies in these pictures. Mrs. Chesnut was close to 40 years of age when the war began, and thus had lived through the most stirring scenes in the controversies that led to it. In this diary, as perhaps nowhere else in the literature of the war, will be found the Southern spirit of that time expressed in words which are not alone charming as literature, but genuinely human in their spontaneousness, their delightfully unconscious frankness. Her words are the farthest possible removed from anything deliberate, academic, or purely intellectual. They ring so true that they start echoes. The most uncompromising Northern heart can scarcely fail to be moved by their abounding sincerity, surcharged though it be with that old Southern fire which overwhelmed the army of McDowell at Bull Run. In making more clear the unyielding tenacity of the South and the stern conditions in which the war was prosecuted, the diary has further importance. At the beginning there was no Southern leader, in so far as we can gather from Mrs. Chesnut's reports of her talks with them, who had any hope that the South would win in the end, provided the North should be able to enlist her full resources. The result, however, was that the South struck something like terror to many hearts, and raised serious expectations that two great European powers would recognize her independence. The South fought as long as she had any soldiers left who were capable of fighting, and at last robbed the cradle and the grave. Nothing then remained except to wait for another generation to grow up. The North, so far as her stock of men of fighting age was concerned, had done scarcely more than make a beginning, while the South was virtually exhausted when the war was half over. Unlike the South, the North was never reduced to extremities which led the wives of cabinet officers and commanding generals to gather in Washington hotels and private drawing rooms in order to knit heavy socks for soldiers whose feet otherwise would go bare. Scenes like these were common in Richmond, and Mrs. Chesnut often made one of the company. Nor were gently nurtured women of the North forced to wear coarse and ill-fitting shoes, such as negro cobblers made, the alternative being to dispense with shoes altogether. Gold might rise in the North to $2.80, but there came a time in the South when $1,000 in paper money were needed to buy a kitchen utensil, which before the war could have been bought for less than $1 in gold. Long before the conflict ended, it was a common remark in the South that, in going to market, you take your money in your basket, and bring your purchases home in your pocket. In the North the counterpart to these facts were such items as butter at 50 cents a pound and flour at 12 a barrel. People in the North actually thrived on high prices. Villages and small towns, as well as large cities, had their bloated bondholders in plenty, while farmers everywhere were able to clear their lands of mortgages and put money in the bank besides. Planters in the South, meanwhile, were borrowing money to support the negroes in idleness at home, while they themselves were fighting at the front. Old Colonel Chesnut, the author's father-in-law, in April, 1862, estimated that he had already lost $500,000 in bank stock and railroad bonds. When the war closed, he had borrowed such large sums himself, and had such large sums due to him from others, that he saw no likelihood of the obligations on either side ever being discharged. Mrs. Chesnut wrote her diary from day to day, as the mood or an occasion prompted her to do so. The fortunes of war changed the place of her abode almost as frequently as the seasons changed. but wherever she might be, the diary was continued. She began to write in Charleston when the convention was passing the ordinance of secession. Thence she went to Montgomery, Alabama, where the Confederacy was organized and Jefferson Davis was inaugurated as its President. She went to receptions where, sitting aside on sofas with Davis, Stephens, Toombs, Cobb, or Hunter, she talked of the probable outcome of the war, should war come, setting down in her diary what she heard from others and all that she thought herself. Returning to Charleston, where her husband, in a small boat, conveyed to Major Anderson the ultimatum of the Governor of South Carolina, she saw from a housetop the first act of war committed in the bombardment of Fort Sumter. During the ensuing 4 years, Mrs. Chesnut's time was mainly passed between Columbia and Richmond. For shorter periods she was at the Fauquier White Sulphur Springs in Virginia, Flat Rock in North Carolina, Portland in Alabama, the home of her mother, Camden and Chester in South Carolina, and Lincolnton in North Carolina. In all these places Mrs. Chesnut was in close touch with men and women who were in the forefront of the social, military, and political life of the South. Those who live in her pages make up, indeed, a catalogue of the heroes of the Confederacy: President Jefferson Davis, Vice President Alexander H. Stephens, General Robert E. Lee, General Stonewall Jackson, General Joseph E. Johnston, General Pierre G.T. Beauregard, General Wade Hampton, General Joseph B. Kershaw, General John B. Hood, General John S. Preston, General Robert Toombs, R.M.T. Hunter, Judge Louis T. Wigfall, and so many others that one almost hears the roll call. That this statement is not exaggerated may be judged from a glance at the index, which has been prepared with a view to the inclusion of all important names mentioned in the text. As her diary constantly shows, Mrs. Chesnut was a woman of society in the best sense. She had love of companionship, native wit, an acute mind, knowledge of books, and a searching insight into the motives of men and women. She was also a notable housewife, much given to hospitality, and her heart was of the warmest and tenderest, as those who knew her well bore witness. Mary Boykin Miller, born March 31, 1823, was the daughter of Stephen Decatur Miller, a man of distinction in the public affairs of South Carolina. Mr. Miller was elected to Congress in 1817, became governor in 1828, and was chosen United States Senator in 1830. He was a strong supporter of the nullification movement. In 1833, owing to ill health, he resigned his seat in the Senate and not long afterward removed to Mississippi, where he engaged in cotton planting until his death in March, 1838. His daughter, Mary, was married to James Chesnut, Jr., April 23, 1840, when 17 years of age. Thenceforth her home was mainly at Malberry, near Camden, one of several plantations owned by her father-in-law. Of the domestic life at Malberry a pleasing picture has come down to us, as preserved in a time-worn scrap-book and written some years before the war. In our drive of about 3 miles to Malberry we were struck with the wealth of forest trees along our way, for which the environs of Camden are noted. Here is a bridge completely canopied with overarching branches, and for the remainder of our journey we passed through an aromatic avenue of crab trees with the yellow jessamine and the Cherokee rose entwining every shrub, post, and pillar within reach and lending an almost tropical luxuriance and sweetness to the way. But here is the house, a brick building, capacious and massive, a house that is a home for a large family, one of the homesteads of the olden times, where home comforts and blessings cluster, sacred alike for its joys and its sorrows. Birthdays, wedding days, Merry Christmases, departures for school and college, and home returnings have enriched this abode with the treasures of life. A warm welcome greets us as we enter. The furniture within is in keeping with things without. Nothing is tawdry. There is no gingerbread gilding. All is handsome and substantial. In the old armchair sits the venerable mother. The father is on his usual ride about the plantation, but will be back presently. A lovely old age is this mother's, calm and serene as the soft mellow days of our own gentle autumn. She came from the North to the South many years ago, a fair young bride. The old Colonel enters. He bears himself erect, walks at a brisk gait, and needs no spectacles, yet he is over 80. He is a typical Southern planter. From the beginning he has been one of the most intelligent patrons of the Wateree Mission to the negroes, taking a personal interest in them, attending the mission church, and worshiping with his own people. May his children see to it that this holy charity is continued to their servants forever. James Chesnut, Jr., was the son and heir of Colonel James Chesnut, whose wife was Mary Cox of Philadelphia. Mary Cox's sister married Horace Binney, the eminent Philadelphia lawyer. James Chesnut, Jr., was born in 1815 and graduated from Princeton. For 14 years he served in the legislature of South Carolina, and in January, 1859, was appointed to fill a vacancy in the United States Senate. In November, 1860, when South Carolina was about to secede, he resigned from the Senate and thenceforth was active in the Southern cause, first as an aide to General Beauregard, then as an aide to President Davis, and finally as a brigadier general of reserves in command of the coast of South Carolina. General Chesnut was active in public life in South Carolina after the war, insofar as the circumstances of Reconstruction permitted, and in 1868 was a delegate from that State to the National Convention which nominated Horatio Seymour for President. His death occurred at Sarsfield, February 1, 1885. One who knew him well wrote: "While papers were teeming with tribute to this knightly gentleman, whose services to his State were part of her history in her prime, tribute that did him no more than justice in recounting his public virtues, I thought there was another phase of his character which the world did not know and the press did not chronicle, that which showed his beautiful kindness and his courtesy to his own household, and especially to his dependents." Among all the preachers of the South Carolina Conference, a few remained of those who ever counted it as one of the highest honors conferred upon them by their Lord that it was permitted to them to preach the gospel to the slaves of the Southern plantations. Some of these retained kind recollections of the cordial hospitality shown the plantation missionary at Malberry and Sandy Hill, and of the care taken at these places that the plantation chapel should be neat and comfortable, and that the slaves should have their spiritual as well as their bodily needs supplied. To these it was no matter of surprise to learn that at his death General Chesnut, statesman and soldier, was surrounded by faithful friends, born in slavery on his own plantation, and that the last prayer he ever heard came from the lips of a negro man, old Scipio, his father's body servant, and that he was borne to his grave amid the tears and lamentations of those whom no Emancipation Proclamation could sever from him, and who cried aloud, "Oh, my master, he was so good to me, he was to all of us, we have lost our best friend." Mrs. Chesnut's anguish when her husband died is not to be forgotten. The bitter cry never quite spent itself, though she was brave and bright to the end. Her friends were near in that supreme moment at Sarsfield, when, on November 22, 1886, her own heart ceased to beat. Her servants had been true to her; no blandishments of freedom had drawn Ellen or Molly away from Miss Mary. Mrs. Chesnut lies buried in the family cemetery at Knight's Hill, where also sleep her husband and many other members of the Chesnut family. The Chesnuts settled in South Carolina at the close of the war with France, but lived originally on the frontier of Virginia. Their Virginia home had been invaded by French and Indians, and in an expedition to Fort Duquesne the father was killed. John Chesnut removed from Virginia to South Carolina soon afterward and served in the Revolution as a captain. His son James, the old Colonel, was educated at Princeton, took an active part in public affairs in South Carolina, and prospered greatly as a planter. He survived until after the war, being a nonagenarian when the conflict closed. In a charming sketch of him in one of the closing pages of this diary occurs the following passage: "Colonel Chesnut, now 93, blind and deaf, is apparently as strong as ever, and certainly as resolute of will. Partly patriarch, partly grand seigneur, this old man is of a species that we shall see no more, the last of a race of lordly planters who ruled this Southern world, but now a splendid wreck. 3 miles from Camden still stands Mulberry. During one of the raids committed in the neighborhood by Sherman's men early in 1865, the house escaped destruction almost as if by accident. The picture of it in this book is from a recent photograph. A change has indeed come over it since the days when the household servants and dependents numbered between 60 and 70, and its owner was lord of 1,000 slaves. After the war, Mulberry ceased to be the author's home, she and General Chesnut building for themselves another to which they gave the name of Sarsfield. Sarsfield, of which an illustration is given, still stands in the pine lands not far from Mulberry. Bloomsbury, another of old Colonel Chesnut's plantation dwellings, survived the march of Sherman, and is now the home of David R. Williams, Jr., and Ellen Manning, his wife, whose children roam its halls, as grandchildren of the author's sister Kate. Other Chesnut plantations were Cool Spring, Knight's Hill, the Hermitage, and Sandy Hill. The Diary, as it now exists in 48 thin volumes, of the small quarto size, is entirely in Mrs. Chesnut's handwriting. She originally wrote it on what was known as Confederate paper, but transcribed it afterward. When Richmond was threatened, or when Sherman was coming, she buried it, or in some other way secreted it from the enemy. On occasion it shared its hiding place with family silver, or with a drinking cup which had been presented to General Hood by the ladies of Richmond. Mrs. Chesnut was fond of inserting on blank pages of the Diary current newspaper accounts of campaigns and battles, or lists of killed and wounded. One item of this kind, a newspaper extra, issued in Chester, South Carolina, and announcing the assassination of Lincoln, is reproduced in this volume. Mrs. Chesnut, by oral and written bequest, gave the Diary to her friend whose name leads the signatures to this introduction. In the Diary, here and there, Mrs. Chesnut's expectation that the work would some day be printed is disclosed, but at the time of her death it did not seem wise to undertake publication for a considerable period. Yellow with age as the pages now are, the only harm that has come to them in the passing of many years is that a few corners have been broken and frayed, as shown in one of the pages here reproduced in facsimile. In the summer of 1904, the woman whose office it has been to assist in preparing the Diary for the press went South to collect material for another work to follow her A Virginia Girl in the Civil War. Her investigations led her to Columbia, where, while the guest of Miss Martin, she learned of the Diary's existence. Soon afterward, an arrangement was made with her publishers under which the Diary's owner and herself agreed to condense and revise the manuscript for publication. The Diary was found to be of too great length for reproduction in full, parts of it being of personal or local interest rather than general. The editing of the book called also for the insertion of a considerable number of footnotes, in order that persons named, or events referred to, might be the better understood by the present generation. Mrs. Chesnut was a conspicuous example of the well-born and high-bred woman, who, with active sympathy and unremitting courage, supported the Southern cause. Born and reared when nullification was in the ascendant, and acquiring an education which developed and refined her natural literary gifts, she found in the throes of a great conflict at arms the impulse which wrought into vital expression in words her steadfast loyalty to the waning fortunes of a political faith, which, in South Carolina, had become a religion. Many men have produced narratives of the war between the States, and a few women have written notable chronicles of it, but none has given to the world a record more radiant than hers, or one more passionately sincere. Every line in this Diary throbs with the tumult of deep spiritual passion, and bespeaks the luminous mind, the unconquered soul, of the woman who wrote it. Isabella D. Martin, Myrta Lockett Avary. End of the introduction. Chapter 1 of A Diary from Dixie. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Anne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 1. Charleston, South Carolina, November 8, 1860 to December 27, 1860. Charleston, South Carolina, November 8, 1860. Yesterday on the train, just before we reached Fernandina, a woman called out, "That settles the hash." Tanny touched me on the shoulder and said, "Lincoln's elected." "How do you know?" "The man over there has a telegram." The excitement was very great. Everybody was talking at the same time. One, a little more moved than the others, stood up and said despondently, "The die is cast. No more vain regrets. Sad forebodings are useless. The stake is life or death." "Did you ever?" was the prevailing exclamation, and some one cried out, "Now that the black radical Republicans have the power, I suppose they will brown us all." No doubt of it. Footnote A reference to John Brown of Harper's Ferry. I have always kept a journal after a fashion of my own, with dates and a line of poetry or prose, mere quotations, which I understood and no one else, and I have kept letters and extracts from the papers. From to day forward I will tell the story in my own way. I now wish I had a chronicle of the 2 delightful and eventful years that have just passed. Those delights have fled, and one's breath is taken away to think what events have since crowded in. Like the woman's record in her journal, we have had "earthquakes as usual," daily shocks. At Fernandina I saw young men running up a Palmetto flag and shouting a little prematurely, "South Carolina has seceded." I was overjoyed to find Florida so sympathetic, but Tanny told me the young men were Gadsdens, Porchers, and Gourdins, names as inevitably South Carolinian as Moses and Lazarus are Jewish. This and other French names to be met with in this diary are of Huguenot origin. From my window I can hear a grand and mighty flow of eloquence. Bartow and a delegation from Savannah are having a supper given to them in the dining room below. The noise of the speaking and cheering is pretty hard on a tired traveler. Suddenly I found myself listening with pleasure. Voice, tone, temper, sentiment, language, all were perfect. I sent Tanny to see who it was that spoke. He came back saying, "Mr. Alfred Huger, the old postmaster." He may not have been the wisest or wittiest man there, but he certainly made the best after supper speech. December 10th. We have been up to the Mulberry plantation with Colonel Colcock and Judge Magrath, who were sent to Columbia by their fellow citizens in the low country to hasten the slow movement of the wisdom assembled in the State Capitol. Their message was, they said, "Go ahead, dissolve the Union, and be done with it, or it will be worse for you. The fire in the rear is hottest." And yet people talk of the politicians leading. Everywhere that I have been, people have been complaining bitterly of slow and lukewarm public leaders. Judge Magrath is a local celebrity, who has been stretched across the street in effigy, showing him tearing off his robes of office. The painting is in vivid colors, the canvas huge, and the rope hardly discernible. He is depicted with a countenance flaming with contending emotions, rage, disgust, and disdain. We agreed that the time had now come. We had talked so much heretofore, let the fire eaters have it out. Massachusetts and South Carolina are always coming up before the footlights. As a woman, of course, it is easy for me to be brave under the skins of other people, so I said, "Fight it out. Bluffton has brought on a fever that only bloodletting will cure." A reference to what was known as the Bluffton movement of 1844 in South Carolina. It aimed at secession, but was voted down. My companions breathed fire and fury, but I dare say they were amusing themselves with my dismay, for, talk as I would, that I could not hide. At Kingsville we encountered James Chesnut, fresh from Columbia, where he had resigned his seat in the United States Senate the day before. Said some one spitefully, "Mrs. Chesnut does not look at all resigned." For once in her life, Mrs. Chesnut held her tongue; she was dumb. And the high flown style which of late seems to have gotten into the very air, she was offering up her life to the cause. We have had a brief pause. The men who are all, like Pickens, insensible to fear, are very sensible in case of smallpox. Francis W. Pickens, Governor of South Carolina, 1860 62. He had been elected to Congress in 1834 as a nullifier, but had voted against the Bluffton movement. From 1858 to 1860 he was minister to Russia. He was a wealthy planter and had fame as an orator. There being now an epidemic of smallpox in Columbia, they have adjourned to Charleston. In Camden we were busy and frantic with excitement, drilling, marching, arming, and wearing high blue cockades. Red sashes, guns, and swords were ordinary fireside accompaniments. So wild were we, I saw at a grand parade of the Home Guard a woman, the wife of a man who says he is a secessionist per se, driving about to see the drilling of this new company, although her father was buried the day before. Edward J. Pringle writes me from San Francisco on November 30th. I see that Mr. Chesnut has resigned and that South Carolina is hastening into a convention, perhaps to secession. Mr. Chesnut is probably to be President of the convention. I see all of the leaders in the State are in favor of secession. But I confess I hope the Black Republicans will take the alarm and submit some treaty of peace that will enable us now and forever to settle the question and save our generation from the prostration of business and the decay of prosperity that must come both to the North and South from a disruption of the Union. However, I won't speculate. Before this reaches you, South Carolina may be off on her own hook, a separate republic. December 21st. Mrs. Charles Lowndes was sitting with us to day when Mrs. Kirkland brought in a copy of the secession ordinance. I wonder if my face grew as white as hers. She said after a moment, "God help us. As our day, so shall our strength be." How grateful we were for this pious ejaculation of hers. They say I had better take my last look at this beautiful place, Combahee. It is on the coast, open to gunboats. We mean business this time because of this convocation of the notables, this convention. The convention, which on December 20th, 1860, passed the famous Ordinance of Secession and had first met in Columbia, the State capital. In it are all our wisest and best. They really have tried to send the ablest men, the good men and true. South Carolina was never more splendidly represented. Patriotism aside, it makes society delightful. One need not regret having left Washington. December 27th. Mrs. Gidiere came in quietly from her marketing to day, and in her neat, incisive manner exploded this bombshell. Major Anderson has moved into Fort Sumter, while Governor Pickens slept serenely. Robert Anderson, Major of the First Artillery, United States Army, who, on November 20, 1860, was placed in command of the troops in Charleston Harbor. On the night of December 26th, fearing an attack, he had moved his command to Fort Sumter. Anderson was a graduate of West Point and a veteran of the Black Hawk, Florida, and Mexican wars. The row is fast and furious now. State after State is taking its forts and fortresses. They say if we had been left out in the cold alone, we might have sulked a while, but back we would have had to go, and would merely have fretted and fumed and quarreled among ourselves. We needed a little wholesome neglect. Anderson has blocked that game, but now our sister States have joined us, and we are strong. I give the condensed essence of the table talk. Anderson has united the Cotton States. Now for Virginia. Anderson has opened the ball. Those who want a row are in high glee. Those who dread it are glum and thoughtful enough. A letter from Susan Rutledge. Captain Humphrey folded the United States Army flag just before dinner time. Ours was run up in its place. You know the arsenal is in sight. What is the next move? I pray God to guide us. We stand in need of wise counsel, something more than courage. The talk is, Fort Sumter must be taken, and it is one of the strongest forts. How in the name of sense are they to manage? I shudder to think of rash moves. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Anne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 2. Montgomery, Alabama, February 19, 1861 to March 11, 1861. Montgomery, Alabama, February 19, 1861. The brand new Confederacy is making or remodeling its Constitution. Everybody wants Mr. Davis to be General in Chief or President. Keitt and Boyce and a party preferred Howell Cobb for President. And the fire eaters, per se, wanted Barnwell Rhett. Footnote: a native of Georgia, Howell Cobb had long served in Congress, and in 1849 was elected Speaker. In 1851 he was elected Governor of Georgia, and in 1857 became Secretary of the Treasury in Buchanan's administration. In 1861 he was a delegate from Georgia to the Provisional Congress which adopted the Constitution of the Confederacy, and presided over each of its 4 sessions. End footnote. My brother Stephen brought the officers of the Montgomery Blues to dinner. "Very soiled Blues," they said, apologizing for their rough condition. Poor fellows, they had been a month before Fort Pickens and not allowed to attack it. They said Colonel Chase built it, and so were sure it was impregnable. Colonel Lomax telegraphed to Governor Moore if he might try to take it, Chase or no Chase, and got for his answer, "No." Footnote: Andrew Barry Moore, elected Governor of Alabama in 1859. In 1861, before Alabama seceded, he directed the seizure of United States forts and arsenals, and was active afterward in the equipment of State troops. End footnote. "And now," say the Blues, "we have worked like niggers, and when the fun and fighting begin they send us home and put regulars there." They have an immense amount of powder. The wheel of the car in which it was carried took fire. There was an escape for you. We are packing a hamper of eatables for them. I am despondent once more. If I thought them in earnest because at first they put their best in front, what now? We have to meet tremendous odds by pluck, activity, zeal, dash, endurance of the toughest, military instinct. We have had to choose born leaders of men who could attract love and secure trust. Everywhere political intrigue is as rife as in Washington. Cecil's saying of Sir Walter Raleigh that he could "toil terribly" was an electric touch. Above all, let the men who are to save South Carolina be young and vigorous. While I was reflecting on what kind of men we ought to choose, I fell on Clarendon, and it was easy to construct my man out of his portraits. What has been may be again, so the men need not be purely ideal types. Mr. Toombs told us a story of General Scott and himself. He said he was dining in Washington with Scott, who seasoned every dish and every glass of wine with the eternal refrain, "Save the Union must be preserved." Toombs remarked that he knew why the Union was so dear to the General, and illustrated his point by a steamboat anecdote, an explosion, of course. While the passengers were struggling in the water, a woman ran up and down the bank crying, "Oh, save the red-headed man!" The red-headed man was saved, and his preserver, after landing him, noticed with surprise how little interest in him the woman who had made such moving appeals seemed to feel. He asked her, "Why did you make that pathetic outcry?" She answered, "Oh, he owes me $10,000." "Now, General," said Toombs, "the Union owes you $17,000 a year." I can imagine the scorn on old Scott's face. Footnote: Robert Toombs, a native of Georgia, who early acquired fame as a lawyer, served in the Creek War under General Scott, became known in 1842 as a State Rights Whig, being elected to Congress, where he was active in the compromise measures of 1850. He served in the United States Senate from 1853 to 1861, where he was a pronounced advocate of the sovereignty of States, the extension of slavery, and secession. He was a member of the Confederate Congress at its first session, and, by a single vote, failed of election as President of the Confederacy. After the war he was conspicuous for his hostility to the Union. End footnote. February 25th. Find everyone working very hard here. As I dozed on the sofa last night, could hear the scratch, scratch of my husband's pen as he wrote at the table until midnight. After church to day, Captain Ingraham called. He left me so uncomfortable. He dared to express regrets that he had to leave the United States Navy. He had been stationed in the Mediterranean, where he liked to be, and expected to be these 2 years, and to take those lovely daughters of his to Florence. Then came Abraham Lincoln and rampant black republicanism, and he must lay down his life for South Carolina. He, however, does not make any moan. He says we lack everything necessary in naval gear to retake Fort Sumter. Of course, he only expects the Navy to take it. He is a fish out of water here. He is one of the finest sea captains, so I suppose they will soon give him a ship and send him back to his own element. At dinner, Judge was loudly abusive of Congress. He said, "They have trampled the Constitution underfoot. They have provided President Davis with a house." He was disgusted with the folly of parading the President at the inauguration in a coach drawn by 4 white horses. Then someone said Mrs. Fitzpatrick was the only lady who sat with the Congress. After the inaugural, she poked Jeff Davis in the back with her parasol that he might turn and speak to her. "I am sure that was democratic enough," said someone. Governor Moore came in with the latest news, a telegram from Governor Pickens to the President, that a war steamer is lying off the Charleston bar laden with reenforcements for Fort Sumter, and what must we do? Answer: use your own discretion. There is faith for you, after all is said and done. It is believed that there is still some discretion left in South Carolina fit for use. Everybody who comes here wants an office, and the many who, of course, are disappointed raise a cry of corruption against the few who are successful. I thought we had left all that in Washington. Nobody is willing to be out of sight, and all will take office. Constitution Brown says he is going to Washington for 24 hours. I mean to send by him to Mary Garnett for a bonnet ribbon. If they take him up as a traitor, he may cause a civil war. War is now our dread. Mr. Chesnut told him not to make himself a bone of contention. Everybody means to go into the army. If Sumter is attacked, then Jeff Davis's troubles will begin. The Judge says a military despotism would be best for us, anything to prevent a triumph of the Yankees. All right, but every man objects to any despot but himself. Mr. Chesnut, in high spirits, dines to day with a Louisiana delegation. Breakfasted with Constitution Brown, who is appointed Assistant Secretary of State, and so does not go to Washington. There was at table the man who advertised for a wife, with the wife so obtained. She was not pretty. We dine at Mr. Pollard's and go to a ball afterward at Judge Bibb's. The New York Herald says Lincoln stood before Washington's picture at his inauguration, which was taken by the country as a good sign. We are always frantic for a good sign. Let us pray that a Caesar or a Napoleon may be sent us. That would be our best sign of success. But they still say, "No war." Peace let it be, kind Heaven. Dr. De Leon called, fresh from Washington, and says General Scott is using all his power and influence to prevent officers from the South resigning their commissions, among other things promising that they shall never be sent against us in case of war. Captain Ingraham, in his short, curt way, said, "That will never do. If they take their government's pay, they must do its fighting." A brilliant dinner at the Pollardses'. Mr. Barnwell took me down. Came home and found the Judge and Governor Moore waiting to go with me to the Bibbses'. And they say it is dull in Montgomery. Clayton, fresh from Washington, was at the party and told us there was to be peace. Footnote: Robert Woodward Barnwell, of South Carolina, a graduate of Harvard, twice a member of Congress and afterward United States Senator. In 1860, after the passage of the Ordinance of Secession, he was one of the commissioners who went to Washington to treat with the national government for its property within the State. He was a member of the convention at Montgomery, and gave the casting vote which made Jefferson Davis President of the Confederacy. February 28th. In the drawing room a literary lady began a violent attack upon this mischief-making South Carolina. She told me she was a successful writer in the magazines of the day, but when I found she used "incredible" for "incredulous," I said not a word in defense of my native land. I left her "incredible." Another person came in while she was pouring upon me her home troubles, and asked if she did not know I was a Carolinian. Then she gracefully reversed her engine and took the other tack, sounding our praise, but I left her "incredible," and I remained incredulous, too. Brewster says the war specs are growing in size. Nobody at the North, or in Virginia, believes we are in earnest. They think we are sulking, and that Jeff Davis and Stephens are getting up a very pretty little comedy. The Virginia delegates were insulted at the peace conference. Brewster said, "kicked out." Alexander H. Stephens, the eminent statesman of Georgia, who before the war had been conspicuous in all the political movements of his time, and in 1861 became Vice President of the Confederacy. After the war he again became conspicuous in Congress, and wrote a history entitled "The War Between the States." The Judge thought Jefferson Davis rude to him when the latter was Secretary of War. Mr. Chesnut persuaded the Judge to forego his private wrong for the public good, and so he voted for him. But now his old grudge has come back with an increased venomousness. What a pity to bring the spice of the old Union into this new one! It seems to me, already men are willing to risk an injury to our cause, if they may, in so doing, hurt Jeff Davis. March 1st. Dined to day with Mr. Hill from Georgia and his wife. Benjamin H. Hill, who had already been active in State and national affairs when the secession movement was carried through. He had been an earnest advocate of the Union, until in Georgia the resolution was passed declaring that the State ought to secede. He then became a prominent supporter of secession. He was a member of the Confederate Congress, which met in Montgomery in 1861, and served in the Confederate Senate until the end of the war. After the war he was elected to Congress and opposed the Reconstruction policy of that body. In 1877 he was elected United States Senator from Georgia. After he left us she told me he was the celebrated individual who, for Christian scruples, refused to fight a duel with Stephens. Governor Herschel V. Johnson also declined, and doubtless for similar reasons, to accept a challenge from Alexander H. Stephens, who, though endowed with the courage of a gladiator, was very small and frail. She seemed very proud of him for his conduct in the affair. Ignoramus that I am, I had not heard of it. I am having all kinds of experiences. Drove to day with a lady who fervently wished her husband would go down to Pensacola and be shot. I was dumb with amazement, of course. Telling my story to one who knew the parties, was informed, "Don't you know he beats her?" So I have seen a man who lifts his hand against a woman in aught save kindness. Brewster says Lincoln passed through Baltimore disguised and at night, and that he did well, for just now Baltimore is dangerous ground. He says that he hears from all quarters that the vulgarity of Lincoln, his wife, and his son is beyond credence, a thing you must see before you can believe it. Senator Stephen A. Douglas told Mr. Chesnut that Lincoln is awfully clever and that he had found him a heavy handful. Went to pay my respects to Mrs. Jefferson Davis. She met me with open arms. We did not allude to anything by which we are surrounded. We eschewed politics and our changed relations. March 3d. Everybody in fine spirits in my world. They have one and all spoken in the Congress to their own perfect satisfaction. To my amazement, the Judge took me aside and, after delivering a panegyric upon himself but here, later, comes in the amazement he praised my husband to the skies, and said he was the fittest man of all for a foreign mission. Aye, and the farther away they send us from this Congress the better I will like it. It was at this Congress that Jefferson Davis, on February 9, 1861, was elected President, and Alexander H. Stephens, Vice President of the Confederacy. The Congress continued to meet at Montgomery until its removal to Richmond in July, 1861. End footnote. Saw Jerry Clemens and Nick Davis, social curiosities. They are anti secession leaders. Then George Sanders and George Deas. The Georges are of opinion that it is folly to try to take back Fort Sumter from Anderson and the United States that is, before we are ready. They saw in Charleston the devoted band prepared for the sacrifice I mean, ready to run their heads against a stone wall. Daredevils they are. They have dash and courage enough, but science only could take that fort. They shook their heads. March 4th. The Washington Congress has passed peace measures. Glory be to God, as my Irish Margaret used to preface every remark, both great and small. At last, according to his wish, I was able to introduce Mr. Hill, of Georgia, to Mr. Mallory, and also Governor Moore and Brewster, the latter the only man without a title of some sort that I know in this democratic, subdivided republic. Footnote: Stephen R. Mallory was the son of a shipmaster of Connecticut, who had settled in Key West in 1820. From 1851 to 1861 Mr. Mallory was United States Senator from Florida, and after the formation of the Confederacy became its Secretary of the Navy. End footnote. I have seen a negro woman sold on the block at auction. She overtopped the crowd. I was walking and felt faint, seasick. The creature looked so like my good little Nancy, a bright mulatto with a pleasant face. She was magnificently gotten up in silks and satins. She seemed delighted with it all, sometimes ogling the bidders, sometimes looking quiet, coy, and modest, but her mouth never relaxed from its expanded grin of excitement. I dare say the poor thing knew who would buy her. I sat down on a stool in a shop and disciplined my wild thoughts. I tried it Sterne fashion. You know how women sell themselves, and are sold in marriage from queens downward, eh? You know what the Bible says about slavery and marriage. Poor women. Poor slaves. Sterne, with his starling, what did he know? He only thought. He did not feel. In Evan Harrington I read, like a true English female, she believed in her own inflexible virtue, but never trusted her husband out of sight. The New York Herald says, Lincoln's carriage is not bomb-proof, so he does not drive out. 2 flags and a bundle of sticks have been sent him as gentle reminders. The sticks are to break our heads with. The English are gushingly unhappy as to our family quarrel. Magnanimous of them, for it is their opportunity. March 5th. We stood on the balcony to see our Confederate flag go up. Roars of cannon, etc., etc. Miss Sanders complained, so said Captain Ingraham, of the deadness of the mob. It was utterly spiritless, she said. No cheering, or so little, and no enthusiasm. Captain Ingraham suggested that gentlemen are apt to be quiet, and this was a thoughtful crowd; the true mob element with us just now is hoeing corn. And yet, it is uncomfortable that the idea has gone abroad that we have no joy, no pride in this thing. The band was playing "Massa in the Cold, Cold Ground." Miss Tyler, daughter of the former President of the United States, ran up the flag. Captain Ingraham pulled out of his pocket some verses sent to him by a Boston girl. They were well rhymed, and amounted to this: she held a rope ready to hang him, though she shed tears when she remembered his heroic rescue of Costa. Costa, the rebel! She calls us rebels, too. So it depends upon whom one rebels against, whether to save or not shall be heroic. I must read Lincoln's inaugural. Oh, comes he in peace, or comes he in war, or to tread but one measure as young Lochinvar? Lincoln's aim is to seduce the border States. The people, the natives, I mean, are astounded that I calmly affirm, in all truth and candor, that if there were awful things in society in Washington, I did not see or hear of them. One must have been hard to please who did not like the people I knew in Washington. Mr. Chesnut has gone with a list of names to the President: Detreville, Kershaw, Baker, and Robert Rutledge. They are taking a walk, I see. I hope there will be good places in the army for our list. March 8th. Judge Campbell, of the United States Supreme Court, has resigned. Lord, how he must have hated to do it! How other men who are resigning high positions must hate to do it. Footnote: John Archibald Campbell, who had settled in Montgomery and was appointed Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court by President Pierce in 1853. Before he resigned, he exerted all his influence to prevent civil war and opposed secession, although he believed that States had a right to secede. End footnote. Now we may be sure the bridge is broken. And yet in the Alabama Convention they say Reconstructionists abound and are busy. Met a distinguished gentleman that I knew when he was in more affluent circumstances. I was willing enough to speak to him, but when he saw me advancing for that purpose, to avoid me he suddenly dodged around a corner. William, Mrs. de Saussure's former coachman. I remember him on his box, driving a handsome pair of bays, dressed sumptuously in blue broadcloth and brass buttons, a stout, respectable, fine-looking, middle-aged mulatto. He was very high and mighty. Night after night we used to meet him as fiddler in chief of all our parties. He sat in solemn dignity, making faces over his bow, and patting his foot with an emphasis that shook the floor. We gave him $5 a night; that was his price. His mistress never refused to let him play for any party. He had stable boys in abundance. He was far above any physical fear for his sleek and well-fed person. How majestically he scraped his foot at a sign that he was tuned up and ready to begin. Now he is a shabby creature indeed. He must have felt his fallen fortunes when he met me, one who knew him in his prosperity. He ran away, this stately yellow gentleman, from wife and children, home and comfort. My Molly asked him, "Why? Miss Liza was good to you, I know." I wonder who owns him now. He looked forlorn. Governor Moore brought in, to be presented to me, the President of the Alabama Convention. It seems I had known him before; he had danced with me at a dancing school ball when I was in short frocks, with sash, flounces, and a wreath of roses. He was one of those clever boys of our neighborhood, in whom my father saw promise of better things, and so helped him in every way to rise, with books, counsel, sympathy. I was enjoying his conversation immensely, for he was praising my father without stint, when the Judge came in breathing fire and fury. Congress has incurred his displeasure. We are abusing one another as fiercely as ever we have abused Yankees. It is disheartening. Footnote: Mrs. Chesnut's father was Stephen Decatur Miller, who was born in South Carolina in 1787 and died in Mississippi in 1838. He was elected to Congress in 1816 as an anti-Calhoun Democrat, and from 1828 to 1830 was Governor of South Carolina. He favored nullification, and in 1830 was elected United States Senator from South Carolina, but resigned 3 years afterward in consequence of ill health. In 1835 he removed to Mississippi and engaged in cotton growing. End footnote. March 10th. Mrs. Childs was here to night. Mary Anderson, from Statesburg, with several children. She is lovely. Her hair is piled up on the top of her head oddly. Fashions from France still creep into Texas across Mexican borders. Mrs. Childs is fresh from Texas. Her husband is an artillery officer, or was. They will be glad to promote him here. Mrs. Childs had the sweetest Southern voice, absolute music. But then she has all of the high spirit of those sweet-voiced Carolina women, too. Then Mr. Browne came in with his fine English accent, so pleasant to the ear. He tells us that Washington society is not reconciled to the Yankee regime. Mrs. Lincoln means to economize. She at once informed the major domo that they were poor and hoped to save $12,000 every year from their salary of $20,000. Mr. Browne said Mr. Buchanan's farewell was far more imposing than Lincoln's inauguration. The people were so amusing, so full of Western stories. Dr. Boykin behaved strangely. All day he had been gayly driving about with us, and never was man in finer spirits. Tonight, in this brilliant company, he sat dead still as if in a trance. Once he waked somewhat, when a high public functionary came in with a present for me, a miniature gondola. A perfect Venetian specimen, he assured me again and again. In an undertone Dr. Boykin muttered, "That fellow has been drinking." "Why do you think so?" "Because he has told you exactly the same thing 4 times." "Wonderful. Some of these great statesmen always tell me the same thing, and have been telling me the same thing ever since we came here." A man came in, and someone said in an undertone, "The age of chivalry is not past, O ye Americans." "What do you mean?" "That man was once nominated by President Buchanan for a foreign mission, but some senator stood up and read a paper printed by this man abusive of a woman, and signed his name in full. After that the Senate would have none of him. His chance was gone forever." March 11th. In full conclave to night, the drawing room crowded with judges, governors, senators, generals, congressmen. They were exalting John C. Calhoun's hospitality. He allowed everybody to stay all night who chose to stop at his house. An ill mannered person, on one occasion, refused to attend family prayers. Mr. Calhoun said to the servant, "Saddle that man's horse and let him go." From the traveler Calhoun would take no excuse for the deity offended. I believe in Mr. Calhoun's hospitality, but not in his family prayers. Mr. Calhoun's piety was of the most philosophical type from all accounts. Footnote: John C. Calhoun had died in March, 1850. End footnote. The latest news is counted good news; that is, the last man who left Washington tells us that Seward is in the ascendancy. He is thought to be a friend of peace. The man did say, however, that serpent Seward is in the ascendancy just now. Harriet Lane has 11 suitors. One is described as likely to win, or he would be likely to win, except that he is too heavily weighted. He has been married before, and goes about with children and 2 mothers. There are limits beyond which 2 mothers in law. Mr. Ledyard spoke to Mrs. Lincoln in behalf of a doorkeeper who almost felt he had a vested right, having been there since Jackson's time, but met with the same answer: she had brought her own girl and must economize. Mr. Ledyard thought the 20,000, and little enough it is, was given to the President of these United States to enable him to live in proper style, and to maintain an establishment of such dignity as befits the head of a great nation. It is an infamy to economize with the public money and to put it into one's private purse. Mrs. Brown was walking with me when we were airing our indignation against Mrs. Lincoln and her shabby economy. The Herald says 3 only of the élite Washington families attended the inauguration ball. The Judge has just come in and said, "Last night, after Dr. Boykin left on the cars, there came a telegram that his little daughter Amanda had died suddenly." In some way he must have known it beforehand. He changed so suddenly yesterday, and seemed so careworn and unhappy. He believes in clairvoyance, magnetism, and all that. Certainly there was some terrible foreboding of this kind on his part. Tuesday. Now this, they say, is positive. Fort Sumter is to be released, and we are to have no war. After all, far too good to be true. Mr. Brown told us that at one of the peace intervals I mean intervals in the interest of peace Lincoln flew through Baltimore locked up in an express car. He wore a Scotch cap. We went to the Congress. Governor Cobb, who presides over that august body, put James Chesnut in the chair, and came down to talk to us. He told us why the pay of Congressmen was fixed in secret session, and why the amount of it was never divulged: to prevent the lodging house and hotel people from making their bills of a size to cover it all. The bill would be sure to correspond with the pay, he said. In the hotel parlor we had a scene. Mrs. Scott was describing Lincoln, who is of the cleverest Yankee type. She said, "Awfully ugly, even grotesque in appearance, the kind who are always at the corner stores, sitting on boxes, whittling sticks, and telling stories as funny as they are vulgar." Here I interposed, "But Stephen A. Douglas said one day to Mr. Chesnut, 'Lincoln is the hardest fellow to handle I have ever encountered yet.'" Mr. Scott is from California, and said Lincoln is "an utter American specimen, coarse, rough, and strong; a good-natured, kind creature, as pleasant-tempered as he is clever, and if this country can be joked and laughed out of its rights, he is the kind-hearted fellow to do it. Now, if there is a war, and it pinches the Yankee pocket instead of filling it." Here a shrill voice came from the next room, which opened upon the one we were in by folding doors thrown wide open, and said: "Yankees are no more mean and stingy than you are. People at the North are just as good as people at the South." The speaker advanced upon us in great wrath. Mrs. Scott apologized and made some smooth, polite remark, though evidently much embarrassed. But the vinegar face and curly pate refused to receive any concessions, and replied: "That comes with a very bad grace after what you were saying," and she harangued us loudly for several minutes. Someone in the other room giggled outright, but we were quiet as mice. Nobody wanted to hurt her feelings. She was one against so many. If I were at the North, I should expect them to belabor us, and should hold my tongue. We separated North from South because of incompatibility of temper. We are divorced because we have hated each other so. If we could only separate, a séparation à l'agréable, as the French say it, and not have a horrid fight for divorce. The poor exile had already been insulted, she said. She was playing Yankee Doodle on the piano before breakfast to soothe her wounded spirit, and the judge came in and calmly requested her to leave out the Yankee while she played the Doodle. The Yankee end of it did not suit our climate, he said, was totally out of place, and had got out of its latitude. A man said aloud, "This war talk is nothing. It will soon blow over. Only a fuss gotten up by that Charleston clique." Mr. Toombs asked him to show his passports, for a man who uses such language is a suspicious character. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of A Diary from Dixie. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Anne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 3, March 26, 1861, to April 15, 1861. Charleston, South Carolina, March 26, 1861. I have just come from Malberry, where the snow was a foot deep, winter at last after months of apparently May or June weather. Even the climate, like everything else, is upside down. But after that den of dirt and horror, Montgomery Hall, how white the sheets looked, luxurious bed linen once more, delicious fresh cream with my coffee. I breakfasted in bed. Dueling was rife in Camden. William M. Shannon challenged Leitner. Rochelle Blair was Shannon's second, and Artemus Goodwin was Leitner's. My husband was riding hard all day to stop the foolish people. Mr. Chesnut finally arranged the difficulty. There was a court of honor and no duel. Mr. Leitner had struck Mr. Shannon at a negro trial. That's the way the row began. Everybody knows of it. We suggested that Judge Withers should arrest the belligerents. Dr. Boykin and Joe Kershaw aided Mr. Chesnut to put an end to the useless risk of life. Footnote: Joseph B. Kershaw, a native of Camden, South Carolina, who became famous in connection with the Kershaw Brigade and its brilliant record at Bull Run, Fredericksburg, Chickamauga, Spotsylvania, and elsewhere throughout the war. End footnote. John Chesnut is a pretty soft-hearted slave owner. He had 2 negroes arrested for selling whiskey to his people on his plantation and buying stolen corn from them. The culprits in jail sent for him. He found them, this snowy weather, lying in the cold on a bare floor, and he thought that punishment enough, they having had weeks of it. But they were not satisfied to be allowed to evade justice and slip away. They begged of him, and got, $5 to buy shoes to run away in. I said, "Why, this is flat compounding a felony," and Johnny put his hands in the armholes of his waistcoat and stalked majestically before me, saying, "Woman, what do you know about law?" Mrs. Reynolds stopped the carriage one day to tell me Kitty Boykin was to be married to Savage Heyward. He has only 10 children already. These people take the old Hebrew pride in the number of children they have. This is the true colonizing spirit. There is no danger of crowding here, and inhabitants are wanted. Old Colonel Chesnut said one day, "Wife, you must feel that you have not been useless in your day and generation. You have now 27 great-grandchildren." Colonel Chesnut, the author's father-in-law, was born about 1760. He was a prominent South Carolina planter and a public-spirited man. The family had originally settled in Virginia, where the farm had been overrun by the French and Indians at the time of Braddock's campaign, the head of the family being killed at Fort Duquesne. Colonel Chesnut, of Malberry, had been educated at Princeton, and his wife was a Philadelphia woman. In the final chapter of this diary the author gives a charming sketch of Colonel Chesnut. Wednesday. I have been mobbed by my own house servants. Some of them are at the plantation, some hired out at the Camden Hotel, some are at Mulberry. They agreed to come in a body and beg me to stay at home, to keep my own house once more, as I ought not to have them scattered and distributed every which way. I had not been a month in Camden since 1858. So a house there would be for their benefit solely, not mine. I asked my cook if she lacked anything on the plantation at the Hermitage. "Lack anything?" she said. "I lack everything. What are corn meal, bacon, milk, and molasses? Would that be all you wanted? Ain't I been living and eating exactly as you does all these years? When I cook for you, didn't I have some of all? There now." Then she doubled herself up laughing. They all shouted, "Missis, we is crazy for you to stay home." Armsted, my butler, said he hated the hotel. Besides, he heard a man there abusing marster, but Mr. Cliburn took it up and made him stop short. Armsted said he wanted marster to know Mr. Cliburn was his friend and would let nobody say a word behind his back against him, etc., etc. Stay in Camden? Not if I can help it. Festers in provincial sloth. That's Tennyson's way of putting it. We came down here by rail, as the English say. Such a crowd of convention men on board. John Manning flew in to beg me to reserve a seat by me for a young lady under his charge. "Place aux dames," said my husband politely, and went off to seek a seat somewhere else. As soon as we were fairly under way, Governor Manning came back and threw himself cheerily down into the vacant place. After arranging his umbrella and overcoat to his satisfaction, he coolly remarked, "I am the young lady." He is always the handsomest man alive, now that poor William Tabor has been killed in a duel, and he can be very agreeable, that is, when he pleases to be so. He does not always please. He seemed to have made his little maneuver principally to warn me of impending danger to my husband's political career. Every election now will be a surprise. New cliques are not formed yet; the old ones are principally bent upon displacing one another. "But the Yankees, those dreadful Yankees!" "Oh, never mind, we are going to take care of home folks first. How will you like to rusticate, go back and mind your own business?" If I only knew what that was, what was my own business? John Lawrence Manning was a son of Richard I. Manning, a former governor of South Carolina. He was himself elected governor of that State in 1852, was a delegate to the convention that nominated Buchanan, and during the War of Secession served on the staff of General Beauregard. In 1865 he was chosen United States Senator from South Carolina, but was not allowed to take his seat. Our round table consists of the Judge, Langdon Cheves, Trescott, and ourselves. Here are four of the cleverest men that we have, but such very different people, as opposite in every characteristic as the 4 points of the compass. Langdon Cheves and my husband have feelings and ideas in common. Mr. Pettigrew said of the brilliant Trescott, "He is a man without indignation." Trescott and I laugh at everything. Langdon Cheves, son of Langdon Cheves, an eminent lawyer of South Carolina, who served in Congress from 1810 to 1814. He was elected Speaker of the House of Representatives, and from 1819 to 1823 was President of the United States Bank. He favored secession, but died before it was accomplished in 1857. William Henry Trescott, a native of Charleston, was Assistant Secretary of State of the United States in 1860, but resigned after South Carolina seceded. After the war he had a successful career as a lawyer and diplomatist. James Lewis Pettigrew, before the war, had reached great distinction as a lawyer, and stood almost alone in his State as an opponent of the nullification movement of 1830 to 1832. In 1860 he strongly opposed disunion, although he was then an old man of 71. His reputation has survived among lawyers because of the fine work he did in codifying the laws of South Carolina. End footnote. The judge, from his life as solicitor, and then on the bench, has learned to look for the darkest motives for every action. His judgment on men and things is always so harsh it shocks and repels even his best friends. Today he said, "Your conversation reminds me of a flashy, second-rate novel." How? By the quantity of French you sprinkle over it. Do you wish to prevent us from understanding you? "No," said Trescott, "we are using French against Africa. We know the black waiters are all ears now, and we want to keep what we have to say dark. We can't afford to take them into our confidence, you know." This explanation Trescott gave with great rapidity and many gestures toward the men standing behind us. Still speaking the French language, his apology was exasperating, so the judge glared at him and, in unabated rage, turned to talk with Mr. Cheves, who found it hard to keep a calm countenance. On the battery with the Rutledges, Captain Hartstein was introduced to me. He has done some heroic things, brought home some ships, and is a man of mark. Afterward he sent me a beautiful bouquet, not half so beautiful, however, as Mr. Robert Gordine's, which already occupied the place of honor on my center table. What a dear, delightful place is Charleston! A lady, who shall be nameless because of her story, came to see me to day. Her husband has been on the island with the troops for months. She has just been down to see him. She meant only to call on him, but he persuaded her to stay 2 days. She carried him some clothes made from his old measure. Now they are a mile too wide. "So much for a hard life," I said. "No, no," said she, "they are all jolly down there. He has trained down, says it is good for him, and he likes the life." Then she became confidential, although it was her first visit to me, a perfect stranger. She had taken no clothes down there, pushed as she was in that manner under Achilles' tent. But she managed things; she tied her petticoat around her neck for a nightgown. April 2d. Governor Manning came to breakfast at our table. The others had breakfasted hours before. I looked at him in amazement as he was in full dress, ready for a ball, swallow tail and all, and at that hour. "What is the matter with you?" "Nothing. I am not mad, most noble madam. I am only going to the photographer. My wife wants me taken thus." He insisted on my going, too, and we captured Mr. Chesnut and Governor Means. The latter presented me with a book, a photo book, in which I am to pillory all the celebrities. John Hugh Means was elected Governor of South Carolina in 1850, and had long been an advocate of secession. He was a delegate to the Convention of 1860, and affixed his name to the ordinance of secession. He was killed at the second battle of Bull Run in August, 1862. End footnote. Dr. Gibbs says the convention is in a snarl. It was called as a secession convention. A secession of places seems to be what it calls for first of all. It has not stretched its eyes out to the Yankees yet. It has them turned inward. Introspection is its occupation still. Last night, as I turned down the gas, I said to myself, "Certainly this has been one of the pleasantest days of my life." I can only give the skeleton of it: so many pleasant people, so much good talk; for, after all, it was talk, 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 à la Caroline du Sud. And yet the day began rather dismally. Mrs. Capers and Mrs. Tom Middleton came for me, and we drove to Magnolia Cemetery. I saw William Taber's broken column. It was hard to shake off the blues after this graveyard business. The others were off at a dinner party. I dined tete a tete with Langdon Cheves. so quiet, so intelligent, so very sensible withal. There never was a pleasanter person or a better man than he. While we were at table, Judge Whitner, Tom Frost, and Isaac Hayne came. They broke up our deeply interesting conversation, for I was hearing what an honest and brave man feared for his country. And then the Rutledges dislodged the newcomers and bore me off to drive on the Battery. On the staircase met Mrs. Izard, who came for the same purpose. On the Battery Governor Adams stopped us. James H. Adams was a graduate of Yale, who in 1832 strongly opposed nullification, and in 1855 was elected Governor of South Carolina. He had heard of my saying he looked like Marshal Pelissier, and he came to say that at last I had made a personal remark which pleased him, for once in my life. When we came home, Mrs. Isaac Hayne and Chancellor Carroll called to ask us to join their excursion to the island forts to morrow. With them was William Haskell. Last summer at the White Sulphur he was a pale, slim student from the University. To day he is a soldier, stout and robust. A few months in camp, with soldiering in the open air, has worked this wonder. Camping out provides a wholesome life, after all. Then came those nice, sweet, fresh, pure looking Pringle girls. We had a charming topic in common, their clever brother Edward. A letter from Eliza B., who is in Montgomery. Mrs. Mallory got a letter from a lady in Washington a few days ago, who said that there had recently been several attempts to be gay in Washington, but they proved dismal failures. The black Republicans were invited and came, and stared at their entertainers and their new Republican companions, looked unhappy while they said they were enchanted, showed no ill temper at the hardly stifled grumbling and growling of our friends, who thus found themselves condemned to meet their despised enemy. I had a letter from the Gwynns to day. They say Washington offers a perfect realization of Goldsmith's deserted village. Celebrated my 38th birthday, but I am too old now to dwell in public on that unimportant anniversary. A long, dusty day ahead on those windy islands. Never for me, so I was up early to write a note of excuse to Chancellor Carroll. My husband went. I hope Anderson will not pay them the compliment of a salute with shotted guns as they pass Fort Sumter, as pass they must. Here I am interrupted by an exquisite bouquet from the Rutledges. Are there such roses anywhere else in the world? Now a loud banging at my door. I get up in a pet and throw it wide open. "Oh," said John Manning, standing there, smiling radiantly. "Pray excuse the noise I made. I mistook the number. I thought it was Rice's room. That is my excuse. Now that I am here, come, go with us to Quinby's. Everybody will be there who are not at the island. To be photographed is the rage just now." We had a nice open carriage, and we made a number of calls. Mrs. Izard, the Pringles, and the Tradd Street Rutledges, the handsome ex Governor doing the honors gallantly. He had ordered dinner at 6, and we dined tete a tete. If he should prove as great a captain in ordering his line of battle as he is in ordering a dinner, it will be as well for the country as it was for me to day. Fortunately for the men, the beautiful Mrs. Joe Heyward sits at the next table, so they take her beauty as one of the goods the gods provide. And it helps to make life pleasant with English grouse and venison from the West, not to speak of the salmon from the lakes which began the feast. They have me to listen, an appreciative audience, while they talk, and Mrs. Joe Heyward to look at. Beauregard called. He is the hero of the hour. That is, he is believed to be capable of great things. A hero worshiper was struck dumb because I said, "So far he has only been a captain of artillery or engineers or something." I did not see him. Mrs. Wigfall did, and reproached my laziness in not coming out. Pierre Gustave Toutant Beauregard was born in New Orleans in 1818, and graduated from West Point in the class of 1838. He served in the war with Mexico, had been superintendent of the military academy at West Point a few days only when, in February, 1861, he resigned his commission in the army of the United States and offered his services to the Confederacy. Last Sunday at church beheld one of the peculiar local sights, old negro mammas going up to the communion, in their white turbans, and kneeling devoutly around the chancel rail. The morning papers say Mr. Chesnut made the best shot on the island at target practice. No war yet, thank God. Likewise they tell me Mr. Chesnut has made a capital speech in the convention. Not one word of what is going on now. Out of the fullness of the heart the mouth speaketh, says the psalmist. Not so here. Our hearts are in doleful dumps, but we are as gay, as madly jolly, as sailors who break into the strong room when the ship is going down. At first in our great agony we were out alone. We longed for some of our big brothers to come out and help us. Well, they are out too, and now it is Fort Sumter and that ill-advised Anderson. There stands Fort Sumter en evidence, and thereby hangs peace or war. Wigfall says, before he left Washington, Pickens, our governor, and Trescott were openly against secession. Trescott does not pretend to like it now. He grumbles all the time, but Governor Pickens is fire eater down to the ground. At the White House Mrs. Davis wore a badge. Jeff Davis is no seceder, says Mrs. Wigfall. Captain Ingraham comments in his rapid way, words tumbling over each other out of his mouth. Now, Charlotte Wigfall meant that as a fling at those people. I think better of men who stop to think. It is too rash to rush on as some do. And so, adds Mrs. Wigfall, the 11th hour men are rewarded. The half-hearted are traitors in this row. Footnote: Louis Trezevant Wigfall was a native of South Carolina, but removed to Texas after being admitted to the bar, and from that State was elected United States Senator, becoming an uncompromising defender of the South on the slave question. After the war he lived in England, but in 1873 settled in Baltimore. He had a wide Southern reputation as a forcible and impassioned speaker. End footnote. April 3d. Met the lovely Lucy Holcombe, now Mrs. Governor Pickens, last night at Isaac Haynes's. I saw Miles now begging in dumb show for 3 violets she had in her breastpin. She is a consummate actress, and he well up in the part of male flirt, so it was well done. And you who are laughing in your sleeves at the scene, where did you get that huge bunch? Oh, there is no sentiment when there is a pile like that of anything. Oh, oh. Today at the breakfast table there was a tragic bestowal of Heartsease on the well-known inquirer who once more says in austere tones, "Who is the flirt now?" And so we fool on into the black cloud ahead of us, and after Heartsease cometh Rue. April 4th. Mr. Hayne said his wife moaned over the hardness of the chaperoned seats at St. Andrew's Hall at a Cecilia ball. She was hopelessly deposited on one for hours. And the walls are harder, my dear. What are your feelings to those of the poor old fellows leaning there, with their beautiful young wives waltzing as if they could never tire, and in the arms of every man in the room? Watch their haggard, weary faces, the old boys, you know. At church I had to move my pew. The lovely Laura was too much for my boys. They all made eyes at her and nudged each other and quarreled so, for she gave them glance for glance. Wink, blink, and snicker as they would, she liked it. I say, my dear, the old husbands have not exactly a bed of roses. Their wives twirling in the arms of young men, they hugging the wall. Footnote: The annual balls of the St. Cecilia Society in Charleston are still the social events of the season. To become a member of the St. Cecilia Society is a sort of presentation at court in the sense of giving social recognition to one who was without the pale. End footnote. While we were at supper at the Hayneses, Wigfall was sent for to address a crowd before the Mills House piazza. Like James Fitz James when he visits Glen Alpin again, it is to be in the saddle, etc. So let Washington beware. We were sad that we could not hear the speaking, but the supper was a consolation: pâté de foie gras, salad, biscuit glacé, and champagne frappé. A ship was fired into yesterday and went back to sea. Is that the first shot? How can one settle down to anything? One's heart is in one's mouth all the time. Any moment the cannon may open on us, the fleet come in. April 6th. The plot thickens. The air is red hot with rumors. The mystery is to find out where these utterly groundless tales originate. In spite of all, Tom Huger came for us, and we went on the Planter to take a look at Morris Island and its present inhabitants, Mrs. Wigfall and the Cheves girls, Maxcy Gregg and Colonel Whiting, also John Rutledge, of the Navy, Dan Hamilton, and William Haskell. John Rutledge was a figurehead to be proud of. He did not speak to us, but he stood with a Scotch shawl draped about him, as handsome and stately a creature as ever Queen Elizabeth loved to look upon. There came up such a wind we could not land. I was not too sorry, though it blew so hard. I am never seasick. Colonel Whiting explained everything about the forts, what they lacked, etc., in the most interesting way, and Maxcy Gregg supplemented his report by stating all the deficiencies and shortcomings by land. Beauregard is a demigod here to most of the natives, but there are always seers who see and say. They give you to understand that Whiting has all the brains now in use for our defense. He does the work, and Beauregard reaps the glory. Things seem to draw near a crisis, and one must think. Colonel Whiting is clever enough for anything, so we made up our minds to day, Maxcy Gregg and I, as judges. Mr. Gregg told me that my husband was in a minority in the convention. So much for cool sense when the atmosphere is phosphorescent. Mrs. Wigfall says we are mismatched. She should pair with my cool, quiet, self-poised colonel, and her stormy petrel is but a male reflection of me. April 8th. Yesterday Mrs. Wigfall and I made a few visits. At the first house they wanted Mrs. Wigfall to settle a dispute. Was she, indeed, 55? Fancy her face! More than 10 years bestowed upon her so freely. Then Mrs. Gibbes asked me if I had ever been in Charleston before. Says Charlotte Wigfall, to pay me for my snigger when that false 50 was flung in her teeth. And she thinks this is her native heath, and her name is McGregor. She said it all came upon us for breaking the Sabbath, for indeed it was Sunday. Allen Green came up to speak to me at dinner in all his soldier's toggery. It sent a shiver through me. Tried to read Margaret Fuller Assoley, but could not. The air is too full of war news, and we are all so restless. Went to see Miss Pinckney, one of the last of the old world Pinckneys. She inquired particularly about a portrait of her father, Charles Cotesworth Pinckney, which she said had been sent by him to my husband's grandfather. I gave a good account of it. It hangs in the place of honor in the drawing room at Malberry. She wanted to see my husband, for his grandfather, my father's friend, was one of the handsomest men of the day. Footnote: Charles Cotesworth Pinckney was a brigadier general in the Revolution and a member of the convention that framed the Constitution of the United States. He was an ardent Federalist and twice declined to enter a national cabinet, but in 1796 accepted the offer of United States Minister to France. He was the Federalist candidate for Vice President in 1800 and for President in 1804 and 1808. Other distinguished men in this family were Thomas, Charles, Henry Laurens, and Charles Cotesworth Pinckney II. End footnote. We came home, and soon Mr. Robert Gourdine and Mr. Miles called. Governor Manning walked in, bowed gravely, and seated himself by me. Again he bowed low in mock heroic style, and with a grand wave of his hand said, "Madam, your country is invaded." When I had breath to speak, I asked, "What does he mean?" He meant this: there are 6 men of war outside the bar. Talbot and Chew have come to say that hostilities are to begin. Governor Pickens and Beauregard are holding a council of war. Mr. Chesnut then came in and confirmed the story. Wigfall next entered in boisterous spirits and said, "There was a sound of revelry by night." In any stir or confusion my heart is apt to beat so painfully. Now the agony was so stifling I could hardly see or hear. The men went off almost immediately. and I crept silently to my room, where I sat down to a good cry. Mrs. Wigfall came in, and we had it out on the subject of Civil War. We solaced ourselves with dwelling on all its known horrors, and then we added what we had a right to expect with Yankees in front and negroes in the rear. "The slave owners must expect a servile insurrection, of course," said Mrs. Wigfall, to make sure that we were unhappy enough. Suddenly loud shooting was heard. We ran out. Cannon after cannon roared. We met Mrs. Allen Green in the passageway with blanched cheeks and streaming eyes. Governor Means rushed out of his room in his dressing gown and begged us to be calm. "Governor Pickens," said he, "has ordered, in the plenitude of his wisdom, 7 cannon to be fired as a signal to the 7th regiment. Anderson will hear as well as the 7th regiment. Now you go back and be quiet. Fighting in the streets has not begun yet." So we retired. Dr. Gibbes calls Mrs. Allen Green Dame Placid. There was no placidity to day, with cannon bursting and Allen on the island. No sleep for anybody last night. The streets were alive with soldiers, men shouting, marching, singing. Wigfall, the stormy petrel, is in his glory, the only thoroughly happy person I see. To day things seem to have settled down a little. One can but hope still. Lincoln, or Seward, has made such silly advances and then far sillier drawings back. There may be a chance for peace after all. Things are happening so fast. My husband has been made an aide de camp to General Beauregard. 3 hours ago we were quickly packing to go home. The convention has adjourned. Now he tells me the attack on Fort Sumter may begin to night. Depends upon Anderson and the fleet outside. The Herald says that this show of war outside of the bar is intended for Texas. John Manning came in with his sword and red sash, pleased as a boy to be on Beauregard's staff, while the row goes on. He has gone with Wigfall to Captain Hartstein with instructions. Mr. Chesnut is finishing a report he had to make to the convention. Mrs. Hayne called. She had, she said, but one feeling pity for those who are not here. Jack Preston, Willie Alston, the Take Life Easies, as they are called, with John Green, the big brave, have gone down to the island, volunteered as privates. 700 men were sent over. Ammunition wagons were rumbling along the streets all night. Anderson is burning blue lights, signs, and signals for the fleet outside, I suppose. Today at dinner there was no allusion to things as they stand in Charleston Harbor. There was an undercurrent of intense excitement. There could not have been a more brilliant circle. In addition to our usual quartet, Judge Withers, Langdon Cheves, and Trescott, our 2 ex-governors dined with us, Means and Manning. These men all talked so delightfully. For once in my life I listened. That over, business began in earnest. Governor Means had rummaged a sword and red sash from somewhere and brought it for Colonel Chesnut, who had gone to demand the surrender of Fort Sumter. And now, patience. We must wait. Why did that green goose Anderson go into Fort Sumter? Then everything began to go wrong. Now they have intercepted a letter from him urging them to let him surrender. He paints the horrors likely to ensue if they will not. He ought to have thought of all that before he put his head in the hole. April 12th. Anderson will not capitulate. Yesterday's was the merriest, maddest dinner we have had yet. Men were audaciously wise and witty. We had an unspoken foreboding that it was to be our last pleasant meeting. Mr. Miles dined with us to day. Mrs. Henry King rushed in, saying, "The news! I come for the latest news. All the men of the King family are on the island," of which fact she seemed proud. While she was here, our peace negotiator, or envoy, came in; that is, Mr. Chesnut returned. His interview with Colonel Anderson had been deeply interesting, but Mr. Chesnut was not inclined to be communicative. He wanted his dinner. He felt for Anderson and had telegraphed to President Davis for instructions, what answer to give Anderson, etc. He has now gone back to Fort Sumter with additional instructions. When they were about to leave the wharf, A. H. Boykin sprang into the boat in great excitement. He thought himself ill used, with a likelihood of fighting, and he to be left behind. I do not pretend to go to sleep. How can I? If Anderson does not accept terms at 4, the orders are he shall be fired upon. I count 4. St. Michael's bells chime out, and I begin to hope. At half past 4 the heavy booming of a cannon. I sprang out of bed, and on my knees prostrate I prayed as I never prayed before. There was a sound of stir all over the house, pattering of feet in the corridors. All seemed hurrying one way. I put on my double gown and a shawl and went, too. It was to the housetop. The shells were bursting. In the dark I heard a man say, "Waste of ammunition." I knew my husband was rowing about in a boat somewhere in that dark bay, and that the shells were roofing it over, bursting toward the fort. If Anderson was obstinate, Colonel Chesnut was to order the fort on one side to open fire. Certainly fire had begun. The regular roar of the cannon, there it was. And who could tell what each volley accomplished of death and destruction? The women were wild there on the housetop. Prayers came from the women and imprecations from the men. And then a shell would light up the scene. Tonight they say the forces are to attempt to land. We watched up there, and everybody wondered that Fort Sumter did not fire a shot. Today Miles and Manning, colonels now, aides to Beauregard, dined with us. The latter hoped I would keep the peace. I gave him only good words, for he was to be under fire all day and night, down in the bay carrying orders, etc. Last night, or this morning truly, up on the housetop I was so weak and weary I sat down on something that looked like a black stool. "Get up, you foolish woman, your dress is on fire," cried a man, and he put me out. I was on a chimney and the sparks had caught my clothes. Susan Preston and Mr. Venable then came up, but my fire had been extinguished before it burst out into a regular blaze. Do you know, after all that noise and our tears and prayers, nobody has been hurt, sound and fury signifying nothing, a delusion and a snare. Louisa Hamilton came here now. This is a sort of news center. Jack Hamilton, her handsome young husband, has all the credit of a famous battery, which is made of railroad iron. Mr. Pettigrew calls it the boomerang because it throws the balls back the way they came, so Lou Hamilton tells us. During her first marriage she had no children, hence the value of this lately achieved baby. To divert Louisa from the glories of the battery, of which she raves, we asked if the baby could talk yet. No, not exactly, but he imitates the big gun when he hears that. He claps his hands and cries, "Boom, boom." Her mind is distinctly occupied by 3 things: Lieutenant Hamilton, whom she calls Randolph, the baby, and the big gun, and it refuses to hold more. Pryor, of Virginia, spoke from the piazza of the Charleston Hotel. I asked what he said. An irreverent woman replied, "Oh, they all say the same thing, but he made great play with that long hair of his, which he is always tossing aside." Somebody came in just now and reported Colonel Chesnut asleep on the sofa in General Beauregard's room. After 2 such nights, he must be so tired as to be able to sleep anywhere. Just bade farewell to Langdon Cheves. He is forced to go home and leave this interesting place. Says he feels like the man that was not killed at Thermopylae. I think he said that unfortunate had to hang himself when he got home, for very shame. Maybe he fell on his sword, which was the strictly classic way of ending matters. I do not wonder at Louisa Hamilton's baby. We hear nothing, can listen to nothing. Boom, boom goes the cannon all the time. The nervous strain is awful, alone in this darkened room. Richmond and Washington ablaze, say the papers. Blazing with excitement. Why not? To us these last days' events seem frightfully great. We were all women on that iron balcony. Men are only seen at a distance now. Stark Means, marching under the piazza at the head of his regiment, held his cap in his hand all the time he was in sight. Mrs. Means was leaning over and looking with tearful eyes, when an unknown creature asked, "Why did he take his hat off?" Mrs. Means stood straight up and said, "He did that in honor of his mother. He saw me." She is a proud mother, and at the same time most unhappy. Her lovely daughter Emma is dying in there, before her eyes, of consumption. At that moment I am sure Mrs. Means had a spasm of the heart; at least, she looked as I feel sometimes. She took my arm and we came in. April 13th. Nobody has been hurt after all. How gay we were last night. Reaction after the dread of all the slaughter we thought those dreadful cannon were making. Not even a battery the worse for wear. Fort Sumter has been on fire. Anderson has not yet silenced any of our guns. So the aides, still with swords and red sashes by way of uniform, tell us. But the sound of those guns makes regular meals impossible. None of us go to table. Tea trays pervade the corridors going everywhere. Some of the anxious hearts lie on their beds and moan in solitary misery. Mrs. Wigfall and I solace ourselves with tea in my room. These women have all a satisfying faith. God is on our side, they say. When we are shut in, Mrs. Wigfall and I ask, "Why?" Of course, he hates the Yankees, we are told. You'll think that well of him. Not by one word or look can we detect any change in the demeanor of these negro servants. Lawrence sits at our door, sleepy and respectful, and profoundly indifferent. So are they all, but they carry it too far. You could not tell that they even heard the awful roar going on in the bay, though it has been dinning in their ears night and day. People talk before them as if they were chairs and tables. They make no sign. Are they stolidly stupid, or wiser than we are, silent and strong, biding their time? So tea and toast came. Also came Colonel Manning, red sash and sword, to announce that he had been under fire and didn't mind it. He said gaily, "It is one of those things a fellow never knows how he will come out until he has been tried. Now I know I am a worthy descendant of my old Irish hero of an ancestor, who held the British officer before him as a shield in the Revolution, and backed out of danger gracefully." We talked of St. Valentine's Eve, or the Maid of Perth, and the drop of the white doe's blood that sometimes spoiled all. The war steamers are still there, outside the bar, and there are people who thought the Charleston bar no good to Charleston. The bar is the silent partner, or sleeping partner, and in this fray it is doing us yeoman service. April 15th. I did not know that one could live such days of excitement. Someone called, "Come out, there is a crowd coming." A mob it was, indeed, but it was headed by Colonels Chesnut and Manning. The crowd was shouting and showing these two as messengers of good news. They were escorted to Beauregard's headquarters. Fort Sumter had surrendered. Those upon the housetops shouted to us, "The fort is on fire." That had been the story once or twice before. When we had calmed down, Colonel Chesnut, who had taken it all quietly enough, if anything, more unruffled than usual in his serenity, told us how the surrender came about. Wigfall was with them on Morris Island when they saw the fire in the fort. He jumped in a little boat, and with his handkerchief as a white flag, rowed over. Wigfall went in through a porthole. When Colonel Chesnut arrived shortly after, and was received at the regular entrance, Colonel Anderson told him he had need to pick his way warily, for the place was all mined. As far as I can make out, the fort surrendered to Wigfall, but it is all confusion. Our flag is flying there. Fire engines have been sent for to put out the fire. Everybody tells you half of something, and then rushes off to tell something else, or to hear the last news. In the afternoon, Mrs. Preston, Mrs. Joe Hayward, and I drove around the battery. Footnote: Carolyn Hampton, a daughter of General Wade Hampton of the Revolution, was the wife of John S. Preston, an ardent advocate of secession, who served on the staff of Beauregard at Bull Run, and subsequently reached the rank of brigadier general. End footnote. We were in an open carriage. What a changed scene! The very liveliest crowd I think I ever saw, everybody talking at once. All glasses were still turned on the grim old fort. Russell, the correspondent of the London Times, was there. They took him everywhere. One man got out Thackeray to converse with him on equal terms. Poor Russell was awfully bored, they say. He only wanted to see the fort and to get news suitable to make up into an interesting article. Thackeray had become stale over the water. William Howard Russell, a native of Dublin, who served as correspondent of the London Times during the Crimean War, the Indian Mutiny, the War of Secession, and the Franco-German War. He has been familiarly known as Bull Run Russell. In 1875 he was honorary secretary to the Prince of Wales during the Prince's visit to India. Mrs. Frank Hampton and I went to see the camp of the Richland troops. The Sally Baxter of the recently published Thackeray Letters to an American Family. South Carolina College had volunteered to a boy. Professor Venable, the mathematical, intends to raise a company from among them for the war, a permanent company. This is a grand frolic no more, for the students at least. Even the staid and severe of aspect, Clingman, is here. He says Virginia and North Carolina are arming to come to our rescue, for now the North will swoop down on us. Of that we may be sure. We have burned our ships. We are obliged to go on now. He calls us a poor little hot-blooded, headlong, rash, and troublesome sister State. General McQueen is in a rage because we are to send troops to Virginia. Preston Hampton is in all the flush of his youth and beauty, 6 feet in stature, and after all only in his teens. He appeared in fine clothes and lemon-colored kid gloves to grace the scene. The camp, in a fit of horse-play, seized him and rubbed him in the mud. He fought manfully, but took it all naturally as a good joke. Mrs. Frank Hampton knows already what Civil War means. Her brother was in the New York 7th Regiment, so roughly received in Baltimore. Frank will be in the opposite camp. Good stories there may be and to spare for Russell, the man of the London Times, who has come over here to find out our weakness and our strength, and to tell all the rest of the world about us. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Anne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 4. Camden, South Carolina, April 20, 1861 to April 23, 1861. Camden, South Carolina, April 20, 1861. Home again at Mulberry. In those last days of my stay in Charleston, I did not find time to write a word. And so we took Fort Sumter, nous autres. We, Mrs. Frank Hampton and others, in the passageway of the Mills House between the reception room and the drawing room, for there we held a sofa against all comers. All the agreeable people South seemed to have flocked to Charleston at the first gun. That was after we had found out that bombarding did not kill anybody. Before that we wept and prayed and took our tea in groups in our rooms, away from the haunts of men. Captain Ingraham and his kind also took Fort Sumter, from the battery with field glasses and figures made with their sticks in the sand to show what ought to be done. Wigfall, Chesnut, Miles, Manning took it rowing about the harbor in small boats from fort to fort under the enemy's guns, with bombs bursting in air. And then the boys and men who worked those guns so faithfully at the forts, they took it too, in their own way. Old Colonel Beaufort Watts told me this story and many more of the jeunesse dorée under fire. They took their fire easily, as they do most things. They had cotton bag bomb proofs at Fort Moultrie, and when Anderson's shot knocked them about, someone called out, "Cotton is falling." Then down went the kitchen chimney, loaves of bread flew out, and they cheered gayly, shouting, "Breadstuffs are rising." Willie Preston fired the shot which broke Anderson's flagstaff. Mrs. Hampton from Columbia telegraphed him, "Well done, Willie." She is his grandmother, the wife, or widow, of General Hampton of the Revolution, and the mildest, sweetest, gentlest of old ladies. This shows how the war spirit is waking us all up. Colonel Miles, who won his spurs in a boat, so William Gilmore Simms said, gave us this characteristic anecdote. They met a negro out in the bay rowing toward the city with some plantation supplies, etc. "Are you not afraid of Colonel Anderson's cannon?" he was asked. "No, sir, Mars Anderson ain't daresn't hit me. He know marster wouldn't allow it." William Gilmore Simms, the Southern novelist, was born in Charleston in 1806. He was the author of a great many volumes dealing with Southern life, and at one time they were widely read. I have been sitting idly to day looking out upon this beautiful lawn, wondering if this can be the same world I was in a few days ago. After the smoke and the din of the battle, a calm. April 22d. Arranging my photograph book. On the first page, Colonel Watts. Here goes a sketch of his life, romantic enough, surely. Beaufort Watts, bluest blood, gentleman to the tips of his fingers, chivalry incarnate. He was placed in charge of a large amount of money in bank bills. The money belonged to the State, and he was to deposit it in the bank. On the way he was obliged to stay over one night. He put the roll on a table at his bedside, locked himself in, and slept the sleep of the righteous. Lo, next day when he awaked, the money was gone. Well, all who knew him believed him innocent, of course. He searched and they searched, high and low, but to no purpose. The money had vanished. It was a damaging story, in spite of his previous character, and a cloud rested on him. Years afterward the house in which he had taken that disastrous sleep was pulled down. In the wall, behind the wainscot, was found his pile of money. How the rats got it through so narrow a crack it seemed hard to realize. Like the hole mentioned by Mercutio, it was not as deep as a well, nor as wide as a church door, but it did for Beaufort Watts until the money was found. Suppose that house had been burned or the rats had gnawed up the bills past recognition? People in power understood how this proud man suffered those many years in silence. Many men looked askance at him. The country tried to repair the work of blasting the man's character. He was made Secretary of Legation to Russia, and was afterward our consul at Santa Fe de Bogota. When he was too old to wander far afield, they made him secretary to all the governors of South Carolina in regular succession. I knew him more than 20 years ago as secretary to the governor. He was a made-up old battered dandy, the soul of honor. His eccentricities were all humored. Misfortune had made him sacred. He stood hat in hand before ladies, and bowed, as I suppose Sir Charles Grandison might have done. It was hard not to laugh at the purple and green shades of his over black hair. He came at one time to show me the sword presented to Colonel Shelton for killing the only Indian who was killed in the Seminole War. We bagged Osceola and Micanopy under a flag of truce; that is, they were snared, not shot on the wing. To go back to my knight errant. He knelt, handed me the sword, and then kissed my hand. I was barely 16 and did not know how to behave under the circumstances. He said, leaning on the sword, "My dear child, learn that it is a much greater liberty to shake hands with a lady than to kiss her hand. I have kissed the Empress of Russia's hand, and she did not make faces at me." He looks now just as he did then. He is in uniform, covered with epaulets, aiguillettes, etc., shining in the sun, and with his plumed hat reins up his war steed and bows low as ever. Now I will bid farewell for a while, as Othello did, to all the pomp, pride, and circumstance of glorious war, and come down to my domestic strifes and troubles. I have a sort of volunteer maid, the daughter of my husband's nurse, dear old Betsy. She waits on me because she so pleases. Besides, I pay her. She belongs to my father-in-law, who has too many slaves to care very much about their way of life. So Maria Whitaker came, all in tears. She brushes hair delightfully, and as she stood at my back I could see her face in the glass. "Maria, are you crying because all this war talk scares you?" said I. "No, ma'am." "What is the matter with you?" Nothing more than common. Now listen. Let the war end either way, and you will be free. We will have to free you before we get out of this thing. Won't you be glad? Everybody knows Mars Jeems wants us free, and it is only old Marster holds hard. He ain't going to free anybody any way, you see. And then came the story of her troubles. Now, Miss Mary, you see me married to Jeems Whittaker yourself. I was a good and faithful wife to him, and we were comfortable every way, good house, everything. He had no cause of complaint, but he has left me. For heaven's sake, why? Because I had twins. He says they are not his because nobody named Whittaker ever had twins. Maria is proud in her way, and the behavior of this bad husband has nearly mortified her to death. She has had 3 children in 2 years. No wonder the man was frightened. But then Maria does not depend on him for anything. She was inconsolable, and I could find nothing better to say than, "Come now, Maria. Never mind. Your old missus and Marster are so good to you. Now let us look up something for the twins." The twins are named John and Jeems, the latter for her false loon of a husband. Maria is one of the good colored women. She deserved a better fate in her honest matrimonial attempt. But they do say she has a trying temper. Jeems was tried, and he failed to stand the trial. April 23rd. Note the glaring inconsistencies of life. Our chatelaine locked up Eugene Sue, and returned even Washington Allston's novel with thanks, and a decided hint that it should be burned; at least, it should not remain in her house. Bad books are not allowed house room, except in the library under lock and key, the key in the master's pocket. But bad women, if they are not white, or serve in a menial capacity, may swarm the house unmolested. The ostrich game is thought a Christian act. Such women are no more regarded as a dangerous contingent than canary birds would be. If you show by a chance remark that you see some particular creature, more shameless than the rest, has no end of children, and no beginning of a husband, you are frowned down; you are talking on improper subjects. There are certain subjects pure-minded ladies never touch upon, even in their thoughts. It does not do to be so hard and cruel. It is best to let the sinners alone, poor things. If they are good servants otherwise, do not dismiss them. All that will come straight as they grow older. And it does. They are frantic, one and all, to be members of the church. The Methodist Church is not so pure-minded as to shut its eyes. It takes them up, and turns them out with a high hand if they are found going astray as to any of the 10 Commandments. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Anne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 5. Montgomery, Alabama, April 27, 1861 to May 20, 1861. Montgomery, Alabama, April 27, 1861. Here we are once more. Hon. Robert Barnwell came with us. His benevolent spectacles gave him a most Pickwickian expression. We Carolinians revere his goodness above all things. Everywhere, when the car stopped, the people wanted a speech, and we had one stream of fervid oratory. We came along with a man whose wife lived in Washington. He was bringing her to Georgia as the safest place. The Alabama crowd are not as confident of taking Fort Pickens as we were of taking Fort Sumter. Baltimore is in a blaze. They say Colonel Ben Huger is in command there, son of the Olmutz Huger. General Robert E. Lee, son of Light Horse Harry Lee, has been made General in Chief of Virginia. With such men to the fore, we have hope. The New York Herald says, "Slavery must be extinguished, if in blood." It thinks we are shaking in our shoes at their great mass meetings. We are jolly as larks, all the same. Mr. Chesnut has gone with Wade Hampton to see President Davis about the legion Wade wants to get up. Footnote: Wade Hampton was a son of another Wade Hampton, who was an aide to General Jackson at the battle of New Orleans, and a grandson of still another Wade Hampton, who was a general in the Revolution. He was not in favor of secession, but when the war began he enlisted as a private, and then raised a command of infantry, cavalry, and artillery, which as "Hampton's Legion" won distinction in the war. After the war he was elected Governor of South Carolina, and was then elected to the United States Senate. The President came across the aisle to speak to me at church to day. He was very cordial, and I appreciated the honor. Wigfall is black with rage at Colonel Anderson's account of the fall of Sumter. Wigfall did behave magnanimously, but Anderson does not seem to see it in that light. "Catch me risking my life to save him again," says Wigfall. "He might have been man enough to tell the truth to those New Yorkers, however unpalatable to them a good word for us might have been. We did behave well to him. The only men of his killed, he killed himself, or they killed themselves firing a salute to their old striped rag." Mr. Chesnut was delighted with the way Anderson spoke to him when he went to demand the surrender. They parted quite tenderly. Anderson said, "If we do not meet again on earth, I hope we may meet in heaven." How Wigfall laughed at Anderson giving Chesnut a howdy in the other world. What a kind welcome the old gentleman gave me. One, more affectionate and homely than the others, slapped me on the back. Several bouquets were brought me, and I put them in water around my plate. Then General Owens gave me some violets, which I put in my breastpin. "Oh," said my gutta percha Hemphill, "if I had known how those bouquets were to be honored, I would have been up by daylight seeking the sweetest flowers." John Hemphill was a native of South Carolina who had removed to Texas, where he became Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the State, and in 1858 was elected United States Senator. Governor Moore came in, and of course seats were offered him. "This is a most comfortable chair," cried an overly polite person. "The most comfortable chair is beside Mrs. Chesnut," said the Governor, facing the music gallantly as he sank into it gracefully. "Well done, old fogies." Brown said, "These Southern men have an awfully flattering way with women." Oh, so many are descendants of Irishmen, and so the blarney remains yet, even and in spite of their gray hairs. For it was a group of silver gray flatterers. Yes, blarney as well as bravery came in with the Irish. At Mrs. Davis's reception dismal news, for civil war seemed certain. At Mrs. Toombs's reception Mr. Stevens came by me. Twice before we have had it out on the subject of this Confederacy, once on the cars, coming from Georgia here, once at a supper, where he sat next to me. To day he was not cheerful in his views. I called him half hearted, and accused him of looking back. Man after man came and interrupted the conversation with some frivol-fravol, but we held on. He was deeply interesting, and he gave me some new ideas as to our dangerous situation. Fears for the future and not exultation at our successes pervade his discourse. Dined at the President's and never had a pleasanter day. He is as witty as he is wise. He was very agreeable; he took me in to dinner. The talk was of Washington, nothing of our present difficulties. A General Anderson from Alexandria, D.C., was in doleful dumps. He says the North are so much better prepared than we are. They are organized, or will be, by General Scott. We are in wild confusion. Their army is the best in the world. We are wretchedly armed, etc., etc. They have ships and arms that were ours and theirs. Mrs. Walker, resplendently dressed, one of those gorgeously arrayed persons who fairly shine in the sun, tells me she mistook the inevitable morrow for Mr. Chesnut, and added, "Pass over the affront to my powers of selection." I told her it was an insult to the Palmetto flag. Think of a South Carolina Senator like that. Men come rushing in from Washington with white lips, crying, "Danger! Danger!" It is very tiresome to have these people always harping on this. The enemy's troops are the finest body of men we ever saw. Why did you not make friends of them? I feel disposed to say. We would have war, and now we seem to be letting our golden opportunity pass. We are not preparing for war. There is talk, talk, talk in that Congress. lazy legislators and rash, reckless, headlong, devil-may-care, proud, passionate, unruly, raw material for soldiers. They say we have among us a regiment of spies, men and women, sent here by the wily Seward. Why? Our newspapers tell every word there is to be told by friend or foe. A 2 hours' call from Hon. Robert Barnwell. His theory is, all would have been right if we had taken Fort Sumter 6 months ago. He made this very plain to me. He is clever if erratic. I forget why it ought to have been attacked before. At another reception Mrs. Davis was in fine spirits. Captain Dacier was here; came over in his own yacht. Russell, of the London Times, wondered how we had the heart to enjoy life so thoroughly when all the Northern papers said we were to be exterminated in such a short time. May 9th. Virginia commissioners here. Mr. Staples and Mr. Edmonston came to see me. They say Virginia "has no grievance; she comes out on a point of honor. Could she stand by and see her sovereign sister States invaded?" Sumter Anderson has been offered a Kentucky regiment. Can they raise a regiment in Kentucky against us? In Kentucky, our sister State? Suddenly General Beauregard and his aide, the last left him of the galaxy who surrounded him in Charleston, John Manning, have gone. Heaven knows where, but out on a warpath certainly. Governor Manning called himself the last rose of summer left blooming alone of that fancy staff. A new fight will gather them again. Ben McCulloch, the Texas Ranger, is here, and Mr. Ward, my gutta percha friend's colleague from Texas. Footnote: Matthias Ward was a native of Georgia, but had removed to Texas in 1836. He was twice a delegate to national Democratic conventions, and in 1858 was appointed to fill a vacancy from Texas in the United States Senate, holding that office until 1860. End footnote. Senator Ward in appearance is the exact opposite of Senator Hemphill. The latter, with the face of an old man, has the hair of a boy of 20. Mr. Ward is fresh and fair, with blue eyes and a boyish face, but his head is white as snow. Whether he turned it white in a single night or by slower process I do not know, but it is strangely out of keeping with his clear young eye. He is thin and has a queer stooping figure. This story he told me of his own experience. On a Western steamer there was a great crowd and no unoccupied berth or sleeping place of any sort whatsoever in the gentlemen's cabin saloon, I think they called it. He had taken a stateroom 110, but he could not eject the people who had already seized it and were asleep in it. Neither could the captain. It would have been a case of revolver or 11-inch bowie knife. Near the ladies' saloon the steward took pity on him. "This man," said he, "is 110, and I can find no place for him, poor fellow." There was a peep out of bright eyes. "I say, steward, have you a man 110 years old out there? Let us see him; he must be a natural curiosity." "We are overcrowded," was the answer, "and we can't find a place for him to sleep." "Poor old soul! Bring him in here; we will take care of him." "Stoop and totter," sniggered the steward to number 110, "and go in." "Ah," said Mr. Ward, "how those houris patted and pitied me and hustled me about and gave me the best berth. I tried not to look. I knew it was wrong, but I looked. I saw them undoing their back hair and was lost in amazement at the collapse when the huge hoop skirts fell off, unheeded, on the cabin floor. One beauty who was disporting herself near his curtain suddenly caught his eye. She stooped and gathered up her belongings as she said, "I say, stewardess, your old 110 is a humbug; his eyes are too blue for anything," and she fled as he shut himself in, nearly frightened to death. I forget how it ended; there was so much laughing at his story I did not hear it all. So much for hoary locks and their reverence-inspiring power. Russell, the wandering English newspaper correspondent, was telling how very odd some of our plantation habits were. He was staying at the house of an ex Cabinet minister, and Madam would stand on the back piazza and send her voice 3 fields off, calling a servant. Now that is not a Southern peculiarity. Our women are soft and sweet, low toned, indolent, graceful, quiescent. I dare say there are bawling, squalling, vulgar people everywhere. May 13th. We have been down from Montgomery on the boat to that God forsaken landing, Portland, Alabama. Found everybody drunk; that is, the 3 men who were there. At last secured a carriage to carry us to my brother in law's house. Mr. Chesnut had to drive 7 miles, pitch dark, over an unknown road. My heart was in my mouth, which last I did not open. Next day a patriotic person informed us that so great was the war fever only 6 men could be found in Dallas County. I whispered to Mr. Chesnut, "We found 3 of the lone ones hors de combat at Portland." So much for the corps of reserves, alcoholized patriots. Saw for the first time the demoralization produced by hopes of freedom. My mother's butler, whom I taught to read sitting on his knife board, contrived to keep from speaking to us. He was as efficient as ever in his proper place, but he did not come behind the scenes as usual and have a friendly chat. Held himself aloof so grand and stately we had to send him a tip through his wife Hetty, mother's maid, who, however, showed no signs of disaffection. She came to my bedside next morning with everything that was nice for breakfast. She had let me sleep till midday and embraced me over and over again. I remarked, "What a capital cook they have here." She curtsied to the ground. "I cooked every mouthful on that tray, as if I did not know what you like to eat since you was a baby." May 19th. Mrs. Fitzpatrick says Mr. Davis is too gloomy for her. He says we must prepare for a long war and unmerciful reverses at first, because they are readier for war and so much stronger numerically. Men and money count so in war. "As they do everywhere else," said I, doubting her accurate account of Mr. Davis's spoken words, though she tried to give them faithfully. "We need patience and persistence. There is enough and to spare of pluck and dash among us, the do and dare style." I drove out with Mrs. Davis. She finds playing Mrs. President of this small Confederacy slow work after leaving friends such as Mrs. Emory and Mrs. Joe Johnston in Washington. I do not blame her. The wrench has been awful with us all, but we don't mean to be turned into pillars of salt. Footnote: Mrs. Johnston was Lydia McLean, a daughter of Lewis McLean, United States Senator from Delaware from 1827 to 1829, and afterward Minister to England. In 1831 he became Secretary of the Treasury, and in 1833 Secretary of State. General Joseph E. Johnston was graduated from West Point in 1829 and had served in the Black Hawk, Seminole, and Mexican wars. He resigned his commission in the United States Army on April 22, 1861. End footnote. Mr. Mallory came for us to go to Mrs. Toombs's reception. Mr. Chesnut would not go, and I decided to remain with him. This proved a wise decision. First, Mr. Hunter came. Footnote: Mr. Hunter was a Virginian. He had long served in Congress, was twice Speaker of the House, and in 1844 was elected a United States Senator, serving until 1861. He supported slavery and became active in the secession movement. At the Charleston Convention in 1860 he received the next highest vote to Stephen A. Douglas for President. End footnote. In college they called him, from his initials R.M.T., Run Mad Tom Hunter. Just now I think he is the sanest, if not the wisest, man in our newborn Confederacy. I remember when I first met him. He sat next to me at some state dinner in Washington. Mr. Clay had taken me in to dinner, but seemed quite satisfied that my other side should take me off his hands. Mr. Hunter did not know me, nor I him. I suppose he inquired, or looked at my card lying on the table, as I looked at his. At any rate, we began a conversation which lasted steadily through the whole thing from soup to dessert. Mr. Hunter, though in evening dress, presented a rather tumbled up appearance. His waistcoat wanted pulling down, and his hair wanted brushing. He delivered unconsciously that day a lecture on English literature which, if printed, I still think would be a valuable addition to that literature. Since then I have always looked forward to a talk with the Senator from Virginia with undisguised pleasure. Next came Mr. Miles and Mr. Jamison of South Carolina. The latter was president of our Secession Convention, also has written a life of De Guesclin that is not so bad. So my unexpected reception was of the most charming. Judge Frost came a little later. They all remained until the return of the crowd from Mrs. Toombs's. These men are not sanguine. I can't say without hope exactly. They are agreed in one thing: it is worth while to try a while, if only to get away from New England. Captain Ingraham was here, too. He is South Carolina to the tips of his fingers, yet he has it dyed in the wool, it is part of his nature, to believe the United States Navy can whip anything in the world. All of these little inconsistencies and contrarieties make the times very exciting. One never knows what tack any one of them will take at the next word. May 20th. Lunched at Mrs. Davis's. Everything nice to eat, and I was ravenous. For a fortnight I have not even gone to the dinner table. Yesterday I was forced to dine on cold asparagus and blackberries, so repulsive in aspect was the other food they sent me. Mrs. Davis was as nice as the luncheon. When she is in the mood, I do not know so pleasant a person. She is awfully clever, always. We talked of this move from Montgomery. Mr. Chesnut opposes it violently, because this is so central a position for our government. He wants our troops sent into Maryland in order to make our fight on the border, and so to encompass Washington. I see that the uncomfortable hotels here will at last move the Congress. Our statesmen love their ease, and it will be hot here in summer. "I do hope they will go," Mrs. Davis said. "The Yankees will make it hot for us, go where we will, and truly so if war comes." "And it has come," said I. Yes, I fancy these dainty folks may live to regret losing even the fare of the Montgomery hotels. Never. Mr. Chesnut has three distinct manias. The Maryland scheme is one, and he rushes off to Jeff Davis, who, I dare say, has 50 men every day come to him with infallible plans to save the country. If only he can keep his temper. Mrs. Davis says he answers all advisers in softly modulated, dulcet accents. What a rough menagerie we have here, and if nice people come to see you, up walks an irate judge who engrosses the conversation and abuses the friends of the company generally; that is, abuses everybody and prophesies every possible evil to the country, provided he finds that denouncing your friends does not sufficiently depress you. Everybody has manias, up North, too, by the papers. But of Mr. Chesnut's three crazes. Maryland is to be made the seat of war; old Morrow's idea of buying up steamers abroad for our coast defenses should be adopted; and last of all, but far from the least, we must make much cotton, and send it to England as a bank to draw on. The very cotton we have now, if sent across the water, would be a gold mine to us. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of A Diary from Dixie. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Anne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 6. Charleston, South Carolina, May 25, 1861 to June 24, 1861. Charleston, South Carolina, May 25, 1861. We have come back to South Carolina from the Montgomery Congress, stopping over at Malberry. We came with R. M. T. Hunter and Mr. Barnwell. Mr. Barnwell has excellent reasons for keeping cotton at home, but I forget what they are. Generally, people take what he says, also Mr. Hunter's wisdom, as unanswerable. Not so Mr. Chesnut, who growls at both, much as he likes them. We also had Tom Lang and his wife, and Dr. Boykin. Surely there never was a more congenial party. The younger men had been in the South Carolina College while Mr. Barnwell was president. Their love and respect for him were immeasurable, and he benignly received it, smiling behind those spectacles. Met John Darby at Atlanta and told him he was surgeon of the Hampton Legion, which delighted him. He had had adventures. With only a few moments on the platform to interchange confidences, he said he had remained a little too long in the medical college in Philadelphia, where he was some kind of a professor, and they had been within an ace of hanging him as a Southern spy. Rope was ready, he sniggered. At Atlanta, when he unguardedly said he was fresh from Philadelphia, he barely escaped lynching, being taken for a Northern spy. "Lively life I am having among you, on both sides," he said, hurrying away. And I moaned, Here was John Darby like to have been killed by both sides, and no time to tell me the curious coincidences. What marvelous experiences a little war begins to produce. May 27th. They look for a fight at Norfolk. Beauregard is there. I think if I were a man I'd be there too. Also Harper's Ferry is to be attacked. The Confederate flag has been cut down at Alexandria by a man named Ellsworth, who is in command of Zouaves. Jackson was the name of the person who shot Ellsworth in the act. 60 of our cavalry have been taken by Sherman's brigade. Deeper and deeper we go in. Ephraim Elmer Ellsworth was a native of Saratoga County, New York. In 1860 he organized a regiment of Zouaves and became its colonel. He accompanied Lincoln to Washington in 1861, and was soon sent with his regiment to Alexandria, where, on seeing a Confederate flag floating from a hotel, he personally rushed to the roof and tore it down. The owner of the hotel, a man named Jackson, met him as he was descending and shot him dead. Frank E. Brownell, one of Ellsworth's men, then killed Jackson. 30 of Tom Boykin's company have come home from Richmond. They went as a rifle company, armed with muskets. They were sandhill tackies, those fastidious ones not very anxious to fight with anything, or in any way, I fancy. Richmond ladies had come for them in carriages, feted them, waved handkerchiefs to them, brought them dainties with their own hands, in the faith that every Carolinian was a gentleman, and every man south of Mason and Dixon's line a hero. But these are not exactly descendants of the Scotch Hay, who fought the Danes with his plowshare or the oxen's yoke, or something that could hit hard and that came handy. Johnny has gone as a private in Gregg's regiment. He could not stand it at home any longer. Mr. Chesnut was willing for him to go, because those Sandhill men said this was a rich man's war, and the rich men would be the officers and have an easy time, and the poor ones would be privates. So he said, "Let the gentlemen set the example. Let them go in the ranks." So John Chesnut is a gentleman private. He took his servant with him, all the same. Johnny reproved me for saying, "If I were a man, I would not sit here and dole and drink and drivel and forget the fight going on in Virginia." He said it was my duty not to talk so rashly and make enemies. He "had the money in his pocket to raise a company last fall, but it has slipped through his fingers, and now he is a common soldier." "You wasted it or spent it foolishly," said I. "I do not know where it has gone," said he. "There was too much consulting over me, too much good counsel was given to me, and everybody gave me different advice." "Don't you ever know your own mind?" "We will do very well in the ranks, men and officers all alike. We know everybody." So I repeated Mrs. Lowndes' solemn words when she heard that South Carolina had seceded alone. "As thy days, so shall thy strength be." Don't know exactly what I meant, but thought I must be impressive as he was going away. Saw him off at the train. Forgot to say anything there, but cried my eyes out. Sent Mrs. Wigfall a telegram. "Where shrieks the wild sea mew?" She answered, "Sea mew at the Spotswood Hotel. Will shriek soon. I will remain here." June 6th. Davin. Have had a talk concerning him to day with two opposite extremes of people. Mrs. Chesnut, my mother in law, praises everybody, good and bad. "Judge not," she says. She is a philosopher; she would not give herself the pain to find fault. The Judge abuses everybody, and he does it so well; short, sharp, and incisive are his sentences, and he revels in condemning the world en bloc, as the French say. So nobody is the better for her good word, or the worse for his bad one. In Camden I found myself in a flurry of women. "Traitors!" they cried. "Spies! They ought to be hanged! Davin is taken up. Dean and Davis are his accomplices." What has Davin done? "He'll be hanged, never you mind." For what? "They caught him walking on the trestle work in the swamp. After no good, you may be sure." They won't hang him for that. Hanging is too good for him. "You wait till Colonel Chesnut comes. He is a lawyer," I said, gravely. "Ladies, he will disappoint you. There will be no lynching if he goes to that meeting to day. He will not move a step except by habeas corpus and trial by jury, and a quantity of bench and bar to speak long speeches. Mr. Chesnut did come, and gave a more definite account of poor Davin's precarious situation. They had intercepted treasonable letters of his at the post office. I believe it was not a very black treason after all. At any rate, Mr. Chesnut spoke for him with might and main at the meeting. It was composed, the meeting, of intelligent men with cool heads. And they banished Davin to Fort Sumter. The poor music master can't do much harm in the casemates there. He may thank his stars that Mr. Chesnut gave him a helping hand. In the red-hot state our public mind now is in, there will be a short shrift for spies. Judge Withers said that Mr. Chesnut never made a more telling speech in his life than he did to save this poor Frenchman for whom Judge Lynch was ready. I had never heard of Davin in my life until I heard he was to be hanged. Judge Stephen A. Douglas, the "Little Giant," is dead, one of those killed by the war, no doubt. Trouble of mind. Charleston people are thin-skinned. They shrink from Russell's touches. I find his criticisms mild. He has a light touch. I expected so much worse. Those Englishmen come, somebody says, with 3 P's: pen, paper, prejudices. I dread some of those after-dinner stories. As to that day in the harbor, he let us off easily. He says our men are so fine-looking. Who denies it? Not one of us. Also that it is a silly impression which has gone abroad that men can not work in this climate. We live in the open air and work like Trojans at all manly sports, riding hard, hunting, playing at being soldiers. These fine, manly specimens have been in the habit of leaving the coast when it became too hot there, and also of fighting a duel or two, if kept long sweltering under a Charleston sun. Handsome youths, whose size and muscle he admired so much as they prowled around the Mills house, would not relish hard work in the fields between May and December. Negroes stand a tropical or semi-tropical sun at noonday better than white men. In fighting it is different. Men will not then mind sun, or rain, or wind. Major Emory, when he was ordered West, placed his resignation in the hands of his Maryland brothers. After the Baltimore row the brothers sent it in, but Maryland declined to secede. Mrs. Emory, who at least is 2/3 of that co-partnership, being old Franklin's granddaughter and true to her blood, tried to get it back. The President refused point blank, though she went on her knees. That I do not believe. The Franklin race are stiff-necked and stiff-kneed, not much given to kneeling to God or man, from all accounts. Footnote: William H. Emory had served in Charleston Harbor during the nullification troubles of 1831 to 1836. In 1846 he went to California, afterward served in the Mexican War, and later assisted in running the boundary line between Mexico and the United States under the Gadsden Treaty of 1853. In 1854 he was in Kansas, and in 1858 in Utah. After resigning his commission as related by the author, he was reappointed a lieutenant colonel in the United States Army, and took an active part in the war on the side of the North. End footnote. If Major Emory comes to us, won't he have a good time? Mrs. Davis adores Mrs. Emory. No wonder I fell in love with her myself. I heard of her before I saw her in this wise. Little Banks told me the story. She was dancing at a ball when some bad accident maker for the Evening News rushed up and informed her that Major Emory had been massacred by 10 Indians somewhere out west. She coolly answered him that she had later intelligence; it was not so. Turning a deaf ear, then, she went on dancing. Next night the same officious fool met her with this congratulation: "Oh, Mrs. Emory, it was all a hoax; the Major is alive." She cried, "You are always running about with your bad news," and turned her back on him, or I think it was, "You delight in spiteful stories," or "You are a harbinger of evil." Banks is a newspaper man and knows how to arrange an anecdote for effect. June 12th. Have been looking at Mrs. O'Dowd as she burnished the Meager's arms before Waterloo. And I have been busy, too. My husband has gone to join Beauregard, somewhere beyond Richmond. I feel blue-black with melancholy. But I hope to be in Richmond before long myself. That is some comfort. The war is making us all tenderly sentimental. No casualties yet, no real mourning, nobody hurt. So it is all parade, fife, and fine feathers. Posing we are en grande tenue. There is no imagination here to forestall woe, and only the excitement and wild awakening from everyday, stagnant life are felt. That is, when one gets away from the 2 or 3 sensible men who are still left in the world. When Beauregard's report of the capture of Fort Sumter was printed, Willie Ancrum said, "How is this? Tom Ancrum and Ham Boykin's names are not here. We thought from what they told us that they did most of the fighting." Colonel Magruder has done something splendid on the Peninsula. Bethel is the name of the battle. 300 of the enemy killed, they say. Footnote: John Bankhead Magruder was a graduate of West Point, who had served in the Mexican War, and afterward, while stationed at Newport, Rhode Island, had become famous for his entertainments. When Virginia seceded, he resigned his commission in the United States Army. After the war he settled in Houston, Texas. The Battle of Big Bethel was fought on June 10, 1861. The Federals lost in killed and wounded about 100, among them Theodore Winthrop of New York, author of Cecil Dreeme. The Confederate losses were very slight. Our people, Southerners, I mean, continue to drop in from the outside world. And what a contempt those who seceded a few days sooner feel for those who have just come out. A Camden notable called Jim Vellepig said in the street to day, "At heart Robert E. Lee is against us, that I know." What will not people say in war times? Also, he said that Colonel Kershaw wanted General Beauregard to change the name of the stream near Manassas Station. Bull's Run is so unrefined. Beauregard answered, "Let us try and make it as great a name as your South Carolina Cowpens." Footnote: The Battle of the Cowpens in South Carolina was fought on January 17, 1781, the British, under Colonel Tarleton, being defeated by General Morgan, with a loss to the British of 300 killed and wounded and 500 prisoners. Mrs. Chesnut, born in Philadelphia, can not see what right we have to take Mount Vernon from our Northern sisters. She thinks that ought to be common to both parties. We think they will get their share of this world's goods, do what we may, and we will keep Mount Vernon if we can. No comfort in Mr. Chesnut's letter from Richmond. Unutterable confusion prevails, and discord already. In Charleston a butcher has been clandestinely supplying the Yankee fleet outside the bar with beef. They say he gave the information which led to the capture of the Savannah. They will hang him. Mr. Pettigrew alone in South Carolina has not seceded. When they pray for our President, he gets up from his knees. He might risk a prayer for Mr. Davis. I doubt if it would seriously do Mr. Davis any good. Mr. Pettigrew is too clever to think himself one of the righteous whose prayers avail so overly much. Mr. Pettigrew's disciple, Mr. Bryan, followed his example. Mr. Pettigrew has such a keen sense of the ridiculous he must be laughing in his sleeve at the hubbub this untimely trait of independence has raised. Looking out for a battle at Manassas Station. I am always ill. The name of my disease is a longing to get away from here and go to Richmond. June 19th. In England Mr. Gregory and Mr. Lindsay rise to say a good word for us. Heaven reward them, shower down its choicest blessings on their devoted heads, as the fiction folks say. Barnwell Hayward telegraphed me to meet him at Kingsville, but I was at Cool Spring, Johnny's plantation, and all my clothes were at Sandy Hill, our home in the Sand Hills, so I lost that good opportunity of the very nicest escort to Richmond. Tried to rise above the agonies of everyday life. Read Emerson, too restless. Manassas on the brain. Russell's letters are filled with rubbish about our wanting an English prince to reign over us. He actually intimates that the noisy arming, drumming, marching, proclaiming at the North scares us. Yes, as the making of faces and turning of somersaults by the Chinese scared the English. Mr. Binney has written a letter. It is in the Intelligencer of Philadelphia. Footnote: Horace Binney, one of the foremost lawyers of Philadelphia, who was closely associated with the literary, scientific, and philanthropic interests of his time. His wife was a sister of Mrs. Chesnut, the author's mother-in-law. He offers Lincoln his life and fortune, all that he has put at Lincoln's disposal to conquer us. Queer, we only want to separate from them, and they put such an inordinate value on us. They are willing to risk all, life and limb, and all their money, to keep us, they love us so. Mr. Chesnut is accused of firing the first shot, and his cousin, an ex-West Pointer, writes in a martial fury. They confounded the best shot made on the island the day of the picnic with the first shot at Fort Sumter. This last is claimed by Captain James. Others say it was one of the Gibbses who first fired. But it was Anderson who fired the train which blew up the Union. He slipped into Fort Sumter that night, when we expected to talk it all over. A letter from my husband dated, Headquarters, Manassas Junction, June 16, 1861. My dear Mary, I wrote you a short letter from Richmond last Wednesday, and came here next day. Found the camp all busy and preparing for a vigorous defense. We have here at this camp 7 regiments, and in the same command, at posts in the neighborhood, 6 others, say 10,000 good men. The general and the men feel confident that they can whip twice that number of the enemy, at least. I have been in the saddle for 2 days, all day, with the general, to become familiar with the topography of the country, and the posts he intends to assume, and the communications between them. We learned General Johnston has evacuated Harper's Ferry and taken up his position at Winchester to meet the advancing column of McClellan, and to avoid being cut off by the 3 columns which are advancing upon him. Neither Johnston nor Beauregard considers Harper's Ferry as very important in a strategic point of view. I think it most probable that the next battle you will hear of will be between the forces of Johnston and McClellan. I think what we particularly need is a head in the field, a major general to combine and conduct all the forces, as well as plan a general and energetic campaign. Still, we have all confidence that we will defeat the enemy whenever and wherever we meet in general engagement. Although the majority of the people just around here are with us, still there are many who are against us. God bless you. Yours, James Chesnut, Jr. Mary Hammy and myself are off for Richmond. Reverend Mr. Maynardy, of the Methodist persuasion, goes with us. We are to be under his care. War cloud lowering. Isaac Hayne, the man who fought a duel with Ben Alston across the dinner table and yet lives, is the bravest of the brave. He attacks Russell in the Mercury, in the Public Prince, for saying we wanted an English prince to the fore. Not we, indeed. Every man wants to be at the head of affairs himself. If he cannot be king himself, then a republic, of course. It was hardly necessary to do more than laugh at Russell's absurd idea. There was a great deal of the wildest kind of talk at the Mills House. Russell writes candidly enough of the British in India. We can hardly expect him to suppress what is to our detriment. June 24th. Last night I was awakened by loud talking and candles flashing, tramping of feet, growls dying away in the distance, loud calls from point to point in the yard. Up I started, my heart in my mouth. Some dreadful thing had happened, a battle, a death, a horrible accident. Someone was screaming aloft, that is, from the top of the stairway, hoarsely like a boatswain in a storm. Old Colonel Chesnut was storming at the sleepy negroes looking for fire, with lighted candles, in closets and everywhere else. I dressed and came upon the scene of action. What is it? Any news? No, no, only Mama smells a smell; she thinks something is burning somewhere. The whole yard was alive, literally swarming. There are 60 or 70 people kept here to wait upon this household, 2/3 of them too old or too young to be of any use, but families remain intact. The old colonel has a magnificent voice; I am sure it can be heard for miles. Literally, he was roaring from the piazza, giving orders to the busy crowd who were hunting the smell of fire. Old Mrs. Chesnut is deaf, so she did not know what a commotion she was creating. She is very sensitive to bad odors. Candles have to be taken out of the room to be snuffed. Lamps are extinguished only in the porticos or farther afield. She finds violets oppressive, can only tolerate a single kind of sweet rose. A tea rose she will not have in her room. She was totally innocent of the storm she had raised, and in a mild, sweet voice was suggesting places to be searched. I was weak enough to laugh hysterically. The bombardment of Fort Sumter was nothing to this. After this alarm, enough to wake the dead, the smell was found. A family had been boiling soap. Around the soap pot they had swept up some woolen rags. Raking up the fire to make all safe before going to bed, this was heaped up with the ashes, and its faint smoldering tainted the air, at least to Mrs. Chesnut's nose, 200 yards or more away. Yesterday some of the negro men on the plantation were found with pistols. I have never before seen aught about any negro to show that they knew we had a war on hand in which they have any interest. Mrs. John de Saussure bade me good by and God bless you. I was touched. Camden people never show any more feeling or sympathy than Red Indians, except at a funeral. It is expected of all to howl then, and if you don't show feeling, indignation awaits the delinquent. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Anne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 7. Richmond, Virginia, June 27, 1861 to July 4, 1861. Richmond, Virginia, June 27, 1861. Mr. Menardi was perfect in the part of traveling companion. He had his pleasures, too. The most pious and eloquent of parsons is human, and he enjoyed the converse of the eminent persons who turned up on every hand and gave their views freely on all matters of state. Mr. Lawrence Keitt joined us en route. With him came his wife and baby. We don't think alike, but Mr. Keitt is always original and entertaining. Already he pronounces Jeff Davis a failure and his cabinet a farce. Prophetic, I suggested, as he gave his opinion before the administration had fairly got under way. He was fierce in his fault-finding as to Mr. Chesnut's vote for Jeff Davis. He says Mr. Chesnut over-persuaded the judge, and those two turned the tide, at least with the South Carolina delegation. We wrangled, as we always do. He says Howell Cobb's common sense might have saved us. Two quiet, unobtrusive Yankee schoolteachers were on the train. I had spoken to them, and they had told me all about themselves. So I wrote on a scrap of paper, "Do not abuse our home and house so before these Yankee strangers going North. Those girls are schoolmistresses returning from whence they came." Soldiers everywhere. They seem to be in the air, and certainly to fill all space. Keitt quoted a funny Georgia man who says we try our soldiers to see if they are hot enough before we enlist them. If, when water is thrown on them, they do not sizz, they won't do; their patriotism is too cool. To show they were wide awake and sympathizing enthusiastically, every woman from every window of every house we passed waved a handkerchief, if she had one. This fluttering of white flags from every side never ceased from Camden to Richmond. Another new symptom: parties of girls came to every station simply to look at the troops passing. They always stood, the girls I mean, in solid phalanx, and as the sun was generally in their eyes, they made faces. Mary Hammy never tired of laughing at this peculiarity of her sister patriots. At the depot in Richmond, Mr. Mallory, with Wigfall and Garnett, met us. We had no cause to complain of the warmth of our reception. They had a carriage for us, and our rooms were taken at the Spotswood. But then the people who were in the rooms engaged for us had not departed at the time they said they were going. They lingered among the delights of Richmond, and we knew of no law to make them keep their words and go. Mrs. Preston had gone for a few days to Manassas, so we took her room. Mrs. Davis is as kind as ever. She met us in one of the corridors accidentally, and asked us to join her party and to take our meals at her table. Mr. Preston came, and we moved into a room so small there was only space for a bed, washstand, and glass over it. My things were hung up out of the way on nails behind the door. As soon as my husband heard we had arrived, he came, too. After dinner he sat smoking, the solitary chair of the apartment tilted against the door as he smoked, and my poor dresses were fumigated. I remonstrated feebly. "War times," said he. "Nobody is fussy now. When I go back to Manassas tomorrow you will be awfully sorry you snubbed me about those trumpery things up there." So he smoked the pipe of peace, for I knew that his remarks were painfully true. As soon as he was once more under the enemy's guns, I would repent in sackcloth and ashes. Captain Ingraham came with Colonel Lamar. The latter said he could only stay 5 minutes; he was obliged to go back at once to his camp. That was a little before 8. However, at 12 he was still talking to us on that sofa. We taunted him with his fine words to the F.F.V. crowd before the Spotswood: "Virginia has no grievance; she raises her strong arm to catch the blow aimed at her weaker sisters." He liked it well, however, that we knew his speech by heart. Lucius Quintus Cincinnatus Lamar, a native of Georgia and of Huguenot descent, who got his classical names from his father. His father got them from an uncle who claimed the privilege of bestowing upon his nephew the full name of his favorite hero. When the war began, Mr. Lamar had lived for some years in Mississippi, where he had become successful as a lawyer and had been elected to Congress. He entered the Confederate Army as the colonel of a Mississippi regiment. He served in Congress after the war, and was elected to the United States Senate in 1877. In 1885 he became Secretary of the Interior, and in 1888 a Justice of the United States Supreme Court. This Spotswood is a miniature world. The war topic is not so much avoided as that everybody has some personal dignity to take care of, and everybody else is indifferent to it. I mean the personal dignity of autrui. In this wild confusion, everything likely and unlikely is told you, and then everything is as flatly contradicted. At any rate, it is safest not to talk of the war. Trescott was telling us how they laughed at little South Carolina in Washington. People said it was almost as large as Long Island, which is hardly more than a tail feather of New York. Always there is a child who sulks and won't play. That was our role. And we were posing as San Marino and all model-spirited, though small, republics pose. He tells us that Lincoln is a humorist. Lincoln sees the fun of things. He thinks if they had left us in a corner or out in the cold a while pouting, with our fingers in our mouth, by hook or by crook he could have got us back, but Anderson spoiled all. In Mrs. Davis's drawing room last night the President took a seat by me on the sofa where I sat. He talked for nearly an hour. He laughed at our faith in our own powers. We are like the British. We think every Southerner equal to 3 Yankees at least. We will have to be equivalent to a dozen now. After his experience of the fighting qualities of Southerners in Mexico, he believes that we will do all that can be done by pluck and muscle, endurance, and dogged courage, dash, and red-hot patriotism. And yet his tone was not sanguine. There was a sad refrain running through it all. For one thing, either way, he thinks it will be a long war. That floored me at once. It has been too long for me already. Then he said, before the end came we would have many a bitter experience. He said only fools doubted the courage of the Yankees, or their willingness to fight when they saw fit. And now that we have stung their pride, we have roused them till they will fight like devils. Mrs. Bradley Johnson is here, a regular heroine. She outgeneraled the Governor of North Carolina in some way, and has got arms and clothes and ammunition for her husband's regiment. There was some joke. The regimental breeches were all wrong, but a tailor righted that. Hind part before, or something odd. Bradley Tyler Johnson, a native of Maryland and graduate of Princeton, who had studied law at Harvard. At the beginning of the war he organized a company at his own expense in defense of the South. He was the author of A Life of General Joseph E. Johnston. Captain Hartstein came to day with Mrs. Bartow. Colonel Bartow is colonel of a Georgia regiment now in Virginia. He was the mayor of Savannah who helped to wake the patriotic echoes the livelong night under my sleepless head into the small hours in Charleston in November last. His wife is a charming person, witty and wise, daughter of Judge Berrien. She had on a white muslin apron with pink bows on the pockets. It gave her a gay and girlish air, and yet she must be as old as I am. Mr. Lamar, who does not love slavery more than Sumner does, nor than I do, laughs at the compliment New England pays us. We want to separate from them, to be rid of the Yankees forever at any price. And they hate us so, and would clasp us, or grapple us, as Polonius has it, to their bosoms with hooks of steel. We are an unwilling bride. I think incompatibility of temper began when it was made plain to us that we got all the opprobrium of slavery, and they all the money there was in it with their tariff. Mr. Lamar says the young men are light-hearted because there is a fight on hand, but those few who look ahead, the clear heads, they see all the risk, the loss of land, limb, and life, home, wife, and children. As in the brave days of old, they take to it for their country's sake. They are ready and willing, come what may, but not so light-hearted as the jeunesse dorée. June 29th. Mrs. Preston, Mrs. Wigfall, Mary Hammy, and I drove in a fine open carriage to see the Champ de Mars. It was a grand tableau out there. Mr. Davis rode a beautiful gray horse the Arab Edwin de Leon brought him from Egypt. His worst enemy will allow that he is a consummate rider, graceful and easy in the saddle, and Mr. Chesnut, who has talked horse with his father ever since he was born, owns that Mr. Davis knows more about horses than any man he has met yet. General Lee was there with him, also Joe Davis and Wigfall acting as his aides. Poor Mr. Lamar has been brought from his camp paralysis or some sort of shock. Every woman in the house is ready to rush into the Florence Nightingale business. I think I will wait for a wounded man to make my first effort as Sister of Charity. Mr. Lamar sent for me. As everybody went, Mr. Davis setting the example, so did I. Lamar will not die this time. Will men flatter and make eyes, until their eyes close in death, at the ministering angels? He was the same old Lamar of the drawing room. It is pleasant at the President's table. My seat is next to Joe Davis, with Mr. Browne on the other side and Mr. Mallory opposite. There is great constraint, however. As soon as I came I repeated what the North Carolina man said on the cars, that North Carolina had 20,000 men ready, and they were kept back by Mr. Walker, etc. The President caught something of what I was saying and asked me to repeat it, which I did, although I was scared to death. Madam, when you see that person, tell him his statement is false. We are too anxious here for troops to refuse a man who offers himself, not to speak of 20,000 men. Silence ensued, of the most profound. Uncle H. gave me $300 for his daughter Mary's expenses, making 4 in all that I have of hers. He would pay me 100, which he said he owed my husband for a horse. I thought it an excuse to lend me money. I told him I had enough and to spare for all my needs until my colonel came home from the wars. Ben Alston, the Governor's son, is here. Came to see me. Does not show much of the wit of the Pettigrews. Pleasant person, however. Mr. Brewster and Wigfall came at the same time. The former, chafing at Wigfall's anomalous position here, gave him fiery advice. Mr. Wigfall was calm and full of common sense. A brave man, and without a thought of any necessity for displaying his temper, he said, "Brewster, at this time, before the country is strong and settled in her new career, it would be disastrous for us, the head men, to engage in a row among ourselves." As I was brushing flies away and fanning the prostrate Lamar, I reported Mr. Davis's conversation of the night before. "He is all right," said Mr. Lamar. "The fight had to come. We are men, not women. The quarrel had lasted long enough. We hate each other so, the fight had to come. Even Homer's heroes, after they had stormed and scolded enough, fought like brave men long and well. If the athlete, Sumner, had stood on his manhood and training and struck back when Preston Brooks assailed him, Preston Brooks's blow need not have been the opening skirmish of the war. Sumner's country took up the fight because he did not. Sumner chose his own battlefield, and it was the worse for us. What an awful blunder that Preston Brooks business was. Lamar said Yankees did not fight for the fun of it; they always made it pay or let it alone. Met Mr. Lyon with news indeed. A man here in the midst of us taken with Lincoln's passports, etc., in his pocket. A palpable spy. Mr. Lyon said he would be hanged, in all human probability, that is. A letter from my husband written at Camp Pickens and saying, "If you and Mrs. Preston can make up your minds to leave Richmond, and can come up to a nice little country house near Orange Court House, we could come to see you frequently while the army is stationed here. It would be a safe place for the present, near the scene of action and directly in the line of news from all sides." So we go to Orange Court House. Read the story of Soulouque, the Haytian man. He has wonderful interest just now. Faustin Elie Soulouque, a negro slave of Hayti, who, having been freed, took part in the insurrection against the French in 1803, and rose by successive steps until in August, 1849, by the unanimous action of the Parliament, he was proclaimed Emperor. Slavery has to go, of course, and joy go with it. These Yankees may kill us and lay waste our land for a while, but conquer us? Never. July 4th. Russell abuses us in his letters. People here care a great deal for what Russell says, because he represents the London Times, and the Times reflects the sentiment of the English people. How we do cling to the idea of an alliance with England or France. Without France, even Washington could not have done it. We drove to the camp to see the President present a flag to a Maryland regiment. Having lived on the battlefield, Kirkwood, near Camden, we have an immense respect for the Maryland line. At Camden, in August, 1780, was fought a battle between General Gates and Lord Cornwallis, in which Gates was defeated. In April of the following year, near Camden, Lord Rawdon defeated General Greene. When our militia in that fight ran away, Colonel Howard and the Marylanders held their own against Rawdon, Cornwallis, and the rest, and everywhere around are places named for a doughty captain killed in our defense Kirkwood, DeKalb, etc. The last, however, was a Prussian count. A letter from my husband, written June 22d, has just reached me. He says: "We are very strongly posted, entrenched, and have now at our command about 15,000 of the best troops in the world. We have, besides, 2 batteries of artillery, a regiment of cavalry, and daily expect a battalion of flying artillery from Richmond. We have sent forward 7 regiments of infantry and rifles toward Alexandria. Our outposts have felt the enemy several times, and in every instance the enemy recoils. General Johnston has had several encounters, the advancing columns of the 2 armies, and with him, too, the enemy, although always superior in numbers, are invariably driven back. There is great deficiency in the matter of ammunition. General Johnston's command, in the very face of overwhelming numbers, have only 30 rounds each. If they had been well provided in this respect, they could and would have defeated Cadwalader and Patterson with great ease. I find the opinion prevails throughout the army that there is great imbecility and shameful neglect in the War Department. Unless the Republicans fall back, we must soon come together on both lines and have a decided engagement. But the opinion prevails here that Lincoln's army will not meet us if they can avoid it. They have already fallen back before a slight check from 400 of Johnston's men. They had 700 and were badly beaten. You have no idea how dirty and irksome the camp life is. You would hardly know your best friend in camp guise. Noise of drums, tramp of marching regiments all day long, rattling of artillery wagons, bands of music, friends from every quarter coming in. We ought to be miserable and anxious, and yet these are pleasant days. Perhaps we are unnaturally exhilarated and excited. Heard some people in the drawing room say, "Mrs. Davis's ladies are not young, are not pretty," and I am one of them. The truthfulness of the remark did not tend to alleviate its bitterness. We must put Maggie Howell and Mary Hammy in the foreground, as youth and beauty are in request. At least they are young things, bright spots in a somber tinted picture. The President does not forbid our going, but he is very much averse to it. We are consequently frightened by our own audacity, but we are willful women, and so we go. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Anne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 8. Fauquier, White Sulphur Springs, Virginia, July 6, 1861 to July 11, 1861. Fauquier, White Sulphur Springs, Virginia, July 6, 1861. Mr. Brewster came here with us. The cars were jammed with soldiers to the muzzle. They were very polite and considerate, and we had an agreeable journey in spite of heat, dust, and crowd. Reverend Robert Barnwell was with us. He means to organize a hospital for sick and wounded. There was not an inch of standing room even, so dusty, so close, but everybody in tip-top spirits. Mr. Preston and Mr. Chesnut met us at Warrenton. Saw across the lawn, but did not speak to them, some of Judge Campbell's family. There they wander, disconsolate, just outside the gates of their paradise, a resigned judge of the Supreme Court of the United States. Resigned, and for a cause that he is hardly more than half in sympathy with. Judge Campbell's is one of the hardest cases. July 7th. This water is making us young again. How these men enjoy the baths. They say Beauregard can stop the way with 60,000. That many are coming. An antique female, with every hair curled and frizzed, said to be a Yankee spy, sits opposite us. Brewster solemnly wondered, with eternity and the judgment to come so near at hand, how she could waste her few remaining minutes curling her hair. He bade me be very polite, for she would ask me questions. When we were walking away from table, I demanded his approval of my self-control under such trying circumstances. It seems I was not as calm and forbearing as I thought myself. Brewster answered with emphasis, "Do you always carry brickbats like that in your pocket ready for the first word that offends you? You must not do so when you are with spies from the other side." I do not feel at all afraid of spies hearing anything through me, for I do not know anything. But our men could not tarry with us in these cool shades and comfortable quarters, with water unlimited, excellent table, etc. They have gone back to Manassas, and the faithful Brewster with them, to bring us the latest news. They left us in excellent spirits, which we shared until they were out of sight. We went with them to Warrenton, and then heard that General Johnston was in full retreat, and that a column was advancing upon Beauregard. So we came back all forlorn. If our husbands are taken prisoners, what will they do with them? Are they soldiers or traitors? Mrs. Ould read us a letter from Richmond. How horrified they are there at Joe Johnston's retreating. And the enemies of the War Department accuse Walker of not sending General Johnston ammunition in sufficient quantities. Say that is the real cause of his retreat. Now will they not make the ears of that slow coach, the Secretary of War, buzz? Mrs. Preston's maid, Maria, has a way of rushing in. "Don't you hear the cannon?" We fly to the windows, lean out to our waists, pull all the hair away from our ears, but can not hear it. Lincoln wants 400 millions of money, and men in proportion. Can he get them? He will find us a heavy handful. Midnight. I hear Maria's guns. We are always picking up some good thing of the rough Illinoisan's saying. Lincoln objects to some man, "Oh, he is too interruptious." That is a horrid style of man or woman, the interruptious. I know the thing, but had no name for it before. July 9th. Our battle summer. May it be our first and our last so called. After all, we have not had any of the horrors of war. Could there have been a gayer or pleasanter life than we led in Charleston? And Montgomery, how exciting it all was there! So many clever men and women congregated from every part of the South. Mosquitoes, and a want of neatness, and a want of good things to eat, drove us away. In Richmond the girls say it is perfectly delightful. We found it so too, but the bickering and quarreling have begun there. At table to day we heard Mrs. Davis's ladies described. They were said to wear red frocks and flats on their heads. We sat mute as mice. One woman said she found the drawing room of the Spotswood was warm, stuffy, and stifling. "Poor soul," murmured the inevitable Brewster, "and no man came to air her in the moonlight stroll, you know. Why didn't somebody ask her out on the piazza to see the comet?" Heavens above, what philandering was done in the name of the comet! When you stumbled on a couple on the piazza they lifted their eyes and "comet" was the only word you heard. Brewster came back with a paper from Washington with terrific threats of what they will do to us. Threatened men live long. There was a soft, sweet, low, and slow young lady opposite to us. She seemed so gentle and refined, and so uncertain of everything. Mr. Brewster called her Miss Albina McClush, who always asked her maid, when a new book was mentioned, "Seraphina, have I perused that volume?" Mary Hammy, having a fiancé in the wars, is inclined at times to be sad and tearful. Mrs. Preston quoted her negro nurse to her: "Never take any more trouble in your heart than you can kick off at the end of your toes." July 11th. We did hear cannon to day. The woman who slandered Mrs. Davis's Republican court, of which we are honorable members, by saying they, well, were not young, that they wore gaudy colors, and dressed badly. I took an inventory to day as to her charms. She is darkly, deeply, beautifully freckled. She wears a wig which is kept in place by a tiara of mock jewels. She has the fattest of arms, and wears black bead bracelets. The one who is under a cloud, shadowed as a Yankee spy, has confirmed our worst suspicions. She exhibited unholy joy as she reported 700 sick soldiers in the hospital at Culpeper, and that Beauregard had sent a flag of truce to Washington. What a night we had! Maria had seen suspicious persons hovering about all day, and Mrs. Preston a ladder which could easily be placed so as to reach our rooms. Mary Hammy saw lights glancing about among the trees, and we all heard guns. So we sat up. Consequently, I am writing in bed to day. A letter from my husband, saying in particular, "Our orders are to move on." The date July 10th. Here we are still, and no more prospect of movement now than when I last wrote to you. It is true, however, that the enemy is advancing slowly in our front, and we are preparing to receive him. He comes in great force, being more than 3 times our number. The spy, so called, gave us a parting shot, said Beauregard had arrested her brother in order that he might take a fine horse which the aforesaid brother was riding. Why? Beauregard, at a moment's notice, could have any horse in South Carolina, or Louisiana for that matter. This man was arrested and sent to Richmond, and "will be acquitted as they always are," said Brewster. They send them first to Richmond to see and hear everything there, then they acquit them and send them out of the country by way of Norfolk to see everything there. But after all, what does it matter? They have no need for spies; our newspapers keep no secrets hid. The thoughts of our hearts are all revealed. Everything with us is open and above board. At Bethel the Yankees fired too high. Every daily paper is jeering them about it yet. They'll fire low enough next time, but no newspaper man will be there to get the benefit of their improved practice, alas! End of chapter 8. Chapter 9, Part 1 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Anne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 9, Richmond, Virginia, July 13, 1861 to September 2, 1861. Part 1. Richmond, Virginia, July 13, 1861. Now we feel safe and comfortable. We can not be flanked. Mr. Preston met us at Warrenton. Mr. Chesnut doubtless had too many spies to receive from Washington, galloping in with the exact numbers of the enemy done up in their back hair. Wade Hampton is here. Dr. Nott also. Nott and Glidden known to fame. Everybody is here en route for the army, or staying for the meeting of Congress. Lamar is out on crutches. His father in law, once known only as the humorist Longstreet, author of Georgia Scenes, now a staid Methodist, who has outgrown the follies of his youth, bore him off to day. They say Judge Longstreet has lost the keen sense of fun that illuminated his life in days of yore. Augustus Baldwin Longstreet had great distinction in the South as a lawyer, clergyman, teacher, journalist, and author, and was successively president of 5 different colleges. His Georgia Scenes, a series of humorous papers, enjoyed great popularity for many years. Mrs. Lamar and her daughter were here. The President met us cordially, but he laughed at our sudden retreat, with baggage lost, etc. He tried to keep us from going, said it was a dangerous experiment. Dare say he knows more about the situation of things than he chooses to tell us. To day in the drawing room saw a vivandière in the flesh. She was in the uniform of her regiment, but wore Turkish pantaloons. She frisked about in her hat and feathers, did not uncover her head as a man would have done, played the piano, and sang war songs. She had no drum, but she gave us rataplan. She was followed at every step by a mob of admiring soldiers and boys. Yesterday, as we left the cars, we had a glimpse of war. It was the saddest sight; the memory of it is hard to shake off. Sick soldiers, not wounded ones. There were quite 200, they said, lying about as best they might on the platform. Robert Barnwell was there doing all he could. Their pale, ghastly faces. So here is one of the horrors of war we had not reckoned on. There were many good men and women with Robert Barnwell, rendering all the service possible in the circumstances. Reverend Robert Barnwell, nephew of Honorable Robert Barnwell, established in Richmond a hospital for South Carolinians. Just now I happened to look up and saw Mr. Chesnut with a smile on his face watching me from the passageway. I flew across the room, and as I got half way saw Mrs. Davis touch him on the shoulder. She said he was to go at once into Mr. Davis's room, where General Lee and General Cooper were. After he left us, Mrs. Davis told me General Beauregard had sent Mr. Chesnut here on some army business. July 14th. Mr. Chesnut remained closeted with the President and General Lee all the afternoon. The news does not seem pleasant. At least, he is not inclined to tell me any of it. He satisfied himself with telling me how sensible and soldierly this handsome General Lee is. General Lee's military sagacity was also his theme. Of course, the President dominated the party as well by his weight of brain as by his position. I did not care a fig for a description of the War Council. I wanted to know what is in the wind now. July 16th. Dined to day at the President's table. Joe Davis, the nephew, asked me if I liked white port wine. I said I did not know; all that I had ever known had been dark red. So he poured me out a glass. I drank it, and it nearly burned up my mouth and throat. It was horrid, but I did not let him see how it annoyed me. I pretended to be glad that any one found me still young enough to play off a practical joke upon me. It was 30 years since I had thought of such a thing. Met Colonel Baldwin in the drawing room. He pointed significantly to his Confederate colonel's buttons and gray coat. At the White Sulphur last summer he was a Union man to the last point. "How much have you changed besides your coat?" "I was always true to our country," he said. "She leaves me no choice now." As far as I can make out, Beauregard sent Mr. Chesnut to the President to gain permission for the forces of Joe Johnston and Beauregard to join, and, united, to push the enemy, if possible, over the Potomac. Now every day we grow weaker and they stronger, so we had better give a telling blow at once. Already we begin to cry out for more ammunition, and already the blockade is beginning to shut it all out. A young Emory is here. His mother writes him to go back. Her Franklin blood certainly calls him with no uncertain sound to the Northern side, while his fatherland is wavering and undecided, split in half by factions. Mrs. Wigfall says he is half inclined to go. She wondered that he did not. With a father in the enemy's army, he will always be suspect here, let the President and Mrs. Davis do for him what they will. I did not know there was such a bitter cry left in me, but I wept my heart away to day when my husband went off. Things do look so black. When he comes up here he rarely brings his body servant, a negro man. Lawrence has charge of all Mr. Chesnut's things, watch, clothes, and 200 or 300 gold pieces that lie in the tray of his trunk. All these, papers, etc., he tells Lawrence to bring to me if anything happens to him. But I said, "Maybe he will pack off to the Yankees and freedom with all that." Fiddlesticks! He is not going to leave me for anybody else. After all, what can he ever be better than he is now, a gentleman's gentleman? He is within sound of the enemy's guns, and when he gets to the other army he is free. Maria said of Mr. Preston's man, "What he want with anything more if he was free? Don't he live just as well as Mars John do now?" Mrs. McLean, Mrs. Joe Johnston, Mrs. Wigfall, all came. I am sure so many clever women could divert a soul in extremis. The Hampton Legion all in a snarl, about I forget what, standing on their dignity, I suppose. I have come to detest a man who says, "My own personal dignity and self respect require." I long to cry, "No need to respect yourself until you can make other people do it." July 19th. Beauregard telegraphed yesterday, they say to General Johnston, "Come down and help us or we shall be crushed by numbers." The President telegraphed General Johnston to move down to Beauregard's aid. At Bull Run, Bonham's brigade, Ewell's, and Longstreet's encountered the foe and repulsed him. 600 prisoners have been sent here. I arose, as the Scriptures say, and washed my face and anointed my head and went downstairs. At the foot of them stood General Cooper, radiant, one finger nervously arranging his shirt collar, or adjusting his neck to it, after his fashion. He called out, "Your South Carolina man, Bonham, has done a capital thing at Bull Run, driven back the enemy, if not defeated him, with killed and prisoners," etc., etc. Clingman came to tell the particulars, and Colonel Smith, one of the trio with Garnett, McClellan, who were sent to Europe to inspect and report on military matters. Poor Garnett is killed. There was cowardice or treachery on the part of natives up there, or some of Governor Letcher's appointments to military posts. I hear all these things said. I do not understand, but it was a fatal business. Mrs. McLean says she finds we do not believe a word of any news unless it comes in this guise: "A great battle fought, not one Confederate killed. Enemy's loss in killed, wounded, and prisoners taken by us, immense." I was in hopes there would be no battle until Mr. Chesnut was forced to give up his amateur aideship to come and attend to his regular duties in the Congress. Keitt has come in. He says Bonham's battle was a skirmish of outposts. Joe Davis, Jr., said, "Would Heaven only send us a Napoleon?" Not one bit of use; if Heaven did, Walker would not give him a commission. Mrs. Davis and Mrs. Joe Johnston, her dear Lydia, were in fine spirits. The effect upon Nous Autres was evident. We rallied visibly. South Carolina troops pass every day. They go by with a gay step. Tom Taylor and John Rhett bowed to us from their horses, as we leaned out of the windows. Such shaking of handkerchiefs! We are forever at the windows. It was not such a mere skirmish. We took 3 rifled cannon and 600 stands of arms. Mr. Davis has gone to Manassas. He did not let Wigfall know he was going. That ends the delusion of Wigfall's aideship. No mistake to day. I was too ill to move out of my bed, so they all sat in my room. July 22d. Mrs. Davis came in so softly that I did not know she was here until she leaned over me and said, "A great battle has been fought." Footnote: The first battle of Bull Run, or Manassas, fought on July 21, 1861, the Confederates being commanded by General Beauregard and the Federals by General McDowell. Bull Run is a small stream tributary to the Potomac. End footnote. Joe Johnston led the right wing and Beauregard the left wing of the army. Your husband is all right. Wade Hampton is wounded. Colonel Johnston of the Legion killed. So are Colonel B. and Colonel Bartow. Kirby Smith is wounded or killed. Footnote: Edmund Kirby Smith, a native of Florida, who had graduated from West Point, served in the Mexican War, and been professor of mathematics at West Point. He resigned his commission in the United States Army after the secession of Florida. I had no breath to speak. She went on in that desperate, calm way to which people betake themselves under the greatest excitement. Bartow, rallying his men, leading them into the hottest of the fight, died gallantly at the head of his regiment. The President telegraphs me only that it is a great victory. General Cooper has all the other telegrams. Still I said nothing. I was stunned. Then I was so grateful. Those nearest and dearest to me were safe still. She then began, in the same concentrated voice, to read from a paper she held in her hand. Dead and dying cover the field. Sherman's battery taken. Lynchburg regiment cut to pieces. 300 of the Legion wounded. That got me up. Times were too wild with excitement to stay in bed. We went into Mrs. Preston's room, and she made me lie down on her bed. Men, women, and children streamed in. Every living soul had a story to tell. "Complete victory!" you heard everywhere. We had been such anxious wretches. The revulsion of feeling was almost too much to bear. To day I met my friend, Mr. Hunter. I was on my way to Mrs. Bartow's room and begged him to call at some other time. I was too tearful just then for a morning visit from even the most sympathetic person. A woman from Mrs. Bartow's country was in a fury because they had stopped her as she rushed to be the first to tell Mrs. Bartow her husband was killed, it having been decided that Mrs. Davis should tell her. Poor thing! She was found lying on her bed when Mrs. Davis knocked. "Come in," she said. When she saw it was Mrs. Davis, she sat up, ready to spring to her feet. But then there was something in Mrs. Davis's pale face that took the life out of her. She stared at Mrs. Davis, then sank back and covered her face as she asked, "Is it bad news for me?" Mrs. Davis did not speak. "Is he killed?" Afterward Mrs. Bartow said to me, "As soon as I saw Mrs. Davis's face, I could not say one word. I knew it all in an instant. I knew it before I wrapped the shawl about my head." Maria, Mrs. Preston's maid, furiously patriotic, came into my room. "These colored people say it is printed in the papers here that the Virginia people done it all. Now Mars Wade had so many of his men killed and he wounded, it stands to reason that South Carolina was no ways backward. If there was ever anything plain, that's plain." Tuesday. Witnessed for the first time a military funeral. As that march came wailing up, they say Mrs. Bartow fainted. The empty saddle and the led war horse. We saw and heard it all, and now it seems we are never out of the sound of the Dead March in Saul. It comes and it comes, until I feel inclined to close my ears and scream. Yesterday Mrs. Singleton and ourselves sat on a bedside and mingled our tears for those noble spirits, John Darby, Theodore Barker, and James Lowndes. To day we find we wasted our grief; they are not so much as wounded. I dare say all the rest is true about them, in the face of the enemy, with flags in their hands, leading their men. But Dr. Darby is a surgeon. He is as likely to forget that as I am. He is grandson of Colonel Thompson of the Revolution, called by way of pet name by his soldiers, Old Danger. Thank heaven they are all quite alive. And we will not cry next time until officially notified. July 24th. Here Mr. Chesnut opened my door and walked in. Out of the fullness of the heart the mouth speaketh. I had to ask no questions. He gave me an account of the battle as he saw it, walking up and down my room, occasionally seating himself on a window sill, but too restless to remain still many moments, and told what regiments he was sent to bring up. He took the orders to Colonel Jackson, whose regiment stood so stock still under fire that they were called a stone wall. Also, they called Beauregard Eugene, and Johnston Marlborough. Mr. Chesnut rode with Lay's cavalry after the retreating enemy in the pursuit, they following them until midnight. Then there came such a fall of rain, rain such as is only known in semi-tropical lands. In the drawing room Colonel Chesnut was the belle of the ball; they crowded him so for news. He was the first arrival that they could get at from the field of battle. But the women had to give way to the dignitaries of the land, who were as filled with curiosity as themselves Mr. Barnwell, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Cobb, Captain Ingraham, etc. Wilmot de Saussure says Wilson of Massachusetts, a Senator of the United States, came to Manassas, en route to Richmond, with his dancing shoes ready for a festive scene which was to celebrate a triumph. Henry Wilson, son of a farm laborer and self educated, who rose to much prominence in the anti slavery contests before the war. He was elected United States Senator from Massachusetts in 1855, holding the office until 1873, when he resigned, having been elected Vice President of the United States on the ticket with Ulysses S. Grant. The New York Tribune said, "In a few days we shall have Richmond, Memphis, and New Orleans. They must be taken, and at once." For "a few days" maybe now they will modestly substitute "in a few years." They brought me a Yankee soldier's portfolio from the battlefield. The letters had been franked by Senator Harlan. James Harlan, United States Senator from Iowa from 1855 to 1865. In 1865 he was appointed Secretary of the Interior. One might shed tears over some of the letters. Women, wives and mothers, are the same everywhere. What a comfort the spelling was! We had been willing to admit that their universal free school education had put them, rank and file, ahead of us literarily, but these letters do not attest that fact. The spelling is comically bad. July 27th. Mrs. Davis's drawing room last night was brilliant, and she was in great force. Outside a mob called for the President. He did speak, an old war horse who sensed the battlefield from afar. His enthusiasm was contagious. They called for Colonel Chesnut, and he gave them a capital speech, too. As public speakers say sometimes, "It was the proudest moment of my life." I did not hear a great deal of it, for always, when anything happens of any moment, my heart beats up in my ears, but the distinguished Carolinians who crowded round told me how good a speech he made. I was dazed. There goes the Dead March for some poor soul. To day the President told us at dinner that Mr. Chesnut's eulogy of Bartow in the Congress was highly praised. Men liked it. 2 eminently satisfactory speeches in 24 hours is doing pretty well. And now I could be happy, but this Cabinet of ours are in such bitter quarrels among themselves, everybody abusing everybody. Last night, while those splendid descriptions of the battle were being given to the crowd below from our windows, I said, "Then why do we not go on to Washington?" "You mean, why did they not? The opportunity is lost." Mr. Barnwell said to me, "Silence, we want to listen to the speaker," and Mr. Hunter smiled compassionately, "Don't ask awkward questions." Kirby Smith came down on the turnpike in the very nick of time. Still, the heroes who fought all day and held the Yankees in check deserve credit beyond words, or it would all have been over before the Joe Johnston contingent came. It is another case of the 11th hour scrape. The 11th hour men claim all the credit, and they who bore the heat and brunt and burden of the day do not like that. Everybody said at first, "Pshaw! There will be no war." Those who foresaw evil were called ravens, ill foreboders. Now the same sanguine people all cry, "The war is over," the very same who were packing to leave Richmond a few days ago. Many were ready to move on at a moment's warning, when the good news came. There are such owls everywhere. But to revert to the other kind, the sage and circumspect, those who say very little, but that little shows they think the war barely begun. Mr. Reeves and Mr. Seddon have just called. Arnoldus Vanderhorst came to see me at the same time. He said there was no great show of victory on our side until 2 o'clock, but when we began to win, we did it in double quick time. I mean, of course, the battle last Sunday. Arnold Harris told Mr. Wigfall the news from Washington last Sunday. For hours the telegrams reported at rapid intervals, "Great victory, defeating them at all points." The couriers began to come in on horseback, and at last, after 2 or 3 o'clock, there was a sudden cessation of all news. About 9 messengers with bulletins came on foot or on horseback, wounded, weary, draggled, footsore, panic-stricken, spreading in their path on every hand terror and dismay. That was our opportunity. Wigfall can see nothing that could have stopped us, and when they explain why we did not go to Washington, I understand it all less than ever. Yet here we will dilly-dally, and Congress orate, and generals parade, until they in the North get up an army 3 times as large as McDowell's, which we have just defeated. Trescott says this victory will be our ruin. It lulls us into a fool's paradise of conceit at our superior valor, and the shameful farce of their flight will wake every inch of their manhood. It was the very fillip they needed. There are a quieter sort here who know their Yankees well. They say if the thing begins to pay, government contracts and all that, we will never hear the end of it, at least until they get their pay in some way out of us. They will not lose money by us, of that we may be sure. Trust Yankee shrewdness and vim for that. There seems to be a battle raging at Bethel, but no mortal here can be got to think of anything but Manassas. Mrs. McLean says she does not see that it was such a great victory, and if it be so great, how can one defeat hurt a nation like the North? John Waddies fought the whole battle over for me. Now I understand it. Before this, nobody would take the time to tell the thing consecutively, rationally, and in order. Mr. Venable said he did not see a braver thing done than the cool performance of a Columbia negro. He carried his master a bucket of ham and rice, which he had cooked for him, and he cried, "You must be so tired and hungry, master. Make haste and eat." This was in the thickest of the fight, under the heaviest of the enemy's guns. The Federal Congressmen had been making a picnic of it. Their luggage was all ticketed to Richmond. Cameron has issued a proclamation. They are making ready to come after us on a magnificent scale. They acknowledge us at last foemen worthy of their steel. The Lord help us, since England and France won't, or don't. If we could only get a friend outside and open a port. One of these men told me he had seen a Yankee prisoner who asked him what sort of a diggins Richmond was for trade. He was tired of the old concern and would like to take the oath and settle here. They brought us handcuffs found in the debacle of the Yankee army. For whom were they? Jeff Davis, no doubt, and the ringleaders. Tell that to the marines. We have outgrown the handcuff business on this side of the water. Dr. Gibbes says he was at a country house near Manassas when a Federal soldier, who had lost his way, came in exhausted. He asked for brandy, which the lady of the house gave him. Upon second thought he declined it. She brought it to him so promptly he said he thought it might be poisoned. His mind was. She was enraged and said, "Sir, I am a Virginia woman. Do you think I could be as base as that? Here, Bill, Tom, disarm this man. He is our prisoner." The negroes came running, and the man surrendered without more ado. Another Federal was drinking at the well. A negro girl said, "You go in and see Missis." The man went in, and she followed, crying triumphantly, "Look here, Missis, I got a prisoner, too." This lady sent in her 2 prisoners, and Beauregard complimented her on her pluck and patriotism and her presence of mind. These negroes were rewarded by their owners. Now, if slavery is as disagreeable to negroes as we think it, why don't they all march over the border where they would be received with open arms? It all amazes me. I am always studying these creatures. They are to me inscrutable in their way and past finding out. Our negroes were not ripe for John Brown. This is how I saw Robert E. Lee for the first time, though his family, then living at Arlington, called to see me while I was in Washington. I thought because of old Colonel Chesnut's intimacy with Nellie Custis in the old Philadelphia days, Mrs. Lee being Nellie Custis's niece. I had not known the head of the Lee family. He was somewhere with the army then. Last summer at the White Sulphur were Roony Lee and his wife, that sweet little Charlotte Wickham, and I spoke of Roony with great praise. Mrs. Izard said, "Don't waste your admiration on him; wait till you see his father. He is the nearest to a perfect man I ever saw." How? In every way, handsome, clever, agreeable, high bred. Now Mrs. Stanard came for Mrs. Preston and me to drive to the camp in an open carriage. A man riding a beautiful horse joined us. He wore a hat with something of a military look to it, sat his horse gracefully, and was so distinguished at all points that I very much regretted not catching his name as Mrs. Stanard gave it to us. He, however, heard ours, and bowed as gracefully as he rode, and the few remarks he made to each of us showed he knew all about us. But Mrs. Stanard was in ecstasies of pleasurable excitement. I felt that she had bagged a big fish, for just then they abounded in Richmond. Mrs. Stanard accused him of being ambitious, etc. He remonstrated and said his tastes were of the simplest. He only wanted "a Virginia farm, no end of cream and fresh butter, and fried chicken; not one fried chicken, or two, but unlimited fried chicken." To all this light chat did we seriously incline, because the man and horse and everything about him were so fine looking perfection, in fact no fault to be found if you hunted for it. As he left us, I said eagerly, "Who is he?" "You did not know? Why, it was Robert E. Lee, son of Light Horse Harry Lee, the first man in Virginia," raising her voice as she enumerated his glories. "All the same, I like Smith Lee better, and I like his looks, too. I know Smith Lee well. Can anybody say they know his brother? I doubt it. He looks so cold, quiet, and grand." Kirby Smith is our Blucher. He came on the field in the nick of time, as Blucher at Waterloo, and now we are as the British, who do not remember Blucher. It is all Wellington. So every individual man I see fought and won the battle. From Kershaw up and down, all the 11th hour men won the battle, turned the tide. The Marylanders, Elzey and company, one never hears of, as little as one hears of Blucher in the English stories of Waterloo. Mr. Venable was praising Hugh Garden and Kershaw's regiment generally. This was delightful. They are my friends and neighbors at home. I showed him Mary Stark's letter, and we agreed with her. At the bottom of our hearts we believe every Confederate soldier to be a hero, sans peur et sans reproche. Hope for the best to day. Things must be on a pleasanter footing all over the world. Met the President in the corridor. He took me by both hands. "Have you breakfasted?" said he. "Come in and breakfast with me." Alas, I had had my breakfast. At the public dining room, where I had taken my breakfast with Mr. Chesnut, Mrs. Davis came to him while we were at table. She said she had been to our rooms. She wanted Wigfall hunted up. Mr. Davis thought Chesnut would be apt to know his whereabouts. I ran to Mrs. Wigfall's room, who told me she was sure he could be found with his regiment in camp, but Mr. Chesnut had not to go to the camp, for Wigfall came to his wife's room while I was there. Mr. Davis and Wigfall would be friends if The Northern papers say we hung and quartered a Zouave, cut him into 4 pieces, and that we tie prisoners to a tree and bayonet them. In other words, we are savages. It ought to teach us not to credit what our papers say of them. It is so absurd an imagination of evil. We are absolutely treating their prisoners as well as our own men. We are complained of for it here. I am going to the hospitals for the enemy's sick and wounded in order to see for myself. Why did we not follow the flying foe across the Potomac? That is the question of the hour in the drawing room with those of us who are not contending as to who took Ricketts Battery. Allen Green, for one, took it. Allen told us that, finding a portmanteau with nice clean shirts, he was so hot and dusty he stepped behind a tree and put on a clean Yankee shirt and was more comfortable. The New York Tribune soothes the Yankee self-conceit, which has received a shock, by saying we had 100,000 men on the field at Manassas. We had about 15,000 effective men in all. And then the Tribune tries to inflame and envenom them against us by telling lies as to our treatment of prisoners. They say when they come against us next it will be in overwhelming force. I long to see Russell's letter to the London Times about Bull Run and Manassas. It will be rich and rare. In Washington it is crimination and recrimination. Well, let them abuse one another to their heart's content. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of A Diary from Dixie. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Anne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 9, Richmond, Virginia, Part 2. August 1st. Mrs. Wigfall, with the Lone Star flag in her carriage, called for me. We drove to the fair grounds. Mrs. Davis's landau, with her spanking bays, rolled along in front of us. The fair grounds are as covered with tents, soldiers, etc., as ever. As one regiment moves off to the army, a fresh one from home comes to be mustered in and take its place. The President with his aides dashed by. My husband was riding with him. The President presented the flag to the Texans. Mr. Chesnut came to us for the flag and bore it aloft to the President. We seemed to come in for part of the glory. We were too far off to hear the speech, but Jeff Davis is very good at that sort of thing, and we were satisfied that it was well done. Heavens, how that redoubtable Wigfall did rush those poor Texans about! He maneuvered and marched them until I was weary for their sakes. Poor fellows! It was a hot afternoon in August, and the thermometer in the 90s. Mr. Davis uncovered to speak. Wigfall replied with his hat on. Is that military? At the fair grounds to day, such music, mustering, and marching, such cheering and flying of flags, such firing of guns, and all that sort of thing. A gala day it was, with double distilled Fourth of July feeling. In the midst of it all, a messenger came to tell Mrs. Wigfall that a telegram had been received, saying her children were safe across the lines in Gordonsville. That was something to thank God for, without any doubt. These two little girls came from somewhere in Connecticut with Mrs. Wigfall's sister, the one who gave me my Bogotsky, the only person in the world, except Susan Rutledge, who ever seemed to think I had a soul to save. Now, suppose Seward had held Louisa and Fanny as hostages for Louis Wigfall's good behavior, eh? Excitement number 2. That bold brigadier, the Georgia General Toombs, charging about too recklessly, got thrown. His horse dragged him up to the wheels of our carriage. For a moment it was frightful. Down there among the horse's hoofs was a face turned up toward us, purple with rage. His foot was still in the stirrup, and he had not let go the bridle. The horse was prancing over him, tearing and plunging. Everybody was hemming him in, and they seemed so slow and awkward about it. We felt it an eternity, looking down at him, and expecting him to be killed before our very faces. However, he soon got it all straight, and, though awfully tousled and tumbled, dusty, rumpled, and flushed, with redder face and wilder hair than ever, he rode off gallantly, having, to our admiration, bravely remounted the recalcitrant charger. Now, if I were to pick out the best abused one, where all catch it so bountifully, I should say Mr. Commissary General Northrop was the most cussed and vilified man in the Confederacy. He is held accountable for everything that goes wrong in the army. He may not be efficient, but having been a classmate and crony of Jeff Davis at West Point, points the moral and adorns the tale. I hear that alluded to oftenest of his many crimes. They say Beauregard writes that his army is upon the verge of starvation. Here every man, woman, and child is ready to hang to the first lamp-post anybody of whom that army complains. Every Manassas soldier is a hero dear to our patriotic hearts. Put up with any neglect of the heroes of the 21st July? Never. And now they say we did not move on right after the flying foe because we had no provisions, no wagons, no ammunition, etc. Rain, mud, and Northrop. Where were the enemy's supplies that we bragged so of bagging? Echo answers, where? Where there is a will, there is a way. We stopped to plunder that rich convoy, and somehow, for a day or so, everybody thought the war was over and stopped to rejoice. So it appeared here. All this was our dinner table talk to day. Mr. Mason dined with us, and Mr. Barnwell sits by me always. The latter reproved me sharply, but Mr. Mason laughed at this headlong, unreasonable woman's harangue and female tactics and their war ways. A freshet in the autumn does not compensate for a drought in the spring. Time and tide wait for no man, and there was a tide in our affairs which might have led to Washington, and we did not take it, and lost our fortune this round. Things which nobody could deny. McClellan virtually supersedes the Titan, Scott. Physically, General Scott is the largest man I ever saw. Mrs. Scott said, "Nobody but his wife could ever know how little he was." And yet they say old Winfield Scott could have organized an army for them if they had had patience. They would not give him time. August 2d. Prince Jerome has gone to Washington. Footnote: Jerome Napoleon Bonaparte, a grandson of Napoleon Bonaparte's brother Jerome and of Elizabeth Patterson of Baltimore. He was a graduate of West Point, but had entered the French army, where he saw service in the Crimea, Algiers, and Italy, taking part in the Battle of Balaclava, the siege of Sebastopol, and the Battle of Solferino. He died in Massachusetts in 1893. End footnote. Now, the Yankees so far are as little trained as we are. Raw troops are they as yet. Suppose France takes the other side and we have to meet disciplined and armed men, soldiers who understand war, Frenchmen with all the élan we boast of. Ransom Calhoun, Willie Preston, and Dr. Nott's boys are here. These foolish, rash, hare-brained Southern lads have been within an ace of a fight with a Maryland company for their camping grounds. It is much too Irish to be so ready to fight anybody, friend or foe. Men are thrilling with fiery ardor. The red-hot Southern martial spirit is in the air. These young men, however, were all educated abroad, and it is French or German ideas that they are filled with. The Marylanders were as rash and reckless as the others, and had their coat tails ready for anybody to tread on, Donnybrook Fair fashion. One would think there were Yankees enough and to spare for any killing to be done. It began about picketing their horses. But these quarrelsome young soldiers have lovely manners. They are so sweet-tempered when seen here among us at the Arlington. August 5th. A heavy, heavy heart. Another missive from Jordan, querulous and fault-finding. Things are all wrong. Beauregard's Jordan had been crossed. Not the stream "in Canaan's fair and happy land where our possessions lie." They seem to feel that the war is over here, except the President and Mr. Barnwell. Above all, that foreboding friend of mine, Captain Ingraham. He thinks it hardly begun. Another outburst from Jordan. Beauregard is not seconded properly. Hélas! To think that any mortal general, even though he had sprung up in a month or so from captain of artillery to general, could be so puffed up with vanity, so blinded by any false idea of his own consequence as to write, to intimate that man or men would sacrifice their country, injure themselves, ruin their families, to spite the aforesaid general. Conceit and self-assertion can never reach a higher point than that. And yet they give you to understand Mr. Davis does not like Beauregard. In point of fact, they fancy he is jealous of him, and rather than Beauregard shall have a showing, the President, who would be hanged at least if things go wrong, will cripple the army to spite Beauregard. Mr. Mallory says, "How we could laugh, but you see it is no laughing matter to have our fate in the hands of such self-sufficient, vain army idiots." So the amenities of life are spreading. In the meantime, we seem to be resting on our oars, debating in Congress, while the enterprising Yankees are quadrupling their army at their leisure. Every day some of our regiments march away from here. The town is crowded with soldiers. These new ones are fairly running in, fearing the war will be over before they get a sight of the fun. Every man from every little precinct wants a place in the picture. Tuesday. The North requires 600,000 men to invade us. Truly, we are a formidable power. The Herald says it is useless to move with a man less than that. England has made it all up with them, or rather, she will not break with them. Jerome Napoleon is in Washington and not our friend. Dr. Gibbs is a bird of ill omen. Today he tells me 8 of our men have died at the Charlottesville hospital. It seems sickness is more redoubtable in an army than the enemy's guns. There are 1,100 there hors de combat, and typhoid fever is with them. They want money, clothes, and nurses. So, as I am writing, right and left the letters fly, calling for help from the sister societies at home. Good and patriotic women at home are easily stirred to their work. Mary Hammy has many strings to her bow, a fiancé in the army, and Dr. Berrien in town. To day she drove out with Major Smith and Colonel Hood. Yesterday Custis Lee was here. She is a prudent little puss and needs no good advice, if I were one to give it. Lawrence does all our shopping. All his master's money has been in his hands until now. I thought it injudicious, when gold is at such a premium, to leave it lying loose in the tray of a trunk. So I have sewed it up in a belt, which I can wear upon an emergency. The cloth is wadded, and my diamonds are there too. It has strong strings, and can be tied under my hoops about my waist, if the worst comes to the worst, as the saying is. Lawrence wears the same bronze mask. No sign of anything he may feel or think of my latest fancy. Only I know he asks for twice as much money now when he goes to buy things. August 8th. Today I saw a sword captured at Manassas. The man who brought the sword, in the early part of the fray, was taken prisoner by the Yankees. They stripped him, possessed themselves of his sleeve buttons, and were in the act of depriving him of his boots when the rout began and the play was reversed. Proceedings then took the opposite tack. From a small rill in the mountain has flowed the mighty stream which has made at last Louis Wigfall the worst enemy the President has in the Congress, a fact which complicates our affairs no little. Mr. Davis's hands ought to be strengthened; he ought to be upheld. A divided house must fall, we all say. Mrs. Sam Jones, who is called Becky by her friends and cronies, male and female, said that Mrs. Pickens had confided to the aforesaid Jones, née Taylor, and so of the President Taylor family and cousin of Mr. Davis's first wife, that Mrs. Wigfall described Mrs. Davis to Mrs. Pickens as a coarse Western woman. Now, the fair Lucy Holcombe and Mrs. Wigfall had a quarrel of their own out in Texas, and, though reconciled, there was bitterness underneath. At first Mrs. Joe Johnston called Mrs. Davis a Western belle, but when the quarrel between General Johnston and the President broke out, Mrs. Johnston took back the belle and substituted woman in the narrative derived from Mrs. Jones. Footnote: Mrs. Davis was born in Natchez, Mississippi, and educated in Philadelphia. She was married to Mr. Davis in 1845. In recent years her home has been in New York City, where she still resides, December 1904. End footnote. Commodore Barron came with glad tidings. Footnote: Samuel Barron was a native of Virginia who had risen to be a captain in the United States Navy. At the time of secession he received a commission as Commodore in the Confederate Navy. End footnote. We had taken 3 prizes at sea and brought them in safely, one laden with molasses. General Toombs told us the President complimented Mr. Chesnut when he described the battle scene to his cabinet, etc. General Toombs is certain Colonel Chesnut will be made one of the new batch of brigadiers. Next came Mr. Clayton, who calmly informed us Jeff Davis would not get the vote of this Congress for President, so we might count him out. Mr. Maynardy first told us how pious a Christian soldier was Kershaw, how he prayed, got up, dusted his knees, and led his men on to victory with a dash and courage equal to any Old Testament mighty man of war. Governor Manning's account of Prince Jerome Napoleon. He is stout and he is not handsome. Neither is he young, and as he reviewed our troops he was terribly overheated. He heard him say en avant. Of that he could testify of his own knowledge, and he was told he had been heard to say with unction, allons, more than once. The sight of the battlefield had made the Prince seasick, and he received gratefully a draught of fiery whiskey. Arago seemed deeply interested in Confederate statistics, and praised our doughty deeds to the skies. It was but soldier fare our guests received, though we did our best. It was hard sleeping and worse eating in camp. Beauregard is half Frenchman and speaks French like a native. So one awkward mess was done away with, and it was a comfort to see Beauregard speak without the agony of finding words in the foreign language and forming them, with damp brow, into sentences. A different fate befell others who spoke a little French. General and Mrs. Cooper came to see us. She is Mrs. Smith Lee's sister. They were talking of old George Mason. In Virginia, a name to conjure with. George Mason violently opposed the extension of slavery. He was a thorough aristocrat, and gave as his reason for refusing the blessing of slaves to the new States, Southwest and Northwest, that vulgar new people were unworthy of so sacred a right as that of holding slaves. It was not an institution intended for such people as they were. Mrs. Lee said, "After all, what good does it do my sons that they are Light Horse Harry Lee's grandsons and George Mason's? I do not see that it helps them at all." A friend in Washington writes me that we might have walked into Washington any day for a week after Manassas, such were the consternation and confusion there. But the god Pan was still blowing his horn in the woods. Now she says Northern troops are literally pouring in from all quarters. The horses cover acres of ground, and she thinks we have lost our chance forever. A man named Gray, the same gentleman whom Secretary of War Walker so astonished by greeting him with, "Well, sir, and what is your business?" described the battle of the 21st as one succession of blunders, redeemed by the indomitable courage of the two-thirds who did not run away on our side. Dr. Mason said a fugitive on the other side informed him that "a million of men with the devil at their back could not have whipped the rebels at Bull Run." That's nice. There must be opposition in a free country, but it is very uncomfortable. United we stand, divided we fall. Mrs. Davis showed us in the New York Tribune an extract from an Augusta, Georgia, paper saying, "Cobb is our man. Davis is at heart a Reconstructionist." We may be flies on the wheel, we know our insignificance, but Mrs. Preston and myself have entered into an agreement. Our oath is recorded on high. We mean to stand by our President and to stop all fault finding with the powers that be, if we can and where we can, be the fault finders generals or cabinet ministers. August 13th. Hon. Robert Barnwell says, "The Mercury's influence began this opposition to Jeff Davis before he had time to do wrong. They were offended, not with him so much as with the man who was put into what they considered Barnwell Rhett's rightful place. The latter had howled nullification and secession so long that when he found his ideas taken up by all the Confederate world, he felt he had a vested right to leadership." Jordan, Beauregard's aide, still writes to Mr. Chesnut that the mortality among the raw troops in that camp is fearful. Everybody seems to be doing all they can. Think of the British sick and wounded away off in the Crimea. Our people are only a half day's journey by rail from Richmond. With a grateful heart I record the fact of reconciliation with the Wigfalls. They dined at the President's yesterday, and the little Wigfall girls stayed all night. Seward is feting the Outsiders, the cousin of the Emperor, Napoleon III, and Russell of the omnipotent London Times. August 14th. Last night there was a crowd of men to see us, and they were so markedly critical. I made a futile effort to record their sayings, but sleep and heat overcame me. Today I cannot remember a word. One of Mr. Mason's stories relates to our sources of trustworthy information. A man of very respectable appearance standing on the platform at the depot announced, "I am just from the seat of war." Out came pencil and paper from the newspaper men on the qui vive. "Is Fairfax Court House burned?" they asked. "Yes, burned yesterday." "But I am just from there," said another. "Left it standing there all right an hour or so ago." "Oh, but I must do them justice to say they burned only the tavern, for they did not want to tear up and burn anything else after the railroad." "There is no railroad at Fairfax Court House," objected the man just from Fairfax. "Oh, indeed!" said the seat of war man. "I did not know that; is that so?" And he coolly seated himself and began talking of something else. Our people are lashing themselves into a fury against the prisoners. Only the mob in any country would do that. But I am told to be quiet. Decency and propriety will not be forgotten, and the prisoners will be treated as prisoners of war ought to be in a civilized country. August 15th. Mrs. Randolph came. With her were the Freelands, Rose and Maria. The men rave over Mrs. Randolph's beauty. called her a magnificent specimen of the finest type of dark-eyed, rich, and glowing Southern womankind. Clear brunette she is, with the reddest lips, the whitest teeth, and glorious eyes. There is no other word for them. Having given Mrs. Randolph the prize among Southern beauties, Mr. Clayton said Prentiss was the finest Southern orator. Mr. Marshall and Mr. Barnwell dissented; they preferred William C. Preston. Mr. Chesnut had found Colquitt the best or most effective stump orator. Saw Henry Dees Nott. He is just from Paris, via New York. Says New York is ablaze with martial fire. At no time during the Crimean War was there ever in Paris the show of soldiers preparing for the war such as he saw at New York. The face of the earth seemed covered with marching regiments. Not more than 500 effective men are in Hampton's Legion, but they kept the whole Yankee army at bay until half past 2. Then, just as Hampton was wounded and half his colonel shot, Cash and Kershaw, from Mrs. Smith Lee audibly, "How about Kirby Smith?" dashed in and not only turned the tide, but would have driven the fugitives into Washington, but Beauregard recalled them. Mr. Chesnut finds all this very amusing, as he posted many of the regiments, and all the time was carrying orders over the field. The discrepancies in all these private memories amuse him, but he smiles pleasantly and lets every man tell the tale in his own way. August 16th. Mr. Barnwell says, "Fame is an article usually homemade. You must create your own puffs, or superintend their manufacture. And you must see that the newspapers print your own military reports. No one else will give you half the credit you take to yourself. No one will look after your fine name before the world with the loving interest and faith you have yourself." August 17th. Captain Shannon, of the Kirkwood Rangers, called and has stayed 3 hours. Has not been under fire yet, but is keen to see or to hear the flashing of the guns. Proud of himself, proud of his company, but proudest of all that he has no end of the bluest blood of the low country in his troop. He seemed to find my knitting a pair of socks a day for the soldiers droll in some way. The yarn is coarse. He has been so short a time from home he does not know how the poor soldiers need them. He was so overpoweringly flattering to my husband that I found him very pleasant company. August 18th. Found it quite exciting to have a spy drinking his tea with us, perhaps because I knew his profession. I did not like his face. He is said to have a scheme by which Washington will fall into our hands like an overripe peach. Mr. Barnwell urges Mr. Chesnut to remain in the Senate. There are so many generals, or men anxious to be. He says Mr. Chesnut can do his country most good by wise counsels where they are most needed. I do not say to the contrary. I dare not throw my influence on the army side, for if anything happened. Mr. Miles told us last night that he had another letter from General Beauregard. The general wants to know if Mr. Miles has delivered his message to Colonel Kershaw. Mr. Miles says he has not done so, neither does he mean to do it. They must settle these matters of veracity according to their own military etiquette. He is a civilian once more. It is a foolish wrangle. Colonel Kershaw ought to have reported to his commander in chief and not made an independent report and published it. He meant no harm. He is not yet used to the fine ways of war. The New York Tribune is so unfair. It began by howling to get rid of us, we were so wicked. Now that we are so willing to leave them to their over-righteous self-consciousness, they cry, "Crush our enemy, or they will subjugate us." The idea that we want to invade or subjugate anybody! We would be only too grateful to be left alone. We ask no more of gods or men. Went to the hospital with a carriage load of peaches and grapes. Made glad the hearts of some men thereby. When my supplies gave out, those who had none looked so wistfully as I passed out that I made a second raid on the market. Those eyes sunk in cavernous depths and following me from bed to bed haunt me. Wilmot de Saussure harrowed my soul by an account of a recent death by drowning on the beach at Sullivan's Island. Mr. Porcher, who was trying to save his sister's life, lost his own and his child's. People seem to die out of the army quite as much as in it. Mrs. Randolph presided in all her beautiful majesty at an aid association. The ladies were old, and all wanted their own way. They were cross-grained and contradictory, and the blood mounted rebelliously into Mrs. Randolph's clear-cut cheeks, but she held her own with dignity and grace. One of the causes of disturbance was that Mrs. Randolph proposed to divide everything sent on equally with the Yankee wounded and sick prisoners. Some were enthusiastic from a Christian point of view; some shrieked in wrath at the bare idea of putting our noble soldiers on a par with Yankees, living, dying, or dead. Fierce dames were some of them, august, severe matrons, who evidently had not been accustomed to hear the other side of any question from anybody, and just old enough to find the last pleasure in life to reside in power, the power to make their claws felt. August 23d. A brother of Dr. Garnett has come fresh and straight from Cambridge, Massachusetts, and says, or is said to have said, with all the difference there is between the two, that recruiting up there is dead. He came by Cincinnati and Pittsburgh, and says all the way through it was so sad, mournful, and quiet it looked like Sunday. I asked Mr. Brewster if it were true Senator Toombs had turned brigadier. Yes, soldiering is in the air; everyone will have a touch of it. Toombs could not stay in the cabinet. Why? Incompatibility of temper. He rides too high a horse, that is, for so despotic a person as Jeff Davis. I have tried to find out the sore, but I can't. Mr. Toombs has been out with them all for months. Dissension will break out. Everything does, but it takes a little time. There is a perfect magazine of discord and discontent in that cabinet. Only wants a hand to apply the torch, and up they go. Toombs says old Memminger has his back up as high as any. Oh, such a day! Since I wrote this morning I have been with Mrs. Randolph to all the hospitals. I can never again shut out of view the sights I saw there of human misery. I sit thinking, shut my eyes, and see it all. Thinking, yes, and there is enough to think about now, God knows. Gillen's was the worst, with long rows of ill men on cots, ill of typhoid fever, of every human ailment. On dinner tables for eating and drinking, wounds being dressed. All the horrors to be taken in at one glance. Then we went to the St. Charles. Horrors upon horrors again. Want of organization, long rows of dead and dying, awful sights. A boy from home had sent for me. He was dying in a cot, ill of fever. Next him a man died in convulsions as we stood there. I was making arrangements with a nurse, hiring him to take care of this lad, but I do not remember any more, for I fainted. Next that I knew of, the doctor and Mrs. Randolph were having me, a limp rag, put into a carriage at the door of the hospital. Fresh air, I dare say, brought me to. As we drove home, the doctor came along with us, I was so upset. He said, "Look at that Georgia regiment marching there. Look at their servants on the sidewalk. I have been counting them, making an estimate. There is $16,000 worth of negro property which can go off on its own legs to the Yankees whenever it pleases." August 24th. Daniel, of the Examiner, was at the President's. Wilmot de Saussure wondered if a fellow did not feel a little queer, paying his respects in person at the house of a man whom he abused daily in his newspaper. A fiasco. An aide engaged to two young ladies in the same house. The ladies had been quarreling, but became friends unexpectedly when his treachery, among many other secrets, was revealed under that august roof. Fancy the row when it all came out. Mr. Lowndes said we have already reaped one good result from the war. The orators, the spouters, the furious patriots that could hardly be held down, and who were so wordily anxious to do or die for their country, they had been the pest of our lives. Now they either have not tried the battlefield at all, or have precipitately left it at their earliest convenience. For very shame we are rid of them for a while. I doubt it. Bright's speech is dead against us. Reading this does not brighten one. Footnote: the reference is to John Bright, whose advocacy of the cause of the Union in the British Parliament attracted a great deal of attention at the time. End footnote. August 25th. Mr. Barnwell says democracies lead to untruthfulness. To be always electioneering is to be always false. So both we and the Yankees are unreliable as regards our own exploits. How about empires? Were there ever more stupendous lies than the Emperor Napoleon's? Mr. Barnwell went on, "People dare not tell the truth in a canvass. They must conciliate their constituents. Now everybody in a democracy always wants an office. At least, everybody in Richmond just now seems to want one." Never heeding interruptions, he went on, "As a nation, the English are the most truthful in the world. And so are our country gentlemen. They own their constituents, at least in some of the parishes where there are few whites, only immense estates peopled by negroes." Thackeray speaks of the lies that were told on both sides in the British wars with France. England kept quite alongside of her rival in that fine art. England lied then as fluently as Russell lies about us now. Went to see Agnes de Leon, my Columbia school friend. She is fresh from Egypt, and I wish to hear of the Nile, the crocodiles, the mummies, the Sphinx, and the pyramids. But her head ran upon Washington life, such as we knew it, and her soul was here. No theme was possible but a discussion of the latest war news. Mr. Clayton, Assistant Secretary of State, says we spend $2 millions a week. Where is all that money to come from? They don't want us to plant cotton, but to make provisions. Now cotton always means money, or did when there was an outlet for it and anybody to buy it. Where is money to come from now? Mr. Barnwell's new joke, I dare say, is a Joe Miller, but Mr. Barnwell laughed in telling it till he cried. A man was fined for contempt of court, and then, his case coming on, the judge talked such arrant nonsense and was so warped in his mind against the poor man that the fined one walked up and handed the august judge a $5 bill. "Why, what is that for?" said the judge. "Oh, I feel such a contempt of this court coming on again." I came up tired to death, took down my hair, had it hanging over me in a Crazy Jane fashion, and sat still, hands over my head, half undressed but too lazy and sleepy to move. I was sitting in a rocking chair by an open window, taking my ease and the cool night air, when suddenly the door opened and Captain walked in. He was in the middle of the room before he saw his mistake. He stared and was transfixed, as the novels say. I dare say I looked an ancient Gorgon. Then with a more frantic glare he turned and fled without a word. I got up and bolted the door after him, and then looked in the glass and laughed myself into hysterics. I shall never forget to lock the door again. But it does not matter in this case. I looked totally unlike the person bearing my name, who, covered with lace cap, etc., frequents the drawing room. I doubt if he would know me again. End of Chapter 9, Part 2. Chapter 9, Part 3 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Anne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 9, Part 3. August 26th. The Terror has full swing at the North now. All the papers favorable to us have been suppressed. How long would our mob stand a Yankee paper here? But newspapers against our government, such as the Examiner and the Mercury, flourish like green bay trees. A man up to the elbows in finance said today, "Clayton's story is all nonsense. They do sometimes pay out $2 millions a week. They paid the soldiers this week, but they don't pay the soldiers every week." "Not by a long shot," cried a soldier laddie with a grin. "Why do you write in your diary at all," someone said to me, "if, as you say, you have to contradict every day what you wrote yesterday?" "Because I tell the tale as it is told to me. I write current rumor. I do not vouch for anything." We went to Pizzini's, that very best of Italian confectioners. From there we went to Miss Sally Tompkins' hospital, loaded with good things for the wounded. The men under Miss Sally's kind care looked so clean and comfortable cheerful, one might say. They were pleasant and nice to see. One, however, was dismal in tone and aspect, and he repeated at intervals, with no change of words, in a forlorn monotone, What a hard time we have had since we left home." But nobody seemed to heed his wailing, and it did not impair his appetite. At Mrs. Toombs's, who was raging, so anti Davis she will not even admit that the President is ill. All humbug. But what good could pretending to be ill do him? That reception, now, was not that a humbug? Such a failure! Mrs. Reagan could have done better than that. Mrs. Walker is a Montgomery beauty, with such magnificent dresses. She was an heiress, and is so dissatisfied with Richmond, accustomed as she is to being a belle under different conditions. As she is as handsome and well dressed as ever, it must be the men who are all wrong. "Did you give Lawrence that $50 bill to go out and change it?" I was asked. "Suppose he takes himself off to the Yankees. He would leave us with not too many $50 bills." He is not going anywhere, however. I think his situation suits him. That wadded belt of mine, with the gold pieces quilted in, has made me ashamed more than once. I leave it under my pillow, and my maid finds it there and hangs it over the back of a chair, in evidence as I re enter the room after breakfast. When I forget and leave my trunk open, Lawrence brings me the keys and tells me, "You oughtn't to do so, Miss Mary." Mr. Chesnut leaves all his little money in his pockets, and Lawrence says that's why he can't let any one but himself brush Mars Jeems's clothes. August 27th. Theodore Barker and James Lowndes came. The latter has been wretchedly treated. A man said, "All that I wish on earth is to be at peace and own my own plantation," to which Mr. Lowndes replied quietly, "I wish I had a plantation to be on, but just now I can't see how any one would feel justified in leaving the army." Mr. Barker was bitter against the spirit of braggadocio so rampant among us. The gentleman who had been answered so completely by James Lowndes said, with spitefulness, "Those women who are so frantic for their husbands to join the army would like them killed, no doubt." Things were growing rather uncomfortable, but an interruption came in the shape of a card. An old classmate of Mr. Chesnut's, Captain Archer, just now fresh from California, followed his card so quickly that Mr. Chesnut had hardly time to tell us that in Princeton College they called him Sally Archer, he was so pretty, when he entered. He is good looking still, but the service and consequent rough life have destroyed all softness and girlishness. He will never be so pretty again. The North is consolidated; they move as one man, with no States, but an army organized by the central power. Russell in the Northern camp is cursed of Yankees for that Bull Run letter. Russell, in his capacity of Englishman, despises both sides. He divides us equally into North and South. He prefers to attribute our victory at Bull Run to Yankee cowardice rather than to Southern courage. He gives no credit to either side for good qualities; we are, after all, mere Americans. Everything not national is arrested; it looks like the business of Seward. I do not know when I have seen a woman without knitting in her hand. "Socks for the soldiers" is the cry. One poor man said he had dozens of socks and but one shirt; he preferred more shirts and fewer stockings. We make a quaint appearance with this twinkling of needles and the everlasting sock dangling below. They have arrested William B. Reed and Mrs. Winder, she boldly proclaiming herself a secessionist. Why should she seek a martyr's crown? Writing people love notoriety. It is so delightful to be of enough consequence to be arrested. I have often wondered if such incense was ever offered as Napoleon's so called persecution and alleged jealousy of Madame de Staël. Russell once more, to whom London, Paris, and India have been an everyday sight, and every night, too, streets and all. How absurd for him to go on in indignation because there have been women on negro plantations who were not Vestal virgins. Negro women get married, and after marriage behave as well as other people. Marrying is the amusement of their lives. They take life easily; so do their class everywhere. Bad men are hated here as everywhere. I hate slavery. I hate a man who you say there are no more fallen women on a plantation than in London in proportion to numbers. But what do you say to this, to a magnate who runs a hideous black harem with its consequences under the same roof with his lovely white wife and his beautiful and accomplished daughters? He holds his head high and poses as the model of all human virtues to these poor women whom God and the laws have given him. From the height of his awful majesty he scolds and thunders at them as if he never did wrong in his life. Fancy such a man finding his daughter reading Don Juan. "You with that immoral book," he would say, and then he would order her out of his sight. You see, Mrs. Stowe did not hit the sorest spot. She makes Legree a bachelor. Remember George II. and his likes. Oh, I know half a Legree, a man said to be as cruel as Legree, but the other half of him did not correspond. He was a man of polished manners, and the best husband and father and member of the church in the world. Can that be so? Yes, I know it. Exceptional case, that sort of thing, always. And I knew the dissolute half of Legree well. He was high and mighty, but the kindest creature to his slaves. And the unfortunate results of his bad ways were not sold, had not to jump over ice blocks. They were kept in full view and provided for handsomely in his will. The wife and daughters, in the might of their purity and innocence, are supposed never to dream of what is as plain before their eyes as the sunlight, and they play their parts of unsuspecting angels to the letter. They profess to adore the father as the model of all saintly goodness. Well, yes, if he is rich, he is the fountain from whence all blessings flow. The one I have in my eye, my half of Legree, the dissolute half, was so furious in temper, and thundered his wrath so at the poor women, they were glad to let him do as he pleased in peace if they could only escape his everlasting fault-finding and noisy bluster, making everybody so uncomfortable. Now, do you know any woman of this generation who would stand that sort of thing? No, never, not for one moment. The make-believe angels were of the last century. We know, and we won't have it. The condition of women is improving, it seems. Women are brought up not to judge their fathers or their husbands. They take them as the Lord provides, and are thankful. If they should not go to heaven after all, think what lives most women lead. No heaven, no purgatory, no the other thing? Never. I believe in future rewards and punishments. How about the wives of drunkards? I heard a woman say once to a friend of her husband, tell it as a cruel matter of fact, without bitterness, without comment. Oh, you have not seen him. He has changed. He has not gone to bed sober in 30 years. She has had her purgatory, if not the other thing, here in this world. We all know what a drunken man is. To think, for no crime, a person may be condemned to live with one 30 years. You wonder from the question I asked, are Southern men worse because of the slave system and the facile black women? Not a bit. They see too much of them. The barroom people don't drink, the confectionery people loathe candy. They are sick of the black sight of them. You think a nice man from the South is the nicest thing in the world? I know it. Put him by any other man and see. Have seen Yankee letters taken at Manassas. The spelling is often atrocious, and we thought they had all gone through a course of blue-covered Noah Webster spelling books. Our soldiers do spell astonishingly. There is Horace Greeley. They say he can't read his own handwriting. But he is candid enough and disregards all time serving. He says in his paper that in our army the North has a hard nut to crack, and that the rank and file of our army is superior in education and general intelligence to theirs. My wildest imagination will not picture Mr. Mason as a diplomat. He will say chaw for chew, and he will call himself Jeems, and he will wear a dress coat to breakfast. Over here, whatever a Mason does is right in his own eyes. He is above law. Somebody asked him how he pronounced his wife's maiden name. She was a Miss Chew from Philadelphia. James Murray Mason was a grandson of George Mason, and had been elected United States Senator from Virginia in 1847. In 1851 he drafted the Fugitive Slave Law. His mission to England in 1861 was shared by John Slidell. On November 8, 1861, while on board the British steamer Trent, in the Bahamas, they were captured by an American named Wilkes and imprisoned in Boston until January 2, 1862. A famous diplomatic difficulty arose with England over this affair. John Slidell was a native of New York who had settled in Louisiana and became a member of Congress from that State in 1843. In 1853 he was elected to the United States Senate. End footnote. They say the English will like Mr. Mason, he is so manly, so straightforward, so truthful and bold. A fine old English gentleman, so said Russell to me, but for tobacco. I like Mr. Mason and Mr. Hunter better than anybody else. And yet they are wonderfully unlike. Now you just listen to me, said I. Is Mrs. Davis in hearing? No? Well, this sending Mr. Mason to London is the maddest thing yet. Worse in some points of view than Yancey, and that was a catastrophe. August 29th. No more feminine gossip, but the licensed slanderer, the mighty Russell of the Times. He says the battle of the 21st was fought at long range, 500 yards apart were the combatants. The Confederates were steadily retreating when some commotion in the wagon train frightened the Yanks, and they made tracks. In good English, they fled amain. And on our side we were too frightened to follow them, in high-flown English, to pursue the flying foe. In spite of all this, there are glimpses of the truth sometimes, and the story leads to our credit with all the sneers and jeers. When he speaks of the Yankees' cowardice, falsehood, dishonesty, and braggadocio, the best words are in his mouth. He repeats the thrice told tale, so often refuted and denied, that we were harsh to wounded prisoners. Dr. Gibson told me that their Surgeon General has written to thank our surgeons. Yankee officers write very differently from Russell. I know that in that hospital with the Sisters of Charity they were better off than our men were at the other hospitals. That I saw with my own eyes. These poor souls are jealously guarded night and day. It is a hideous tale, what they tell of their sufferings. Women who come before the public are in a bad box now. False hair is taken off and searched for papers. Bustles are suspect. All manner of things, they say, come over the border under the huge hoops now worn, so they are ruthlessly torn off. Not legs, but arms are looked for under hoops, and sad to say, found. Then women are used as detectives and searchers, to see that no men slip over in petticoats. So the poor creatures coming this way are humiliated to the deepest degree. To men, glory, honor, praise, and power, if they are patriots. To women, daughters of Eve, punishment comes still in some shape, do what they will. Mary Hammy's eyes were staring from her head with amazement, while a very large and handsome South Carolinian talked rapidly. "What is it?" asked I, after he had gone. Oh, what a year can bring forth! 1 year! Last summer you remember how he swore he was in love with me? He told you, he told me, he told everybody, and if I did refuse to marry him, I believed him. Now he says he has seen, fallen in love with, courted, and married another person, and he raves of his little daughter's beauty. And they say time goes slowly. Thus spoke Mary Hammy, with a sigh of wonder at his wonderful cure. "Time works wonders," said the explainer general. "What conclusion did you come to as to Southern men at the grand powwow, you know? They are nicer than the nicest, the gentlemen, you know. There are not too many of that kind anywhere. Ours are generous, truthful, brave, and devoted to us, you know. A Southern husband is not a bad thing to have about the house." Mrs. Frank Hampton said, "For one thing, you could not flirt with these South Carolinians. They would not stay at the tepid degree of flirtation. They grow so hardly in earnest before you know where you are." Do you think two married people ever live together without finding each other out? I mean, knowing exactly how good or how shabby, how weak or how strong, above all, how selfish each was. Yes, unless they are dolts, they know to a tittle, but you see, if they have common sense, they make believe and get on so-so. Like the Marchioness's orange peel wine in Old Curiosity Shop. A violent attack upon the North to day in the Albion. They mean to let freedom slide a while until they subjugate us. The Albion says they use letters de cachet, passports, and all the despotic apparatus of regal governments. Russell hears the tramp of the coming man, the king and Kaiser tyrant that is to rule them. Is it McClellan? Little Mac? We may tremble when he comes. We down here have only the many-headed monster thing, armed democracy. Our chiefs quarrel among themselves. McClellan is of a forgiving spirit. He does not resent Russell's slurs upon Yankees, but with good policy has Russell with him as a guest. The Adonis of an aide avers, as one who knows, that Sumter Anderson's heart is with us, that he will not fight the South. After all is said and done, that sounds like nonsense. Sumter Anderson's wife was a daughter of Governor Clinch of Georgia. Does that explain it? He also told me something of Garnett, who was killed at Rich Mountain. Footnote: The Battle of Rich Mountain, in western Virginia, was fought July 11, 1861, and General Garnett, commander of the Confederate forces, pursued by General McClellan, was killed at Carrick's Ford July 13th while trying to rally his rear guard. End footnote. He had been an unlucky man clear through. In the army before the war, the aide had found him proud, reserved, and morose, cold as an icicle to all. But for his wife and child he was a different creature. He adored them and cared for nothing else. One day he went off on an expedition and was gone 6 weeks. He was out in the Northwest, and the Indians were troublesome. When he came back his wife and child were underground. He said not one word, but they found him more frozen, stern, and isolated than ever. That was all. The night before he left Richmond he said in his quiet way, "They have not given me an adequate force. I can do nothing. They have sent me to my death." It is acknowledged that he threw away his life. "A dreary-hearted man," said the aide, "and the unluckiest." On the front steps every evening we take our seats and discourse at our pleasure. A nicer or more agreeable set of people were never assembled than our present Arlington crowd. To night it was Yancey who occupied our tongues. Footnote: William Lowndes Yancey was a native of Virginia, who settled in Alabama, and in 1844 was elected to Congress, where he became a leader among the supporters of slavery and an advocate of secession. He was famous in his day as an effective public speaker. End footnote. Send a man to England who had killed his father in law in a street brawl! That was not knowing England or Englishmen, surely. Who wants eloquence? We want somebody who can hold his tongue. People avoid great talkers, men who orate, men given to monologue, as they would avoid fire, famine, or pestilence. Yancey will have no mobs to harangue, no stump speeches will be possible, superb as are his of their kind, but little quiet conversation is best with slow, solid, common sense people, who begin to suspect as soon as any flourish of trumpets meets their ear. If Yancey should use his fine words, who would care for them over there? Commodore Barron, when he was a middy, accompanied Phil Augustus Stockton to claim his bride. He, the said Stockton, had secretly wedded a fair heiress, Sally Cantey. She was married by a magistrate and returned to Mrs. Grillaud's boarding school until it was time to go home, that is, to Camden. Lieutenant Stockton, a descendant of the Signer, was the handsomest man in the navy, and irresistible. The bride was barely 16. When he was to go down South among those fire eaters and claim her, Commodore Barron, then his intimate friend, went as his backer. They were to announce the marriage and defy the guardians. Commodore Barron said he anticipated a rough job of it all, but they were prepared for all risks. "You expected to find us a horde of savages, no doubt," said I. "We did not expect to get off under a half dozen duels." They looked for insults from every quarter, and they found a polished and refined people who lived en prince, to say the least of it. They were received with a cold, stately, and faultless politeness, which made them feel as if they had been sheep stealing. The young lady had confessed to her guardians, and they were for making the best of it; above all, for saving her name from all gossip or publicity. Colonel John Boykin, one of them, took young Lochinvar to stay with him. His friend, Barron, was also a guest. Colonel Deas sent for a parson, and made assurance doubly sure by marrying them over again. Their wish was to keep things quiet and not to make a 9 days' wonder of the young lady. Then came balls, parties, and festivities without end. He was enchanted with the easy-going life of these people, with dinners the finest in the world, deer hunting and fox hunting, dancing and pretty girls, in fact, everything that heart could wish. But then, said Commodore Barron, the better it was, and the kinder the treatment, the more ashamed I grew of my business down there. After all, it was stealing an heiress, you know. I told him how the same fate still haunted that estate in Camden. Mr. Stockton sold it to a gentleman, who later sold it to an old man who had married when near 80, and who left it to the daughter born of that marriage. This pretty child of his old age was left an orphan quite young. At the age of 15 she ran away and married a boy of 17, a canny Scotchman. The young couple lived to grow up, and it proved after all a happy marriage. This last heiress left 6 children, so the estate will now be divided and no longer tempt the fortune hunters. The Commodore said, "To think how we two in our blue uniforms went down there to bully those people." He was much at Colonel Chesnut's. Mrs. Chesnut being a Philadelphian, he was somewhat at ease with them. It was the most thoroughly appointed establishment he had then ever visited. Went with our leviathan of loveliness to a ladies' meeting. No scandal to day, no wrangling, all harmonious, everybody knitting. Dare say that soothing occupation helped our perturbed spirits to be calm. Mrs. C. is lovely, a perfect beauty. Said Brewster, "In Circassia, think what a price would be set upon her, for there beauty sells by the pound." Coming home, the following conversation. So Mrs. thinks purgatory will hold its own, never be abolished while women and children have to live with drunken fathers and brothers. She knows. She is too bitter; she says worse than that. She says we have an institution worse than the Spanish Inquisition, worse than Torquemada, and all that sort of thing. What does she mean? You ask her; her words are sharp arrows. I am a dull creature, and I should spoil all by repeating what she says. It is your own family that she calls the familiars of the Inquisition. She declares that they set upon you, fall foul of you, watch and harass you from morn till dewy eve. They have a perfect right to your life, night and day, unto the 4th and 5th generation. They drop in at breakfast and say, "Are you not imprudent to eat that? Take care now, don't overdo it. I think you eat too much so early in the day." And they help themselves to the only thing you care for on the table. They abuse your friends and tell you it is your duty to praise your enemies. They tell you of all your faults candidly because they love you so; that gives them a right to speak. What family interest they take in you! You ought to do this, you ought to do that, and then the everlasting, "You ought to have done," which comes near making you a murderer, at least in heart. Blood's thicker than water, they say, and there is where the longing to spill it comes in. No locks or bolts or bars can keep them out. Are they not your nearest family? They dine with you, dropping in after you are at soup. They come after you have gone to bed, when all the servants have gone away, and the man of the house, in his nightshirt, standing sternly at the door with a huge wooden bar in his hand, nearly scares them to death, and you are glad of it. Private life, indeed! She says her husband entered public life, and they went off to live in a faraway city. Then, for the first time in her life, she knew privacy. She never will forget how she jumped for joy as she told her servant not to admit a soul until after 2 o'clock in the day. Afterward she took a fixed day at home. Then she was free indeed. She could read and write, stay at home, go out at her own sweet will, no longer sitting for hours with her fingers between the leaves of a frantically interesting book, while her kin slowly drivelled nonsense by the yard, waiting, waiting, yawning. Would they never go? Then, for hurting you, who is like a relative? They do it from a sense of duty. For stinging you, for cutting you to the quick, who like one of your own household? In point of fact, they alone can do it. They know the sore and how to hit it every time. You are in their power. She says, "Did you ever see a really respectable, responsible, revered, and beloved head of a family who ever opened his mouth at home except to find fault? He really thinks that is his business in life, and that all enjoyment is sinful. He is there to prevent the women from such frivolous things as pleasure, etc., etc." I sat placidly rocking in my chair by the window, trying to hope all was for the best. Mary Hammy rushed in, literally drowned in tears. I never saw so drenched a face in my life. My heart stopped still. "Commodore Barron is taken prisoner," said she. "The Yankees have captured him and all his lieutenants. Poor Imogen! And there is my father scouting about, the Lord knows where. I only know he is in the advance guard. The Baron's time is come. Mine may come any minute. Oh, Cousin Mary, when Mrs. Lee told Imogen, she fainted. Those poor girls, they are nearly dead with trouble and fright. Go straight back to those children, I said. Nobody will touch a hair of their father's head. Tell them I say so. They dare not. They are not savages quite. This is a civilized war, you know. Mrs. Lee said to Mrs. Eustis, Mr. Corcoran's daughter, yesterday, "Have you seen those accounts of arrests in Washington?" Mrs. Eustis answered calmly, "Yes, I know all about it. I suppose you allude to the fact that my father has been imprisoned." "No, no," interrupted the explainer. "She means the incarceration of those mature Washington belles suspected as spies." But Mrs. Eustis continued, "I have no fears for my father's safety." August 31st. Congress adjourns to day. Jeff Davis ill. We go home on Monday, if I am able to travel. Already I feel the dread stillness and torpor of our Sahara of a sandhill creeping into my veins. It chills the marrow of my bones. I am reveling in the noise of city life. I know what is before me. Nothing more cheering than the cry of the lone whippoorwill will break the silence at Sandy Hill, except as night draws near, when the screech owl will add his mournful note. September 1st. North Carolina writes for arms for her soldiers. Have we any to send? No. Brewster, the plain spoken, says, "The President is ill, and our affairs are in the hands of noodles. All the generals away with the army, nobody here. General Lee in Western Virginia. Reading the third Psalm. The devil is sick, the devil a saint would be. Lord, how are they increased that trouble me? Many are they that rise up against me." September 2d. Mr. Miles says he is not going anywhere at all, not even home. He is to sit here permanently, chairman of a committee to overhaul camps, commissariats, etc., etc. We exchanged our ideas of Mr. Mason, in which we agreed perfectly. In the first place, he has a noble presence, really a handsome man, is a manly old Virginian, straightforward, brave, truthful, clever, the very beau ideal of an independent, high-spirited F.F.V. If the English value a genuine man, they will have one here. In every particular he is the exact opposite of Talleyrand. He has some peculiarities. He had never an ache or a pain himself. His physique is perfect, and he loudly declares that he hates to see persons ill; seems to him an unpardonable weakness. It began to grow late. Many people had come to say good bye to me. I had fever as usual to day, but in the excitement of this crowd of friends the invalid forgot fever. Mr. Chesnut held up his watch to me warningly and intimated, "It was late, indeed, for one who has to travel to morrow." So, as the Yankees say after every defeat, I "retired in good order." Not quite, for I forgot handkerchief and fan. Gonzales rushed after and met me at the foot of the stairs. In his foreign, pathetic, polite, high bred way he bowed low and said he had made an excuse for the fan, for he had a present to make me, and then, though startled and amazed, I paused and on the stranger gazed. Alas! I am a woman approaching 40, and the offering proved to be a bottle of cherry bounce. Nothing could have been more opportune, and with a little ice, etc., will help, I am sure, to save my life on that dreadful journey home. No discouragement now felt at the North. They take our forts and are satisfied for a while. Then the English are strictly neutral. Like the woman who saw her husband fight the bear, it was the first fight she ever saw when she did not care who whipped. Mr. Davis was very kind about it all. He told Mr. Chesnut to go home and have an eye to all the State defenses, etc., and that he would give him any position he asked for if he still wished to continue in the army. Now, this would be all that heart could wish, but Mr. Chesnut will never ask for anything. What will he ask for? That's the rub. I am certain of very few things in life now, but this is one I am certain of. Mr. Chesnut will never ask mortal man for any promotion for himself or for one of his own family. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Anne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 10. Camden, South Carolina, September 9, 1861, to September 19, 1861. Camden, South Carolina, September 9, 1861. Home again at Malberry, the fever in full possession of me. My sister Kate is my ideal woman, the most agreeable person I know in the world, with her soft, low, and sweet voice, her graceful, gracious ways, and her glorious gray eyes that I looked into so often as we confided our very souls to each other. God bless old Betsy's yellow face. She is a nurse in 1,000, and would do anything for Mars Jeems's wife. My small ailments and all this comfort set me mourning over the dead and dying soldiers I saw in Virginia. How feeble my compassion proves, after all. I handed the old Colonel a letter from his son in the army. He said, as he folded up the missive from the seat of war, "With this war we may die out. Your husband is the last of my family." He means that my husband is his only living son. His grandsons are in the army, and they too may be killed. Even Johnny, the gallant and gay, may not be bulletproof. No child have I. Now, this old man of 90 years was born when it was not the fashion for a gentleman to be a saint, and being lord of all he surveyed for so many years, irresponsible, in the center of his huge domain, it is wonderful he was not a greater tyrant, the softening influence of that angel wife, no doubt. Saint or sinner, he understands the world about him, au fond. Have had a violent attack of something wrong about my heart. It stopped beating, then it took to trembling, creaking, and thumping like a Mississippi high pressure steamboat, and the noise in my ears was more like an ammunition wagon rattling over the stones in Richmond. That was yesterday, and yet I am alive. That kind of thing makes one feel very mortal. Russell writes how disappointed Prince Jerome Napoleon was with the appearance of our troops, and he did not like Beauregard at all. Well, I give Bogar up to him. But how a man can find fault with our soldiers, as I have seen them individually and collectively in Charleston, Richmond, and everywhere, that beats me. The British are the most conceited nation in the world, the most self-sufficient, self-satisfied, and arrogant. But each individual man does not blow his own penny whistle; they brag wholesale. Wellington, he certainly left it for others to sound his praises, though Mr. Binney thought the statue of Napoleon at the entrance of Apsley House was a little like "Who Killed Cock Robin?" I said the sparrow with my bow and arrow. But then it is so pleasant to hear them when it is a lump sum of praise, with no private crowing, praise of Trafalgar, Waterloo, the Scots Greys. Fighting this and fighting that with their crack corps stirs the blood and every heart responds, 3 times 3, hurrah! But our people feel that they must send forth their own reported prowess with an "I did this" and "I did that." I know they did it, but I hang my head. In those Tarleton memoirs, in Lee's memoirs, in Moultrie's, and in Lord Rawdon's letters, self is never brought to the front. I have been reading them over and admire their modesty and good taste as much as their courage and cleverness. That kind of British eloquence takes me. It is not "Soldats, marchons, gloire!" Not a bit of it, but "Now, my lads, stand firm," and "Now up, and let them have it." Our name has not gone out of print. To day the Examiner, as usual, pitches into the President. It thinks Toombs, Cobb, Slidell, Lamar, or Chesnut would have been far better in the office. There is considerable choice in that lot. 5 men more utterly dissimilar were never named in the same paragraph. September 19th. A painful piece of news came to us yesterday. Our cousin, Mrs. Witherspoon, of Society Hill, was found dead in her bed. She was quite well the night before. Killed, people say, by family sorrows. She was a proud and high-strung woman. Nothing shabby in word, thought, or deed ever came nigh her. She was of a warm and tender heart, too, truth and uprightness itself. Few persons have ever been more loved and looked up to. She was a very handsome old lady, of fine presence, dignified and commanding. Killed by family sorrows. So they said when Mrs. John N. Williams died. So Uncle John said yesterday of his brother Burwell. Death deserts the army, said that quaint old soul, and takes fancy shots of the most eccentric kind nearer home. The high and disinterested conduct our enemies seem to expect of us is involuntary and unconscious praise. They pay us the compliment to look for from us, and execrate us for the want of it, a degree of virtue they were never able to practice themselves. It is a crowning misdemeanor for us to hold still in slavery those Africans whom they brought here from Africa, or sold to us when they found it did not pay to own them themselves. Gradually they slid or sold them off down here, or freed them prospectively, giving themselves years in which to get rid of them in a remunerative way. We want to spread them over other lands, too, West and South, or Northwest, where the climate would free them or kill them, or improve them out of the world, as our friends up North do the Indians. If they had been forced to keep the negroes in New England, I dare say the negroes might have shared the Indians' fate, for they are wise in their generation, these Yankee children of light. Those pernicious Africans! So have just spoken Mr. Chesnut and Uncle John, both ci devant Union men, now utterly for State rights. It is queer how different the same man may appear viewed from different standpoints. "What a perfect gentleman!" said one person of another. "So fine looking, high bred, distinguished, easy, free, and above all graceful in his bearing. So high toned. He is always indignant at any symptom of wrong doing. He is charming, the man of all others I like to have strangers see, a noble representative of our country." "Yes, every word of that is true," was the reply. "He is all that. And then the other side of the picture is true, too. You can always find him; you know where to find him. Wherever there is a looking glass, a bottle, or a woman, there will he be also." "My God! And you call yourself his friend?" "Yes, I know him down to the ground." This conversation I overheard from an upper window when looking down on the piazza below, a complicated character truly beyond La Bruyère, with what Mrs. Preston calls refinement spread thin until it is skin deep only. An iron steamer has run the blockade at Savannah. We now raise our wilted heads like flowers after a shower. This drop of good news revives us. Footnote: By reason of illness, preoccupation in other affairs, and various deterrent causes besides, Mrs. Chesnut allowed a considerable period to elapse before making another entry in her diary. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11, Part 1 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 11, Columbia, South Carolina, February 20, 1862, to July 21, 1862. Part 1. Columbia, South Carolina, February 20, 1862. Had an appetite for my dainty breakfast. Always breakfast in bed now. But then my Mercury contained such bad news. That is an appetizing style of matutinal newspaper. Fort Donelson has fallen, but no men fell with it. It is prisoners for them that we can not spare, or prisoners for us that we may not be able to feed. That is so much to be forfended, as Keats says. They lost 6,000, we 2,000. I grudge that proportion. In vain, alas, ye gallant few, few but undismayed. Again they make a stand. We have Buckner, Beauregard, and Albert Sidney Johnston. With such leaders and God's help we may be saved from the hated Yankees. Who knows? Footnote: Fort Donelson stood on the Cumberland River about 60 miles northwest of Nashville. The Confederate garrison numbered about 18,000 men. General Grant invested the fort on February 13, 1862, and General Buckner, who commanded it, surrendered on February 16th. The Federal force at the time of the surrender numbered 27,000 men, their loss in killed and wounded being 2,660 men, and the Confederate loss about 2,000. February 21st. A crowd collected here last night, and there was a serenade. I am like Mrs. Nickleby, who never saw a horse coming full speed, but she thought the Cheerybles had sent post haste to take Nicholas into copartnership. So I got up and dressed, late as it was. I felt sure England had sought our alliance at last, and we would make a Yorktown of it before long. Who was it? Will you ever guess? Artemus Goodwin and General Owens of Florida. Just then Mr. Chesnut rushed in, put out the light, locked the door, and sat still as a mouse. Rap, rap came at the door. "I say, Chesnut, they are calling for you." At last we heard Jannie, hotel keeper, loudly proclaiming from the piazza that Colonel Chesnut was not here at all, at all. After a while, when they had all gone from the street, and the very house itself had subsided into perfect quiet, the door again was roughly shaken. "I say, Chesnut, old fellow, come out. I know you are there. Nobody here now wants to hear you make a speech. That crowd has all gone. We want a little quiet talk with you. I am just from Richmond." That was the open sesame, and to day I hear none of the Richmond news is encouraging. Colonel Shaw is blamed for the shameful Roanoke surrender. General Burnside captured the Confederate garrison at Roanoke Island on February 8, 1862. Toombs is out on a rampage, and swears he will not accept a seat in the Confederate Senate given in the insulting way his was by the Georgia legislature, calls it shabby treatment, and adds that Georgia is not the only place where good men have been so ill used. The Governor and Council have fluttered the dovecotes, or, at least, the tea tables. They talk of making a call for all silver, etc. I doubt if we have enough to make the sacrifice worth while, but we propose to set the example. February 22d. What a beautiful day for our Confederate President to be inaugurated. God speed him. God keep him. God save him. John Chesnut's letter was quite what we needed. In spirit it is all that one could ask. He says: "Our late reverses are acting finely with the Army of the Potomac. A few more thrashings and every man will enlist for the war. Victories made us too sanguine and easy, not to say vainglorious. Now for the rub, and let them have it." A lady wrote to Mrs. Bunch, "Dear Emma, when shall I call for you to go and see Madame de St. André?" She was answered, "Dear Lou, I can not go with you to see Madame de St. André, but will always retain the kindest feeling towards you on account of our past relations," etc. The astounded friend wrote to ask what all this meant. No answer came, and then she sent her husband to ask and demand an explanation. He was answered thus: "My dear fellow, there can be no explanation possible. Hereafter there will be no intercourse between my wife and yours. Simply that, nothing more." So the men meet at the club as before, and there is no further trouble between them. The lady upon whom the slur is cast says, "And I am a woman and can't fight." February 23d. While Mr. Chesnut was in town, I was at the Prestons'. John Cochran and some other prisoners had asked to walk over the grounds, visit the Hampton Gardens, and some friends in Columbia. After the dreadful state of the public mind at the escape of one of the prisoners, General Preston was obliged to refuse his request. Mrs. Preston and the rest of us wanted him to say "yes," and so find out who in Columbia were his treacherous friends. Pretty bold people they must be to receive Yankee invaders in the midst of the row over one enemy already turned loose amid us. General Preston said, "We are about to sacrifice life and fortune for a fickle multitude who will not stand up to us at last." The harsh comments made as to his lenient conduct to prisoners have embittered him. I told him what I had heard Captain Trenholm say in his speech. He said he would listen to no criticism except from a man with a musket on his shoulder, and who had, besides, enlisted for the war, had given up all, and had no choice but to succeed or die. February 24th. Congress and the newspapers render one desperate, ready to cut one's own throat. They represent everything in our country as deplorable. Then comes some one back from our gay and gallant army at the front. The spirit of our army keeps us up, after all. Letters from the army revive one. They come as welcome as the flowers in May, hopeful and bright, utterly unconscious of our weak despondency. February 25th. They have taken at Nashville more men than we had at Manassas. There was bad handling of troops, we poor women think, or this would not be. Nashville was evacuated by the Confederates under Albert Sidney Johnston in February, 1862. Mr. Venable added bitterly, Giving up our soldiers to the enemy means giving up the cause. We can not replace them. The up country men were Union men generally, and the low country seceders. The former growl; they never liked those aristocratic boroughs and parishes; they had themselves a good and prosperous country, a good constitution, and were satisfied. But they had to leave all and fight for the others who had brought on all the trouble, and who do not show too much disposition to fight for themselves. That is the extreme up country view. The extreme low country says Jeff Davis is not enough out of the Union yet. His inaugural address reads as one of his speeches did 4 years ago in the United States Senate. A letter in a morning paper accused Mr. Chesnut of staying too long in Charleston. The editor was asked for the writer's name. He gave it as Little Moses, the Governor's secretary. When Little Moses was spoken to, in a great trepidation he said that Mrs. Pickens wrote it, and got him to publish it. So it was dropped, for Little Moses is such an arrant liar, no one can believe him. Besides, if that sort of thing amuses Mrs. Pickens, let her amuse herself. March 5th. Mary Preston went back to Malberry with me from Columbia. She found a man there tall enough to take her in to dinner, Tom Boykin, who is 6 feet 4, the same height as her father. Tom was very handsome in his uniform, and Mary prepared for a nice time, but he looked as if he would so much rather she did not talk to him, and he set her such a good example, saying never a word. Old Colonel Chesnut came for us. When the train stopped, Quashie, shiny black, was seen on his box, as glossy and perfect in his way as his blooded bays; but the old Colonel would stop and pick up the dirtiest little negro I ever saw who was crying by the roadside. This ragged little black urchin was made to climb up and sit beside Quash. It spoilt the symmetry of the turnout, but it was a character touch, and the old gentleman knows no law but his own will. He had a biscuit in his pocket, which he gave this sniffling little negro, who proved to be his man Skip's son. I was ill at Mulberry and never left my room. Dr. Boykin came, more military than medical. Colonel Chesnut brought him up, also Teams, who said he was down in the mouth. Our men were not fighting as they should. We had only pluck and luck and a dogged spirit of fighting, to offset their weight in men and munitions of war. I wish I could remember Team's words; this is only his idea. His language was quaint and striking; no grammar, but no end of sense and good feeling. Old Colonel Chesnut, catching a word, began his litany, saying, "Numbers will tell," "Napoleon, you know," etc., etc. At Mulberry the war has been ever afar off, but threats to take the silver came very near indeed; silver that we had before the Revolution; silver that Mrs. Chesnut brought from Philadelphia. Jack Cantey and Dr. Boykin came back on the train with us. Wade Hampton is the hero. Sweet May Dacre. Lord Byron and Disraeli make their rosebuds Catholic. May Dacre is another Aurora Raby. I like Disraeli because I find so many clever things in him. I like the sparkle and the glitter. Carlyle does not hold up his hands in holy horror of us because of African slavery. Lord Lyons has gone against us. Richard Lord Lyons, British Minister to the United States from 1858 to 1865. Lord Derby and Louis Napoleon are silent in our hour of direst need. People call me Cassandra, for I cry that outside hope is quenched. From the outside no help indeed cometh to this beleaguered land. March 7th. Mrs. Middleton was dolorous indeed. General Lee had warned the planters about Combahee, etc., that they must take care of themselves now; he could not do it. Confederate soldiers had committed some outrages on the plantations, and officers had punished them promptly. She poured contempt upon Yancey's letter to Lord Russell. Lord Russell was Foreign Secretary under the Palmerston administration of 1859 to 1865. It was the letter of a shopkeeper, not in the style of a statesman at all. We called to see Mary McDuffie. Mary McDuffie was the second wife of Wade Hampton. She asked Mary Preston what Dr. Boykin had said of her husband as we came along in the train. She heard it was something very complimentary. Mary P. tried to remember and to repeat it all, to the joy of the other Mary, who liked to hear nice things about her husband. Mary was amazed to hear of the list of applicants for promotion. One delicate minded person accompanied his demand for advancement by a request for a written description of the Manassas battle; he had heard Colonel Chesnut give such a brilliant account of it in Governor Cobb's room. The Merrimac business has come like a gleam of lightning illumining a dark scene. Our sky is black and lowering. The Merrimac was formerly a 40-gun screw frigate of the United States Navy. In April, 1861, when the Norfolk Navy Yard was abandoned by the United States, she was sunk. Her hull was afterward raised by the Confederates, and she was reconstructed on new plans and renamed the Virginia. On March 2, 1862, she destroyed the Congress, a sailing ship of 50 guns, and the Cumberland, a sailing ship of 30 guns, at Newport News. On March 7th she attacked the Minnesota, but was met by the Monitor and defeated in a memorable engagement. Many features of modern battleships have been derived from the Merrimac and Monitor. The Judge saw his little daughter at my window, and he came up. He was very smooth and kind. It was really a delightful visit; not a disagreeable word was spoken. He abused no one whatever, for he never once spoke of any one but himself, and himself he praised without stint. He did not look at me once, though he spoke very kindly to me. March 10th, second year of Confederate independence. I write daily for my own diversion. These Memoirs pour servir may at some future day afford facts about these times and prove useful to more important people than I am. I do not wish to do any harm or to hurt any one. If any scandalous stories creep in, they can easily be burned. It is hard, in such a hurry as things are now, to separate the wheat from the chaff. Now that I have made my protest and written down my wishes, I can scribble on with a free will and free conscience. Congress at the North is down on us. They talk largely of hanging slave owners. They say they hold Port Royal, as we did when we took it originally from the aborigines, who fled before us. So we are to be exterminated and improved, à l'Indienne, from the face of the earth. Medea, when asked, "Country, wealth, husband, children, all are gone, and now what remains?" answered, "Medea remains." There is a time in most men's lives when they resemble Job, sitting among the ashes and drinking in the full bitterness of complicated misfortune. March 11th. A freshman came quite eager to be instructed in all the wiles of society. He wanted to try his hand at a flirtation, and requested minute instructions, as he knew nothing whatever, he was so very fresh. Dance with her, he was told, and talk with her, walk with her, and flatter her. Dance until she is warm and tired, then propose to walk in a cool, shady piazza. It must be a somewhat dark piazza. Begin your promenade slowly, warm up to your work. Draw her arm closer and closer, then break her wing. Heavens, what is that? Break her wing? Why, you do not know even that? Put your arm round her waist and kiss her. After that it is all plain sailing. She comes down when you call like the coon to Captain Scott, "You need not fire, Captain," etc. The aspirant for fame as a flirt followed these lucid directions literally, but when he seized the poor girl and kissed her, she uplifted her voice in terror and screamed as if the house was on fire. So quick, sharp, and shrill were her yells for help that the bold flirt sprang over the banister, upon which grew a strong climbing rose. This he struggled through and ran toward the college, taking a bee line. He was so mangled by the thorns that he had to go home and have them picked out by his family. The girl's brother challenged him. There was no mortal combat, however, for the gay young fellow who had led the freshman's ignorance astray stepped forward and put things straight. An explanation and an apology at every turn hushed it all up. Now we all laughed at this foolish story most heartily, but Mr. Venable remained grave and preoccupied, and was asked, "Why are you so unmoved? It is funny." I like more probable fun. I have been in college and I have kissed many a girl, but never a one scrome yet. Last Saturday was the bloodiest we have had in proportion to numbers. On March 7 and 8, 1862, occurred the battle of Pea Ridge in western Arkansas, where the Confederates were defeated, and on March 8th and 9th occurred the conflict in Hampton Roads between the war ships Merrimac, Cumberland, Congress, and Monitor. The enemy lost 1,500. The handful left at home are rushing to arms at last. Bragg has gone to join Beauregard at Columbus, Mississippi. Old Abe truly took the field in that Scotch cap of his. Mrs. McCord, the eldest daughter of Langdon Cheves, got up a company for her son, raising it at her own expense. Louisa Susanna McCord, whose husband was David J. McCord, a lawyer of Columbia, who died in 1855. She was educated in Philadelphia and was the author of several books of verse, including Caius Gracchus, a Tragedy. She was also a brilliant pamphleteer. She has the brains and energy of a man. To day she repeated a remark of a low country gentleman who is dissatisfied. This government (Confederate) protects neither person nor property. Fancy the scornful turn of her lip. Some one asked for Langdon Cheves, her brother. "Oh, Langdon," she replied coolly. "He is a pure patriot. He has no ambition. While I was there he was letting Confederate soldiers ditch through his garden and ruin him at their leisure." Cotton is 5 cents a pound, and labor of no value at all. It commands no price whatever. People gladly hire out their negroes to have them fed and clothed, which latter can not be done. Cotton Osnaburg at 37½ cents a yard leaves no chance to clothe them. Langdon was for martial law and making the bloodsuckers disgorge their ill-gotten gains. We, poor fools, who are patriotically ruining ourselves, will see our children in the gutter, while treacherous dogs of millionaires go rolling by in their coaches that were acquired by taking advantage of our necessities. This terrible battle of the ships, Monitor, Merrimac, etc. All hands on board the Cumberland went down. She fought gallantly and fired around as she sank. The Congress ran up a white flag. She fired on our boats as they went up to take off her wounded. She was burned. The worst of it is that all this will arouse them to more furious exertions to destroy us. They hated us so before, but how now? In Columbia I do not know a half dozen men who would not gaily step into Jeff Davis's shoes with a firm conviction that they would do better in every respect than he does. The monstrous conceit, the fatuous ignorance of these critics! It is pleasant to hear Mrs. McCord on this subject when they begin to shake their heads and tell us what Jeff Davis ought to do. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Anne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 11, Columbia, South Carolina, Part 2. March 12th. In the naval battle the other day we had 25 guns in all. The enemy had 54 in the Cumberland, 44 in the St. Lawrence, besides a fleet of gunboats filled with rifled cannon. Why not? They can have as many as they please. No pent-up Utica contracts their powers, the whole boundless world being theirs to recruit in. Ours is only this one little spot of ground, the blockade, or stockade, which hems us in with only the sky open to us, and for all that how tender-footed and cautious they are as they draw near. An anonymous letter purports to answer Colonel Chesnut's address to South Carolinians now in the Army of the Potomac. The man says, "All that bosh is no good." He knows lots of people whose fathers were notorious Tories in our war for independence and made fortunes by selling their country. Their sons have the best places, and they are cowards and traitors still. Names are given, of course. Floyd and Pillow are suspended from their commands because of Fort Donelson. The people of Tennessee demand a like fate for Albert Sidney Johnston. They say he is stupid. Can human folly go further than this Tennessee madness? John D. Floyd, who had been Governor of Virginia from 1850 to 1853, became Secretary of War in 1857. He was first in command at Fort Donelson. Gideon J. Pillow had been a major general of volunteers in the Mexican War, and was second in command at Fort Donelson. He and Floyd escaped from the fort when it was invested by Grant, leaving General Buckner to make the surrender. I did Mrs. a kindness. I told the women when her name came up that she was childless now, but that she had lost 3 children. I hated to leave her all alone. Women have such a contempt for a childless wife. Now they will be all sympathy and goodness. I took away her reproach among women. March 13th. Mr. Chesnut fretting and fuming. From the poor old blind bishop downward, everybody is besetting him to let off students, theological and other, from going into the army. One comfort is that the boys will go. Mr. Chesnut answers, "Wait until you have saved your country before you make preachers and scholars. When you have a country, there will be no lack of divines, students, scholars, to adorn and purify it." He says he is a one idea man. That idea is to get every possible man into the ranks. Professor LeConte is an able auxiliary. He has undertaken to supervise and carry on the powder making enterprise, the very first attempted in the Confederacy, and Mr. Chesnut is proud of it. It is a brilliant success, thanks to LeConte. Joseph LeConte, who afterward arose to much distinction as a geologist and writer of textbooks on geology. He died in 1901 while he was connected with the University of California. His work at Columbia was to manufacture, on a large scale, medicines for the Confederate army, his laboratory being the main source of supply. In Professor LeConte's autobiography, published in 1903, are several chapters devoted to his life in the South. Mr. Chesnut receives anonymous letters urging him to arrest the Judge as seditious. They say he is a dangerous and disaffected person. His abuse of Jeff Davis and the Council is rabid. Mr. Chesnut laughs and throws the letters into the fire. "Disaffected to Jeff Davis," says he. "Disaffected to the Council, that don't count. He knows what he is about. He would not injure his country for the world." Read Uncle Tom's Cabin again. These negro women have a chance here that women have nowhere else. They can redeem themselves; the impropers can. They can marry decently, and nothing is remembered against these colored ladies. It is not a nice topic, but Mrs. Stowe revels in it. How delightfully Pharisaic a feeling it must be to rise superior and fancy we are so degraded as to defend and like to live with such degraded creatures around us, such men as Legree and his women. The best way to take negroes to your heart is to get as far away from them as possible. As far as I can see, Southern women do all that missionaries could do to prevent and alleviate evils. The social evil has not been suppressed in Old England or in New England, in London or in Boston. People in those places expect more virtue from a plantation African than they can insure in practice among themselves with all their own high moral surroundings, light, education, training, and support. Lady Mary Montagu says, "Only men and women at last." "Male and female created He them," says the Bible. There are cruel, graceful, beautiful mothers of angelic Evas, North as well as South, I dare say. The Northern men and women who came here were always hardest, for they expected an African to work and behave as a white man. We do not. I have often thought from observation truly that perfect beauty hardens the heart. And as to grace, what so graceful as a cat, a tigress, or a panther? Much love, admiration, worship, hardens an idol's heart. It becomes utterly callous and selfish. It expects to receive all and to give nothing. It even likes the excitement of seeing people suffer. I speak now of what I have watched with horror and amazement. Topsies I have known, but none that were beaten or ill used. Evas are mostly in the heaven of Mrs. Stowe's imagination. People can't love things dirty, ugly, and repulsive, simply because they ought to do so, but they can be good to them at a distance. That's easy. You see, I cannot rise very high. I can only judge by what I see. March 14th. Thank God for a ship! It has run the blockade with arms and ammunition. There are no negro sexual relations half so shocking as Mormonism. And yet the United States government makes no bones of receiving Mormons into its Sacred Heart. Mr. Venable said England held her hand over "the malignant and the turbaned Turk" to save and protect him, slaves, seraglio, and all. But she rolls up the whites of her eyes at us when slavery, bad as it is stepping out into freedom every moment through Christian civilization. They do not grudge the Turk even his bag and Bosphorus privileges. To a recalcitrant wife it is, "Here yawns the sack, there rolls the sea," etc. And France, the bold, the brave, the ever free, she has not been so tender footed in Algiers. But then, the "you are another" argument is a shabby one. "You see," says Mary Preston sagaciously, "we are white Christian descendants of Huguenots and Cavaliers, and they expect of us different conduct." Went in Mrs. Preston's landau to bring my boarding school girls here to dine. At my door met J. F., who wanted me then and there to promise to help him with his commission or put him in the way of one. At the carriage steps I was handed in by Gus Smith, who wants his brother made commissary. The beauty of it all is they think I have some influence, and I have not a particle. The subject of Mr. Chesnut's military affairs, promotions, etc., is never mentioned by me. March 15th. When we came home from Richmond, there stood Warren Nelson propped up against my door, lazily waiting for me, the handsome creature. He said he meant to be heard, so I walked back with him to the drawing room. They are wasting their time dancing attendance on me. I can not help them. Let them shoulder their musket and go to the wars like men. After tea came Mars Kit. He said for a talk, but that Mr. Preston would not let him have, for Mr. Preston had arrived some time before him. Mr. Preston said Mars Kit thought it bad form to laugh. After that you may be sure a laugh from Mars Kit was secured. Again and again he was forced to laugh with a will. I reversed Oliver Wendell Holmes's good resolution never to be as funny as he could. I did my very utmost. Mr. Venable interrupted the fun, which was fast and furious, with the very best of bad news. New Bern shelled and burned, cotton, turpentine, everything. There were 5,000 North Carolinians in the fray, 12,000 Yankees. Now there stands Goldsboro. One more step and we are cut in two. The railroad is our backbone, like the Blue Ridge and the Alleghanies, with which it runs parallel. So many discomforts, no wonder we are downhearted. Mr. Venable thinks as we do. Garnett is our most thorough scholar, Lamar the most original, and the cleverest of our men. L.Q.C. Lamar; time fails me to write all his name. Then there is R.M.T. Hunter. Muscoe Russell Garnett and his Northern wife, that match was made at my house in Washington when Garnett was a member of the United States Congress. March 17th. Back to the Congaree House to await my husband, who has made a rapid visit to the Wateree region. As we drove up, Mr. Chesnut said, "Did you see the stare of respectful admiration E.R. bestowed upon you, so curiously prolonged? I could hardly keep my countenance." "Yes, my dear child, I feel the honor of it, though my individual self goes for nothing in it. I am the wife of the man who has the appointing power just now, with so many commissions to be filled. I am nearly 40, and they do my understanding the credit to suppose I can be made to believe they admire my mature charms. They think they fool me into thinking that they believe me charming. There is hardly any farce in the world more laughable. Last night a house was set on fire. Last week 2 houses. The red cock crows in the barn. Our troubles thicken, indeed, when treachery comes from that dark quarter. When the President first offered Johnston Pettigrew a brigadier generalship, his answer was, "Not yet. Too many men are ahead of me who have earned their promotion in the field. I will come after them, not before. So far I have done nothing to merit reward," etc. He would not take rank when he could get it. I fancy he may cool his heels now waiting for it. He was too high and mighty. There was another conscientious man, Burnet of Kentucky. He gave up his regiment to his lieutenant colonel when he found the lieutenant colonel could command the regiment and Burnet could not maneuver it in the field. He went into the fight simply as an aide to Floyd. Modest merit just now is at a premium. William Gilmore Simms is here. Read us his last poetry. Have forgotten already what it was about. It was not tiresome, however, and that is a great thing when people will persist in reading their own rhymes. I did not hear what Mr. Preston was saying. "The last piece of Richmond news," Mr. Chesnut said as he went away, and he looked so fagged out I asked no questions. I knew it was bad. At daylight there was a loud knocking at my door. I hurried on a dressing gown and flew to open the door. "Mrs. Chesnut, Mrs. M. says please don't forget her son. Mr. Chesnut, she hears, has come back. Please get her son a commission. He must have an office." I shut the door in the servant's face. If I had the influence these foolish people attribute to me, why should I not help my own? I have a brother, two brothers in law, and no end of kin, all gentlemen privates, and privates they would stay to the end of time before they said a word to me about commissions. After a long talk we were finally disgusted, and the men went off to the bulletin board. Whatever else it shows, good or bad, there is always woe for some house in the killed and wounded. We have need of stout hearts. I feel a sinking of mine as we drive near the board. March 18th. My war archon is beset for commissions, and somebody says for every one given you make one ingrate and 1,000 enemies. As I entered Miss Mary Stark's, I whispered, "He has promised to vote for Lewis." What radiant faces! To my friend, Miss Mary said, "Your son in law, what is he doing for his country?" "He is a tax collector." Then spoke up the stout old girl, "Look at my cheek; it is red with blushing for you. A great, hale, hearty young man. Fie on him! Fie on him! For shame! Tell his wife, run him out of the house with a broomstick; send him down to the coast at least." Fancy my cheeks! I could not raise my eyes to the poor lady so mercilessly assaulted. My face was as hot with compassion as the outspoken Miss Mary pretended hers to be with vicarious mortification. Went to see sweet and saintly Mrs. Bartow. She read us a letter from Mississippi. Not so bad. More men there than the enemy suspected, and torpedoes to blow up the wretches when they came. Next to see Mrs. Izard. She had with her a relative just from the North. This lady had asked Seward for passports, and he told her to hold on a while; the road to South Carolina will soon be open to all, open and safe. To day Mrs. Arthur Hayne heard from her daughter that Richmond is to be given up. Mrs. Buell is her daughter. Met Mr. Chesnut, who said, "New Madrid has been given up." I do not know any more than the dead where New Madrid is. It is bad all the same, this giving up. I can't stand it. The hemming in process is nearly complete. The ring of fire is almost unbroken. Footnote: New Madrid, Missouri, had been under siege since March 3, 1862. End footnote. Mr. Chesnut's negroes offered to fight for him if he would arm them. He pretended to believe them. He says one man can not do it. The whole country must agree to it. He would trust such as he would select, and he would give so many acres of land and his freedom to each one as he enlisted. Mrs. Albert Rhett came for an office for her son John. I told her Mr. Chesnut would never propose a kinsman for an office, but if any one else would bring him forward he would vote for him certainly, as he is so eminently fit for position. Now he is a private. March 19th. He who runs may read. Conscription means that we are in a tight place. This war was a volunteer business. To morrow conscription begins, the dernier ressort. The President has remodeled his cabinet, leaving Bragg for North Carolina. His war minister is Randolph of Virginia. A Union man par excellence, Watts of Alabama, is Attorney General. And now, too late by 1 year, when all the mechanics are in the army, Mallory begins to telegraph Captain Ingraham to build ships at any expense. We are locked in and can not get the requisites for naval architecture, says a magniloquent person. Henry Frost says all hands wink at cotton going out. Why not send it out and buy ships? Every now and then there is a holocaust of cotton burning, says the magniloquent. Conscription has waked the Rip Van Winkles. The streets of Columbia were never so crowded with men. To fight and to be made to fight are different things. To my small wits, whenever people were persistent, united, and rose in their might, no general, however great, succeeded in subjugating them. Have we not swamps, forests, rivers, mountains, every natural barrier? The Carthaginians begged for peace because they were a luxurious people and could not endure the hardship of war, though the enemy suffered as sharply as they did. Factions among themselves is the rock on which we split. Now for the great soul who is to rise up and lead us. Why tarry his footsteps? March 20th. The Merrimac is now called the Virginia. I think these changes of names so confusing and so senseless. Like the French Royal Bengal Tiger, National Tiger, etc. Rue this, and next day rue that, the very days and months a symbol, and nothing signified. I was lying on the sofa in my room, and two men slowly walking up and down the corridor talked aloud as if necessarily all rooms were unoccupied at this midday hour. I asked Maum Mary who they were. Yeadon and Barnwell Rhett, Jr. They abused the council roundly, and my husband's name arrested my attention. Afterward, when Yeadon attacked Mr. Chesnut, Mr. Chesnut surprised him by knowing beforehand all he had to say. Naturally, I had repeated the loud interchange of views I had overheard in the corridor. First, Nathan Davis called. Then Gonzales, who presented a fine, soldierly appearance in his soldier clothes, and the likeness to Beauregard was greater than ever. Nathan, all the world knows, is by profession a handsome man. General Gonzales told us what in the bitterness of his soul he had written to Jeff Davis. He regretted that he had not been his classmate, then he might have been as well treated as Northrop. In any case, he would not have been refused a brigadiership, citing General Trapier and Tom Drayton. He had worked for it, had earned it; they had not. To his surprise, Mr. Davis answered him, and in a sharp note of 4 pages. Mr. Davis demanded from whom he quoted, not his classmate. General Gonzales responded, "From the public voice only." Now he will fight for us all the same, but go on demanding justice from Jeff Davis until he gets his dues. At least, until one of them gets his dues, for he means to go on hitting Jeff Davis over the head whenever he has a chance. "I am afraid," said I, "you will find it a hard head to crack." He replied in his flowery Spanish way, "Jeff Davis will be the sun radiating all light, heat, and patronage. He will not be a moon reflecting public opinion, for he has the soul of a despot; he delights to spite public opinion. See, people abused him for making Crittenden brigadier. Straightway he made him major general, and just after a blundering, besotted defeat, too." Also he told the President in that letter, "Napoleon made his generals after great deeds on their part, and not for having been educated at St. Cyr or Brie or the Polytechnique, etc., etc." Nathan Davis sat as still as a Sioux warrior; not an eyelash moved. And yet he said afterward that he was amused while the Spaniard railed at his great namesake. Gonzales said, "Mrs. Slidell would proudly say that she was a Creole. They were such fools, they thought Creole meant—" Here Nathan interrupted pleasantly, "At the St. Charles, in New Orleans, on the bill of fare were Creole eggs. When they were brought to a man who had ordered them, with perfect simplicity, he held them up. Why, they are only hens' eggs, after all." What in heaven's name he expected them to be, who can say? Smiled Nathan the elegant. One lady says, as I sit reading in the drawing room window while Maum Mary puts my room to rights, "I clothe my negroes well. I could not bear to see them in dirt and rags; it would be unpleasant to me." Another lady, "Yes, well, so do I, but not fine clothes, you know. I feel, now, it was one of our sins as a nation, the way we indulged them in sinful finery. We will be punished for it." Last night Mrs. Pickens met General Cooper. Madam knew General Cooper only as our adjutant general and Mr. Mason's brother in law. In her slow, graceful, impressive way, her beautiful eyes eloquent with feeling, she inveighed against Mr. Davis's wickedness in always sending men born at the North to command at Charleston. General Cooper is on his way to make a tour of inspection there now. The dear General settled his head on his cravat with the aid of his forefinger; he tugged rather more nervously with the something that is always wrong inside of his collar, and looked straight up through his spectacles. Some one crossed the room, stood back of Mrs. Pickens, and murmured in her ear, "General Cooper was born in New York." Sudden silence. Dined with General Cooper at the Prestons'. General Hampton and Blanton Duncan were there also, the latter a thoroughly free and easy Western man, handsome and clever, more audacious than either, perhaps. He pointed to Buck, Sally Buchanan Campbell Preston. "What's that girl laughing at?" Poor child, how amazed she looked. He bade them not despair, all the nice young men would not be killed in the war, there would be a few left. For himself, he could give them no hope, Mrs. Duncan was uncommonly healthy. Mrs. Duncan is also lovely. We have seen her. End of chapter 11, part 2. Chapter 11, part 3 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Anne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 11, Columbia, South Carolina, part 3. March 24th. I was asked to the Tognos' tea, so refused to drive with Mary Preston. As I sat at my solitary casement, waiting for the time to come for the Tognos, saw Mrs. Preston's landau pass, and Mr. Venable making Mary laugh at some of his army stories, as only Mr. Venable can. Already I felt that I had paid too much for my whistle, that is, the Togno tea. The Gibbses, Trenhams, Edmund Rhett there. Edmund Rhett has very fine eyes, and makes fearful play with them. He sits silent and motionless, with his hands on his knees, his head bent forward, and his eyes fixed upon you. I could think of nothing like it but a setter and a covey of partridges. As to President Davis, he sank to profounder deeps of abuse of him than even Gonzales. I quoted Yancey. A crew may not like their captain, but if they are mad enough to mutiny while a storm is raging, all hands are bound to go to the bottom. After that I contented myself with a mild shake of the head when I disagreed with him, and at last I began to shake so persistently it amounted to incipient palsy. "Jeff Davis," he said, "is conceited, wrong-headed, wranglesome, obstinate, a traitor." "Now I have borne much in silence," said I at last, "but that is pernicious nonsense. Do not let us waste any more time listening to your quotations from the Mercury." He very good naturedly changed the subject, which was easy just then, for a delicious supper was on the table ready for us. But Dr. Gibbes began anew the fighting. He helped me to some pâté. "Not foie gras," said Madame Togno, "pâté perdreau." Dr. Gibbes, however, gave it a flavor of his own. "Eat it," said he. "It is good for you, rich and wholesome, healthy as cod liver oil." A queer thing happened. At the post office a man saw a small boy open with a key the box of the Governor and the Council, take the contents of the box, and run for his life. Of course this man called to the urchin to stop. The urchin did not heed, but seeing himself pursued began tearing up the letters and papers. He was caught, and the fragments were picked up. Finding himself a prisoner, he pointed out the negro who gave him the key. The negro was arrested. Governor Pickens called to see me to day. We began with Fort Sumter. For an hour did we hammer at that fortress. We took it gun by gun. He was very pleasant and friendly in his manner. James Chesnut has been so nice this winter, so reasonable and considerate, that is, for a man. The night I came from Madame Togno's, instead of making a row about the lateness of the hour, he said he was so wide awake and so hungry. I put on my dressing gown and scrambled some eggs, etc., there on our own fire. And with our feet on the fender and the small supper table between us, we enjoyed the supper and glorious gossip. Rather a pleasant state of things when one's own husband is in good humor and cleverer than all the men outside. This afternoon, the entente cordiale still subsisting, Maum Mary beckoned me out mysteriously, but Mr. Chesnut said, "Speak out, old woman, nobody here but myself." "Mars Nathum Davis wants to speak to her," said she. So I hurried off to the drawing room, Maum Mary flapping her down at the heels shoes in my wake. "He's gwine because somebody done stole his boots. How could he stay bidout boots?" So Nathan said good by. Then we met General Gist, Montgomery still hovering near, and I congratulated him on being promoted. He is now a brigadier. This he received with modest complaisance. "I knowed he was a general," said Montgomery as he passed on. "He told me as soon as he got in his room, before his boy put down his trunks." As Nathan the Unlucky said good by, he informed me that a Mr. Reed from Montgomery was in the drawing room and wanted to see me. Mr. Reed had traveled with our foreign envoy, Yancey. I was keen for news from abroad. Mr. Reed settled that summarily. "Mr. Yancey says we need not have one jot of hope. He could bowstring Mallory for not buying arms in time. The very best citizens wanted to depose the State government and take things into their own hands, the powers that be being inefficient. Western men are hurrying to the front, bestirring themselves. In 2 more months we shall be ready." What could I do but laugh? I do hope the enemy will be considerate and charitable enough to wait for us. Mr. Reed's calm faith in the power of Mr. Yancey's eloquence was beautiful to see. He asked for Mr. Chesnut. I went back to our rooms, swelling with news like a pouter pigeon. Mr. Chesnut said, "Well, 4 hours! A call from Nathan Davis of 4 hours!" Men are too absurd. So I bear the honors of my 40 years gallantly. I can but laugh. "Mr. Nathan Davis went by the 5 o'clock train," I said. "It is now about 6 or 7, maybe 8. I have had so many visitors. Mr. Reed of Alabama is asking for you out there." He went without a word, but I doubt if he went to see Mr. Reed, my laughing had made him so angry. At last Lincoln threatens us with a proclamation abolishing slavery, here in the free Southern Confederacy. And they say McClellan is deposed. They want more fighting. I mean the government, whose skins are safe, they want more fighting, and trust to luck for the skill of the new generals. The Emancipation Proclamation was not actually issued until September 22, 1862, when it was a notice to the Confederates to return to the Union, emancipation being proclaimed as a result of their failure to do so. The real proclamation, freeing the slaves, was delayed until January 1, 1863, when it was put forth as a war measure. Mrs. Chesnut's reference is doubtless to President Lincoln's message to Congress, March 6, 1862, in which he made recommendations regarding the abolition of slavery. March 28th. I did leave with regret Maum Mary. She was such a good, well informed old thing. My Molly, though perfection otherwise, does not receive the confidential communications of new made generals at the earliest moment. She is of very limited military information. Maum Mary was the comfort of my life. She saved me from all trouble as far as she could. 70, if she is a day, she is as spry and active as a cat, of a curiosity that knows no bounds, black and clean. Also, she knows a joke at first sight, and she is honest. I fancy the negroes are ashamed to rob people as careless as James Chesnut and myself. One night, just before we left the Congaree House, Mr. Chesnut had forgotten to tell some all important thing to Governor Gist, who was to leave on a public mission next day. So at the dawn of day he put on his dressing gown and went to the Governor's room. He found the door unlocked and the Governor fast asleep. He shook him. Half asleep, the Governor sprang up and threw his arms around Mr. Chesnut's neck and said, "Honey, is it you?" The mistake was rapidly set right, and the bewildered plenipotentiary was given his instructions. Mr. Chesnut came into my room, threw himself on the sofa, and nearly laughed himself to extinction, imitating again and again the pathetic tone of the Governor's greeting. Mr. Chesnut calls Lawrence Adolphe, but says he is simply perfect as a servant. Mary Stevens said, "I thought Cousin James the laziest man alive until I knew his man Lawrence." Lawrence will not move an inch or lift a finger for any one but his master. Mrs. Middleton politely sent him on an errand. Lawrence, too, was very polite. Hours after, she saw him sitting on the fence of the front yard. "Didn't you go?" she asked. "No, ma'am, I am waiting for Mars Jeems." Mrs. Middleton calls him now Mr. Take It Easy. My very last day's experience at the Congaree. I was waiting for Mars Jeems in the drawing room when a lady there declared herself to be the wife of an officer in Clingman's regiment. A gentleman who seemed quite friendly with her told her all Mr. Chesnut said, thought, intended to do, wrote, and felt. I asked, "Are you certain of all these things you say of Colonel Chesnut?" The man hardly deigned to notice this impertinent interruption from a stranger presuming to speak, but who had not been introduced. After he went out, the wife of Clingman's officer was seized with an intuitive curiosity. "Madam, will you tell me your name?" I gave it, adding, "I dare say I showed myself an intelligent listener when my husband's affairs were under discussion." At first I refused to give my name because it would have embarrassed her friend if she had told him who I was. The man was Mr. Chesnut's secretary, but I had never seen him before. A letter from Kate says she had been up all night preparing David's things. Little Serena sat up and helped her mother. They did not know that they would ever see him again. Upon reading it, I wept, and James Chesnut cursed the Yankees. Gave the girls a quantity of flannel for soldiers' shirts, also a string of pearls to be raffled for at the gunboat fair. Mary Witherspoon has sent a silver teapot. We do not spare our precious things now. Our silver and gold, what are they, when we give up to war our beloved? April 2d. Dr. Trezevant, attending Mr. Chesnut, who was ill, came and found his patient gone. He could not stand the news of that last battle. He got up and dressed, weak as he was, and went forth to hear what he could for himself. The doctor was angry with me for permitting this, and more angry with him for such folly. I made him listen to the distinction between feminine folly and virulent vagaries and nonsense. He said, "He will certainly be salivated after all that calomel out in this damp weather." To day the ladies in their landaus were bitterly attacked by the morning paper for lolling back in their silks and satins, with tall footmen in livery, driving up and down the streets, while the poor soldiers' wives were on the sidewalks. It is the old story of rich and poor. My little barouche is not here, nor has James Chesnut any of his horses here. But then I drive every day with Mrs. McCord and Mrs. Preston, either of whose turnouts fits the bill. The Governor's carriage, horses, servants, etc., are splendid, just what they should be. Why not? April 14th. Our fair is in full blast. We keep a restaurant. Our waitresses are Mary and Buck Preston, Isabella Martin, and Grace Elmore. April 15th. Trescott is too clever ever to be a bore. That was proved to day, for he stayed 2 hours. As usual, Mr. Chesnut said 4. Trescott was very surly, calls himself ex-Secretary of State of the United States. Now nothing in particular of South Carolina or the Confederate States. Then he yawned, "What a bore this war is. I wish it was ended one way or another." He speaks of going across the border and taking service in Mexico. "Rubbish! Not much Mexico for you," I answered. Another patriot came then and averred, "I will take my family back to town, that we may all surrender together. I gave it up early in the spring." Trescott made a face behind backs and said, "Losh." The enemy have flanked Beauregard at Nashville. There is grief enough for Albert Sidney Johnston now; we begin to see what we have lost. We were pushing them into the river when General Johnston was wounded. Beauregard was lying in his tent at the rear, in a green sickness melancholy, but no matter what the name of the malady. He was too slow to move and lost all the advantage gained by our dead hero. Without him there is no head to our Western army. Pulaski has fallen. What more is there to fall? Footnote: The battle of Shiloh, or Pittsburg Landing, in Tennessee, 88 miles east of Memphis, had been fought on April 6 and 7, 1862. The Federals were commanded by General Grant, who, on the second day, was reenforced by General Buell. The Confederates were commanded by Albert Sidney Johnston on the first day, when Johnston was killed, and on the second day by General Beauregard. End footnote. April 15th. Mrs. Middleton. How did you settle Molly's little difficulty with Mrs. McMahon, that piece of her mind that Molly gave our landlady? Oh, paid our way out of it, of course, and I apologized for Molly. Gladden, the hero of the Palmettos, in Mexico, is killed. Shiloh has been a dreadful blow to us. Last winter Stephen, my brother, had it in his power to do such a nice thing for Colonel Gladden. In the dark he heard his name, also that he had to walk 25 miles in Alabama mud or go on an ammunition wagon. So he introduced himself as a South Carolinian to Colonel Gladden, whom he knew only by reputation as colonel of the Palmetto Regiment in the Mexican War. And they drove him in his carriage comfortably to where he wanted to go, a night drive of 50 miles for Stephen, for he had the return trip, too. I would rather live in Siberia, worse still in Sahara, than live in a country surrendered to Yankees. The Carolinian says the conscription bill passed by Congress is fatal to our liberties as a people. Let us be a people certain and sure, as poor Tom B. said, and then talk of rebelling against our home government. Sat up all night. Read Eothen straight through, our old Wiley and Putnam edition that we bought in London in 1845. How could I sleep? The power they are bringing to bear against our country is tremendous. Its weight may be irresistible. Dare not think of that, however. April 21st. Have been ill. One day I dined at Mrs. Preston's, pâté de foie gras and partridge prepared for me as I liked them. I had been awfully depressed for days, and could not sleep at night for anxiety, but I did not know that I was bodily ill. Mrs. Preston came home with me. She said emphatically, "Molly, if your mistress is worse in the night, send for me instantly." I thought it very odd. I could not breathe if I attempted to lie down, and very soon I lost my voice. Molly raced out and sent Lawrence for Dr. Trezevant. She said I had the croup. The doctor said congestion of the lungs. So here I am, stranded, laid by the heels. Battle after battle has occurred, disaster after disaster. Every morning's paper is enough to kill a well woman and age a strong and hearty one. To day the waters of this stagnant pool were wildly stirred. The President telegraphed for my husband to come on to Richmond and offered him a place on his staff. I was a joyful woman. It was a way opened by Providence from this slough of despond, this council whose counsel no one takes. I wrote to Mr. Davis, "With thanks, and begging your pardon, how I would like to go." Mrs. Preston agrees with me, Mr. Chesnut ought to go. Through Mr. Chesnut the President might hear many things to the advantage of our State, etc. Letter from Quinton Washington. That was the best tonic yet. He writes so cheerfully. We have 50,000 men on the Peninsula, and McClellan 80,000. We expect that much disparity of numbers. We can stand that. April 23d. On April 23, 1840, I was married, aged 17. Consequently, on the 31st of March, 1862, I was 39. I saw a wedding to day from my window, which opens on Trinity Church. Nana Shand married a Dr. Wilson. Then a beautiful bevy of girls rushed into my room. Such a flutter and a chatter. Well, thank heaven for a wedding. It is a charming relief from the dismal litany of our daily song. A letter to day from our octogenarian at Malberry. His nephew, Jack Dees, had 2 horses shot under him. The old colonel has his growl, "That's enough for glory, and no hurt after all." He ends, however, with his never failing refrain, "We can't fight all the world, 2 and 2 only make 4, it can't make 1,000, numbers will not lie." He says he has lost $500,000 already in railroad bonds, bank stock, Western notes of hand, not to speak of negroes to be freed and lands to be confiscated, for he takes the gloomiest views of all things. April 26th. Doleful dumps, alarm bells ringing. Telegrams say the mortar fleet has passed the forts at New Orleans. Down into the very depths of despair are we. April 27th. New Orleans gone, and with it the Confederacy. That Mississippi ruins us if lost. The Confederacy has been done to death by the politicians. What wonder we are lost. Footnote: New Orleans had been seized by the Confederates at the outbreak of the war. Steps to capture it were soon taken by the Federals, and on April 18, 1862, the mortar flotilla, under Farragut, opened fire on its protecting forts. Making little impression on them, Farragut ran boldly past the forts and destroyed the Confederate fleet, comprising 13 gunboats and 2 ironclads. On April 27th he took formal possession of the city. End footnote. The soldiers have done their duty. All honor to the army. Statesmen as busy as bees about their own places, or their personal honor, too busy to see the enemy at a distance. With a microscope they were examining their own interests, or their own wrongs, forgetting the interests of the people they represented. They were concocting newspaper paragraphs to injure the government. No matter how vital it may be, nothing can be kept from the enemy. They must publish themselves night and day what they are doing, or the omniscient Buncombe will forget them. The fall of New Orleans means utter ruin to the private fortunes of the Prestons. Mr. Preston came from New Orleans so satisfied with Mansfield Level and the tremendous steam ramps he saw there. While in New Orleans, Burnside offered Mr. Preston $500,000, a debt due to him from Burnside, and he refused to take it. He said the money was safer in Burnside's hands than his. And so it may prove, so ugly is the outlook now. Burnside is wide awake. He is not a man to be caught napping. Mary Preston was saying she had asked the Hamptons how they relished the idea of being paupers. If the country is saved, none of us will care for that sort of thing. Philosophical and patriotic, Mr. Chesnut came in, saying, "Conrad has been telegraphed from New Orleans that the great ironclad Louisiana went down at the first shot." Mr. Chesnut and Mary Preston walked off, first to the bulletin board, and then to the Prestons. End of Chapter 11, Part 3. Chapter 11, Part 4 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Anne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 11, Columbia, South Carolina, Part 4. April 29th. A grand smash. The news from New Orleans fatal to us. Met Mr. Weston. He wanted to know where he could find a place of safety for 200 negroes. I looked into his face to see if he were in earnest, then to see if he were sane. There was a certain set of 200 negroes that had grown to be a nuisance. Apparently all the white men of the family had felt bound to stay at home to take care of them. There are people who still believe negroes property, like Noah's neighbors who insisted that the deluge would only be a little shower after all. These negroes, however, were Plowden Weston's, a totally different part of speech. He gave field rifles to one company and $40,000 to another. He is away with our army at Corinth. So I said, "You may rely upon Mr. Chesnut, who will assist you to his uttermost in finding a home for these people. Nothing belonging to that patriotic gentleman shall come to grief if we have to take charge of them on our own place." Mr. Chesnut did get a place for them, as I said he would. Had to go to the Governor's, or they would think we had hoisted the black flag. Heard there we are going to be beaten as Cortez beat the Mexicans, by superior arms. Mexican bows and arrows made a poor showing in the face of Spanish accoutrements. Our enemies have such superior weapons of war, we hardly any but what we capture from them in the fray. The Saxons and the Normans were in the same plight. War seems a game of chess, but we have an unequal number of pawns to begin with. We have knights, kings, queens, bishops, and castles enough. But our skillful generals, whenever they can not arrange the board to suit them exactly, burn up everything and march away. We want them to save the country. They seem to think their whole duty is to destroy ships and save the army. Mr. Robert Barnwell wrote that he had to hang his head for South Carolina. We had not furnished our quota of the new levy, 5,000 men. Today Colonel Chesnut published his statement to show that we have sent 13,000 instead of the mere number required of us, so Mr. Barnwell can hold up his head again. April 30th. The last day of this month of calamities. Lovell left the women and children to be shelled and took the army to a safe place. I do not understand why we do not send the women and children to the safe place and let the army stay where the fighting is to be. Armies are to save, not to be saved. At least, to be saved is not their raison d'être exactly. If this goes on, the spirit of our people will be broken. One ray of comfort comes from Henry Marshall. Our Army of the Peninsula is fine, so good I do not think McClellan will venture to attack it. So mote it be. May 6th. Mine is a painful, self-imposed task, but why write when I have nothing to chronicle but disaster? Footnote: The siege of Yorktown was begun on April 5, 1862, the place being evacuated by the Confederates on May 4th. End footnote. So I read instead. First Consuelo, then Columba, two ends of the pole certainly. and then a translated edition of Elective Affinities. Food enough for thought in every one of this odd assortment of books. At the Prestons', where I am staying, because Mr. Chesnut has gone to see his crabbed old father, whom he loves, and who is reported ill, I met Christopher Hampton. He tells us Wigfall is out on a warpath; wants them to strike for Maryland. The President's opinion of the move is not given. Also Mr. Hampton met the first lieutenant of the Kirkwoods, E. M. Boykin; says he is just the same man he was in the South Carolina College. In whatever company you may meet him, he is the pleasantest man there. A telegram reads, "We have repulsed the enemy at Williamsburg." Footnote: The battle of Williamsburg was fought on May 5, 1862, by a part of McClellan's army under General Hooker and others, the Confederates being commanded by General Johnston. End footnote. Oh, if we could drive them back to their ain country. Richmond was hard pressed this day. The Mercury of to day says, Jeff Davis now treats all men as if they were idiotic insects. Mary Preston said all sisters quarreled. No, we never quarrel, I and mine. We keep all our bitter words for our enemies. We are frank heathens; we hate our enemies and love our friends. Some people, our kind, can never make up after a quarrel; hard words once only, and all is over. To us, forgiveness is impossible. Forgiveness means calm indifference, philosophy while love lasts. Forgiveness of love's wrongs is impossible. Those dutiful wives who piously overlook, well, everything, do not care one fig for their husbands. I settled that in my own mind years ago. Some people think it magnanimous to praise their enemies and to show their impartiality in justice by acknowledging the faults of their friends. I am for the simple rule, the good old plan: I praise whom I love and abuse whom I hate. Mary Preston has been translating Schiller aloud. We are provided with Bulwer's translation, Mrs. Austin's, Coleridge's, and Carlyle's, and we show how each renders the passage Mary is to convert into English. In Wallenstein, at one point of the Max and Thekla scene, I like Carlyle better than Coleridge, though they say Coleridge's Wallenstein is the only translation in the world half so good as the original. Mrs. Barstow repeated some beautiful scraps by Uhland, which I had never heard before. She is to write them for us. Peace and a literary leisure for my old age, unbroken by care and anxiety. General Preston accused me of degenerating into a boarding house gossip, and is answered triumphantly by his daughters. But, papa, one you love to gossip with full well. Hampton Estate has 1,500 negroes on Lake Washington, Mississippi. Hampton girls talking in the language of James's novels. Neither Wade nor Preston, that splendid boy, would lay a lance in rest, or couch it, which is the right phrase for fighting, to preserve slavery. They hate it as we do. What are they fighting for? Southern rights, whatever that is. And they do not want to be understrappers forever to the Yankees. They talk well enough about it, but I forget what they say. Johnny Chestnut says, "No use to give a reason; a fellow could not stay away from the fight, not well." It takes 4 negroes to wait on Johnny satisfactorily. It is this giving up that kills me. Norfolk they talk of now; why not Charleston next? I read in a Western letter, not Beauregard, but the soldiers who stopped to drink the whiskey they had captured from the enemy, lost us Shiloh. Cock Robin is as dead as he ever will be now. What matters it who killed him? May 12th. Mr. Chesnut says he is very glad he went to town. Everything in Charleston is so much more satisfactory than it is reported. Troops are in good spirits. It will take a lot of ironclads to take that city. Isaac Haynes said at dinner yesterday that both Beauregard and the President had a great opinion of Mr. Chesnut's natural ability for strategy and military evolution. Honorable Mr. Barnwell concurred; that is, Mr. Barnwell had been told so by the President. Then why did not the President offer me something better than an aideship? I heard he offered to make you a general last year, and you said you could not go over other men's shoulders until you had earned promotion; you are too hard to please. No, not exactly that. I was only offered a colonelcy, and Mr. Barnwell persuaded me to stick to the Senate; then he wanted my place, and between the two stools I fell to the ground. My Molly will forget Liege and her babies, too. I asked her who sent me that beautiful bouquet I found on my center table. "I give it to you. 'Twas give to me." And Molly was all wriggle, giggle, blush. May 18th. Norfolk has been burned, and the Merrimac sunk without striking a blow since her coup d'état in Hampton Roads. Read Milton. See the speech of Adam to Eve in a new light. Women will not stay at home, will go out to see and be seen, even if it be by the devil himself. Very encouraging letters from Hon. Mr. Memminger and from L.Q. Washington. They tell the same story in very different words. It amounts to this: Not 1 foot of Virginia soil is to be given up without a bitter fight for it. We have 105,000 men in all, McClellan 190,000. We can stand that disparity. What things I have been said to have said! Mr. heard me make scoffing remarks about the Governor and the Council, or he thinks he heard me. James Chesnut wrote him a note that my name was to be kept out of it. Indeed, that he was never to mention my name again under any possible circumstances. It was all preposterous nonsense, but it annoyed my husband amazingly. He said it was a scheme to use my chatter to his injury. He was very kind about it. He knows my real style so well that he can always tell my real impudence from what is fabricated for me. There is said to be an order from Butler turning over the women of New Orleans to his soldiers. Thus is the measure of his iniquities filled. We thought that generals always restrained, by shot or sword if need be, the brutality of soldiers. This hideous, cross-eyed beast orders his men to treat the ladies of New Orleans as women of the town, to punish them, he says, for their insolence. General Benjamin F. Butler took command of New Orleans on May 2, 1862. The author's reference is to his famous Order No. 28, which reads: "As the officers and soldiers of the United States have been subject to repeated insults from the women, calling themselves ladies, of New Orleans, in return for the most scrupulous non interference and courtesy on our part, it is ordered that hereafter when any female shall, by word, gesture, or movement, insult or show contempt for any officer or soldier of the United States, she shall be regarded and held liable to be treated as a woman of the town plying her vocation." This and other acts of Butler in New Orleans led Jefferson Davis to issue a proclamation declaring Butler to be a felon and an outlaw, and if captured that he should be instantly hanged. In December Butler was superseded at New Orleans by General Banks. Footprints on the boundaries of another world once more. Willie Taylor, before he left home for the army, fancied one day remember that he saw Albert Rhett standing by his side. He recoiled from the ghostly presence. "You need not do that, Willie. You will soon be as I am." Willie rushed into the next room to tell them what had happened, and fainted. It had a very depressing effect upon him. And now the other day he died in Virginia. May 24th. The enemy are landing at Georgetown. With a little more audacity, where could they not land? But we have given them such a scare they are cautious. If it be true, I hope some cool-headed white men will make the negroes save the rice for us. It is so much needed. They say it might have been done at Port Royal with a little more energy. South Carolinians have pluck enough, but they only work by fits and starts. There is no continuous effort. They can't be counted on for steady work. They will stop to play, or enjoy life in some shape. Without let or hindrance, Halleck is being reenforced. Beauregard, unmolested, was making some fine speeches, and issuing proclamations, while we were fatuously looking for him to make a tiger's spring on Huntsville. Why not? Hope springs eternal in the Southern breast. My Hebrew friend, Mem Cohen, has a son in the war. He is in John Chesnut's company. Cohen is a high name among the Jews; it means Aaron. She has long fits of silence, and is absent-minded. If she is suddenly roused, she is apt to say, with overflowing eyes and clasped hands, "If it please God to spare his life." Her daughter is the sweetest little thing. The son is the mother's idol. Mrs. Cohen was Miriam de Leon. I have known her intimately all my life. Mrs. Bartow, the widow of Colonel Bartow, who was killed at Manassas, was Miss Berrien, daughter of Judge Berrien of Georgia. She is now in one of the departments here cutting bonds, Confederate bonds, for 500 Confederate dollars a year, a penniless woman. Judge Carroll, her brother in law, has been urgent with her to come and live in his home. He has a large family, and she will not be an added burden to him. In spite of all he can say, she will not forego her resolution. She will be independent. She is a resolute little woman, with the softest, silkiest voice and ways, and clever to the last point. Columbia is the place for good living, pleasant people, pleasant dinners, pleasant drives. I feel that I have put the dinners in the wrong place. They are the climax of the good things here. This is the most hospitable place in the world, and the dinners are worthy of it. In Washington there was an endless succession of state dinners. I was kindly used. I do not remember ever being condemned to two dull neighbors. On one side or the other was a clever man. So I liked Washington dinners. In Montgomery there were a few dinners, Mrs. Pollard's for instance, but the society was not smoothed down or in shape. Such as it was given over to balls and suppers. In Charleston, Mr. Chesnut went to gentlemen's dinners all the time, no ladies present. Flowers were sent to me, and I was taken to drive and asked to tea. There could not have been nicer suppers, more perfect of their kind than were to be found at the winding up of those festivities. In Richmond there were balls, which I did not attend, very few to which I was asked. The McFarlands and Lyons, all I can remember. James Chesnut dined out nearly every day. But then the breakfasts, the Virginia breakfasts, where were always pleasant people. Indeed, I have had a good time everywhere, always clever people, and people I liked, and everybody so good to me. Here in Columbia, family dinners are the specialty. You call, or they pick you up and drive home with you. Oh, stay to dinner! And you stay gladly. They send for your husband, and he comes willingly. Then comes a perfect dinner. You do not see how it could be improved, and yet they have not had time to alter things or add because of the unexpected guests. They have everything of the best, silver, glass, china, table linen, and damask, etc. And then the planters live within themselves, as they call it. From the plantations come mutton, beef, poultry, cream, butter, eggs, fruits, and vegetables. It is easy to live here with a cook who has been sent for training to the best eating house in Charleston. Old Mrs. Chesnut's Romeo was apprenticed at Jones's. I do not know where Mrs. Preston's got his degree, but he deserves a medal. At the Prestons' James Chesnut induced Buck to declaim something about Joan of Arc, which she does in a manner to touch all hearts. While she was speaking, my husband turned to a young gentleman who was listening to the chatter of several girls, and said, "Écoutez." The youth stared at him a moment in bewilderment, then gravely rose and began turning down the gas. Isabella said, "Écoutez, then, means put out the lights." I recall a scene which took place during a ball given by Mrs. Preston while her husband was in Louisiana. Mrs. Preston was resplendent in diamonds, point lace, and velvet. There is a gentle dignity about her which is very attractive. Her voice is low and sweet, and her will is iron. She is exceedingly well informed, but very quiet, retiring, and reserved. Indeed, her apparent gentleness almost amounts to timidity. She has chiseled regularity of features, a majestic figure, perfectly molded. Governor Manning said to me, "Look at Sister Caroline. Does she look as if she had the pluck of a heroine?" Then he related how a little while ago William, the butler, came to tell her that John, the footman, was drunk in the cellar, mad with drink, that he had a carving knife which he was brandishing in drunken fury, and he was keeping everybody from their business, threatening to kill any one who dared to go into the basement. They were like a flock of frightened sheep down there. She did not speak to one of us, but followed William down to the basement, holding up her skirts. She found the servants scurrying everywhere, screaming and shouting that John was crazy and going to kill them. John was bellowing like a bull of Bashan, knife in hand, chasing them at his pleasure. Mrs. Preston walked up to him. "Give me that knife," she demanded. He handed it to her. She laid it on the table. "Now come with me," she said, putting her hand on his collar. She led him away to the empty smoke house, and there she locked him in and put the key in her pocket. Then she returned to her guests, without a ripple on her placid face. She told me of it smiling and serene as you see her now," the Governor concluded. Before the war shut him in, General Preston sent to the lakes for his salmon, to Mississippi for his venison, to the mountains for his mutton and grouse. It is good enough, the best dish at all these houses, what the Spanish call the hearty welcome. Thackeray says at every American table he was first served with grilled hostess. At the head of the table sat a person, fiery faced, anxious, nervous, inwardly murmuring, like Falstaff, "Would it were night, Hal, and all were well." At Malberry the house is always filled to overflowing, and one day is curiously like another. People are coming and going, carriages driving up or driving off. It has the air of a watering place, where one does not pay, and where there are no strangers. At Christmas the china closet gives up its treasures. The glass, china, silver, fine linen reserved for grand occasions come forth. As for the dinner itself, it is only a matter of greater quantity, more turkey, more mutton, more partridges, more fish, etc., and more solemn stiffness. Usually a half dozen persons unexpectedly dropping in make no difference. The family let the housekeeper know, that is all. People are beginning to come here from Richmond. One swallow does not make a summer, but it shows how the wind blows, these straws do, Mrs. Constitution Brown and Mrs. Wise. The Gibsons are at Dr. Gibbes's. It does look squally. We are drifting on the breakers. End of Chapter 11, Part 4. Chapter 11, Part 5 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Laurie Anne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 11, Columbia, South Carolina, Part 5. May 29th. Betsy, recalcitrant maid of the W.'s, has been sold to a telegraph man. She is as handsome as a mulatto ever gets to be, and clever in every kind of work. My Molly thinks her mistress very lucky in getting rid of her. She was a dangerous inmate, but she will be a good cook, a good chambermaid, a good dairymaid, a beautiful clear starcher, and the most thoroughly good for nothing woman I know to her new owners, if she chooses. Molly evidently hates her, but thinks it her duty to stand by her color. Mrs. Gibson is a Philadelphia woman. She is true to her husband and children, but she does not believe in us, the Confederacy, I mean. She is despondent and hopeless, as wanting in faith of our ultimate success as is Sally Baxter Hampton. I make allowances for those people. If I had married North, they would have a heavy handful in me just now up there. Mrs. Chesnut, my mother in law, has been 60 years in the South, and she has not changed in feeling or in taste one iota. She can not like hominy for breakfast or rice for dinner without a relish to give it some flavor. She can not eat watermelons and sweet potatoes sans discretion, as we do. She will not eat hot corn bread à discretion, and hot buttered biscuit without any. Richmond is obliged to fall, sighed Mrs. Gibson. You would say so, too, if you had seen our poor soldiers. Poor soldiers, said I. Are you talking of Stonewall Jackson's men? Poor soldiers, indeed. She said her mind was fixed on one point, and had ever been, though she married and came South. She never would own slaves. Who would that was not born to it? I cried, more excited than ever. She is very handsome, very clever, and has very agreeable manners. Dear madam, she says, with tears in her beautiful eyes, they have 3 armies. But Stonewall has routed one of them already, Heath another. She only answered by an unbelieving moan. Nothing seemed to suit her, I said, as we went away. You did not, certainly, said someone to me. You contradicted every word she said with a sort of indignant protest. We met Mrs. Hampton Gibbes at the door, another Virginia woman as good as gold. They told us Mrs. Davis was delightfully situated at Raleigh, North Carolinians so loyal, so hospitable. She had not been allowed to eat a meal at the hotel. How different from Columbia, said Dr. Gibbes, looking at Mrs. Gibson, who has, no doubt, been left to take all of her meals at his house. Oh, no, cried Mary, you do Columbia injustice. Mrs. Chesnut used to tell us that she was never once turned over to the tender mercies of the Congaree cuisine, and at McMahan's it is fruit, flowers, invitations to dinner every day. After we came away, "Why did you not back me up?" I was asked. "Why did you let them slander Columbia?" "It was awfully awkward," I said, "but you see it would have been worse to let Doctor Gibbes and Mrs. Gibson see how different it was with other people." Took a moonlight walk after tea at the Halcott Greens. All the company did honor to the beautiful night by walking home with me. Uncle Hamilton Boykin is here, staying at the de Saussures'. He says, "Manassas was play to Williamsburg," and he was at both battles. He led a part of Stuart's cavalry at the charge at Williamsburg, riding 100 yards ahead of his company. Toombs is ready for another revolution, and curses freely everything Confederate from the President down to a horse boy. He thinks there is a conspiracy against him in the army. Why? Heavens and earth, why? June 2d. A battle is said to be raging round Richmond. I am at the Prestons'. James Chesnut has gone to Richmond suddenly on business of the military department. It is always his luck to arrive in the nick of time and be present at a great battle. Footnote: The Battle of Fair Oaks, or Seven Pines, took place a few miles east of Richmond, on May 31 and June 1, 1862, the Federals being commanded by McClellan and the Confederates by General Joseph E. Johnston. End footnote. Wade Hampton shot in the foot, and Johnston Pettigrew killed. A telegram says Lee and Davis were both on the field, the enemy being repulsed. Telegraph operator said, "Madam, our men are fighting." Of course they are; what else is there for them to do now but fight? But, madam, the news is encouraging. Each army is burying its dead; that looks like a drawn battle. We haunt the bulletin board. Back to McMahan's. Mem Cohen is ill. Her daughter, Isabel, warns me not to mention the battle raging around Richmond. Young Cohen is in it. Mrs. Preston anxious and unhappy about her sons. John is with General Huger at Richmond; Willie in the swamps on the coast with his company. Mem tells me her cousin, Edwin de Leon, is sent by Mr. Davis on a mission to England. Rev. Robert Barnwell has returned to the hospital. Oh, that we had given our $1,000 to the hospital and not to the gunboat! Stonewall Jackson's movements, the Herald says, do us no harm; it is bringing out volunteers in great numbers. And a Philadelphia paper abused us so fervently I felt all the blood in me rush to my head with rage. June 3d. Dr. John Cheves is making infernal machines in Charleston to blow the Yankees up. Pretty name they have, those machines. My horses, the overseer says, are too poor to send over. There was corn enough on the place for 2 years, they said, in January. Now, in June, they write that it will not last until the new crop comes in. Somebody is having a good time on the plantation, if it be not my poor horses. Molly will tell me all when she comes back, and more. Mr. Venable has been made an aide to General Robert E. Lee. He is at Vicksburg and writes, "When the fight is over here, I shall be glad to go to Virginia." He is in capital spirits. I notice army men all are when they write. Apropos of calling Major Venable "Mr." Let it be noted that in social intercourse we are not prone to give handles to the names of those we know well and of our nearest and dearest. A general's wife thinks it bad form to call her husband anything but "Mr." When she gives him his title, she simply drops into it by accident. If I am mixed on titles in this diary, let no one blame me. Telegrams come from Richmond ordering troops from Charleston. Can not be sent, for the Yankees are attacking Charleston, doubtless with the purpose to prevent Lee's receiving reenforcements from there. Sat down at my window in the beautiful moonlight and tried hard for pleasant thoughts. A man began to play on the flute with piano accompaniment. First, "Ever of thee I am fondly dreaming," and then, "The long, long, weary day." At first I found this but a compliment to the beautiful scene, and it was soothing to my wrought up nerves. But Von Weber's last waltz was too much; I broke down. Heavens, what a bitter cry came forth, with such floods of tears. The wonder is there was any of me left. I learned that Richmond women go in their carriages for the wounded, carry them home, and nurse them. One saw a man too weak to hold his musket. She took it from him, put it on her shoulder, and helped the poor fellow along. If ever there was a man who could control every expression of emotion, who could play stoic or an Indian chief, it is James Chesnut. But one day when he came in from the council he had to own to a breakdown. He was awfully ashamed of his weakness. There was a letter from Mrs. Gilliard asking him to help her, and he tried to read it to the council. She wanted a permit to go on to her son, who lies wounded in Virginia. Colonel Chesnut could not control his voice. There was not a dry eye there when suddenly one man called out, "God bless the woman." Johnston Pettigrew's aide says he left his chief mortally wounded on the battlefield. Just before Johnston Pettigrew went to Italy to take a hand in the war there for freedom, I met him one day at Mrs. Frank Hampton's. A number of people were present. Someone spoke of the engagement of the beautiful Miss to Hugh Rose. Someone else asked, "How do you know they are engaged?" "Well, I never heard it, but I saw it. In London, a month or so ago, I entered Mrs. 's drawing room, and I saw these two young people seated on a sofa opposite the door." "Well, that amounted to nothing." "No, not in itself, but they looked so foolish and so happy. I have noticed newly engaged people always look that way," and so on. Johnston Pettigrew was white and red in quick succession during this turn of the conversation. He was in a rage of indignation and disgust. "I think this kind of talk is taking a liberty with the young lady's name," he exclaimed finally, "and that it is an impertinence in us." I fancy him left dying alone. I wonder what they feel, those who are left to die of their wounds, alone on the battlefield. Free schools are not everything, as witness this spelling. Yankee epistles found in camp show how illiterate they can be, with all their boasted schools. Fredericksburg is spelled Fredrexbirg, medicine Metison, and we read, "To my Sweat brother," etc. For the first time in my life, no books can interest me. Life is so real, so utterly earnest, that fiction is flat. Nothing but what is going on in this distracted world of ours can arrest my attention for 10 minutes at a time. June 4th. Battles occur near Richmond, with bombardment of Charleston. Beauregard is said to be fighting his way out or in. Mrs. Gibson is here, at Dr. Gibbes's. Tears are always in her eyes. Her eldest son is Willie Preston's lieutenant. They are down on the coast. She owns that she has no hope at all. She was a Miss Eyre of Philadelphia, and says, "We may look for Burnside now; our troops which held him down to his iron flotilla have been withdrawn. They are 3 to 1 against us now, and they have hardly begun to put out their strength in numbers, I mean. We have come to the end of our tether, except we wait for the yearly crop of boys as they grow up to the requisite age." She would make despondent the most sanguine person alive. "As a general rule," says Mrs. Gibson, "government people are sanguine, but the son of one high functionary whispered to Mary G., as he handed her into the car, 'Richmond is bound to go.' The idea now is that we are to be starved out. If they shut us in, prolong the agony, it can then have but one end." Mrs. Preston and I speak in whispers, but Mrs. McCord scorns whispers and speaks out. She says, "There are our soldiers. Since the world began there never were better, but God does not deign to send us a general worthy of them. I do not mean drill sergeants or military old maids, who will not fight until everything is just so. The real ammunition of our war is faith in ourselves and enthusiasm in our cause. West Point sits down on enthusiasm, laughs it to scorn. It wants discipline. And now comes a new danger, these blockade runners. They are filling their pockets, and they jibe and sneer at the fools who fight. Don't you see this Stonewall, how he fires the soldiers' hearts? He will be our leader, maybe, after all. They say he does not care how many are killed. His business is to save the country, not the army. He fights to win, God bless him, and he wins. If they do not want to be killed, they can stay at home. They say he leaves the sick and wounded to be cared for by those whose business it is to do so. His business is war. They say he wants to hoist the black flag, have a short, sharp, decisive war, and end it. He is a Christian soldier." June 5th. Beauregard retreating and his rear guard cut off. If Beauregard's veterans will not stand, why should we expect our newly levied reserves to do it? The Yankee general who is besieging Savannah announces his orders are to take Savannah in 2 weeks' time, and then proceed to erase Charleston from the face of the earth. Albert Luryea was killed in the battle of June 1st. Last summer, when a bomb fell in the very thick of his company, he picked it up and threw it into the water. Think of that, those of ye who love life. The company sent the bomb to his father. Inscribed on it were the words, "Albert Luryea, bravest where all are brave." Isaac Hayne did the same thing at Fort Moultrie. This race has brains enough, but they are not active minded, like those old Revolutionary characters, the Middletons, Lowndeses, Rutledges, Marions, Sumters. They have come direct from active minded forefathers, or they would not have been here. But with 2 or 3 generations of gentlemen planters, how changed has the blood become. Of late, all the active minded men who have sprung to the front in our government were immediate descendants of Scotch or Scotch Irish, Calhoun, McDuffie, Cheves, and Pettigrew, who Huguenoted his name, but could not tie up his Irish. Our planters are nice fellows, but slow to move, impulsive, but hard to keep moving. They are wonderful for a spurt, but with all their strength, they like to rest. June 6th. Paul Hayne, the poet, has taken rooms here. My husband came and offered to buy me a pair of horses. He says I need more exercise in the open air. "Come now, are you providing me with the means of a rapid retreat?" said I. "I am pretty badly equipped for marching." Mrs. Rose Greenhow is in Richmond. One half of the ungrateful Confederates say Seward sent her. My husband says the Confederacy owes her a debt it can never pay. She warned them at Manassas, and so they got Joe Johnston and his paladins to appear upon the stage in the very nick of time. In Washington they said Lord Napier left her a legacy to the British legation, which accepted the gift, unlike the British nation, who would not accept Emma Hamilton and her daughter Horatia, though they were willed to the nation by Lord Nelson. Mem Cohen, fresh from the hospital where she went with a beautiful Jewish friend. Rachel, as we will call her, be it her name or no, was put to feed a very weak patient. Mem noticed what a handsome fellow he was and how quiet and clean. She fancied by those tokens that he was a gentleman. In performance of her duties, the lovely young nurse leaned kindly over him and held the cup to his lips. When that ceremony was over and she had wiped his mouth, to her horror she felt a pair of by no means weak arms around her neck and a kiss upon her lips which she thought strong indeed. She did not say a word; she made no complaint. She slipped away from the hospital and hereafter in her hospital work will minister at long range, no matter how weak and weary, sick and sore the patient may be. "And," said Mem, "I thought he was a gentleman." Well, a gentleman is a man, after all, and she ought not to have put those red lips of hers so near. June 7th. Cheves McCord's battery on the coast has 3 guns and 100 men. If this battery should be captured, John's Island and James Island would be open to the enemy, and so Charleston exposed utterly. Wade Hampton writes to his wife that Chickahominy was not as decided a victory as he could have wished. Fort Pillow and Memphis have been given up. Next, and next. Footnote: Fort Pillow was on the Mississippi above Memphis. It had been erected by the Confederates, but was occupied by the Federals on June 5, 1862, the Confederates having evacuated and partially destroyed it the day before. On June 6, 1862, the Federal fleet defeated the Confederates near Memphis. The city soon afterward was occupied by the Federals. End of chapter 11, part 5. Chapter 11, Part 6 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Anne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 11, Columbia, South Carolina, Part 6. June 9th. When we read of the battles in India, in Italy, in the Crimea, what did we care? Only an interesting topic, like any other, to look for in the paper. Now you hear of a battle with a thrill and a shudder. It has come home to us. Half the people that we know in the world are under the enemy's guns. A telegram reaches you, and you leave it on your lap. You are pale with fright. You handle it, or you dread to touch it, as you would a rattlesnake. Worse, worse, a snake could only strike you. How many, many will this scrap of paper tell you have gone to their death? When you meet people, sad and sorrowful is the greeting. They press your hand. Tears stand in their eyes or roll down their cheeks as they happen to possess more or less self control. They have brother, father, or sons, as the case may be, in battle. And now this thing seems never to stop. We have no breathing time given us. It can not be so at the North, for the papers say gentlemen do not go into the ranks there, but are officers or clerks of departments. Then we see so many members of foreign regiments among our prisoners, Germans, Irish, Scotch. The proportion of trouble is awfully against us. Every company on the field, rank and file, is filled with our nearest and dearest, who are common soldiers. Mem Cohen's story to day. A woman she knew heard her son was killed, and had hardly taken in the horror of it, when they came to say it was all a mistake in the name. She fell on her knees with a shout of joy. "Praise the Lord, O my soul!" she cried, in her wild delight. The household was totally upset; the swing back of the pendulum from the scene of weeping and wailing of a few moments before was very exciting. In the midst of this hubbub the hearse drove up with the poor boy in his metallic coffin. Does anybody wonder so many women die? Grief and constant anxiety kill nearly as many women at home as men are killed on the battlefield. Mem's friend is at the point of death with brain fever. The sudden changes from grief to joy and joy to grief were more than she could bear. A story from New Orleans. As some Yankees passed two boys playing in the street, one of the boys threw a handful of burned cotton at them, saying, "I keep this for you." The other, not to be outdone, spit at the Yankees and said, "I keep this for you." The Yankees marked the house. Afterward a corporal's guard came. Madam was affably conversing with a friend, and in vain the friend, who was a mere morning caller, protested he was not the master of the house. He was marched off to prison. Mr. Moyes got his money out of New Orleans. He went to a station with his two sons, who were quite small boys. When he got there the carriage that he expected was not to be seen. He had brought no money with him, knowing he might be searched. Some friend called out, "I will lend you my horse, but then you will be obliged to leave the children." This offer was accepted, and as he rode off, one of the boys called out, "Papa, here is your tobacco which you have forgotten." Mr. Moyes turned back, and the boy handed up a roll of tobacco, which he had held openly in his hand all the time. Mr. Moyes took it and galloped off waving his hat to them. In that roll of tobacco was encased $25,000. Now the Mississippi is virtually open to the Yankees. Beauregard has evacuated Corinth. Corinth was besieged by the Federals under General Halleck in May, 1862, and was evacuated by the Confederates under Beauregard on May 29th. Henry Nott was killed at Shiloh, Mrs. Auzé wrote to tell us. She had no hope. To be conquered and ruined had always been her fate, strive as she might, and now she knew it would be through her country that she would be made to feel. She had had more than most women to endure, and the battle of life she had tried to fight with courage, patience, faith. Long years ago, when she was young, her lover died. Afterward she married another. Then her husband died, and next her only son. When New Orleans fell, her only daughter was there, and Mrs. Auzé went to her. Well may she say that she has bravely borne her burden till now. She lost her life in the Windsor Hotel fire in New York. Stonewall said, in his quaint way, "I like strong drink, so I never touch it." May Heaven, who sent him to help us, save him from all harm. My husband traced Stonewall's triumphal career on the map. He has defeated Frémont and taken all his cannon; now he is after Shields. The language of the telegram is vague. Stonewall has taken plenty of prisoners. Plenty, no doubt, and enough and to spare. We can't feed our own soldiers, and how are we to feed prisoners? They denounce Toombs in some Georgia paper, which I saw to day, for planting a full crop of cotton. They say he ought to plant provisions for soldiers. And now every man in Virginia, and the eastern part of South Carolina, is in revolt, because old men and boys are ordered out as a reserve corps, and worst of all, sacred property, that is, negroes, have been seized and sent out to work on the fortifications along the coast line. We are in a fine condition to fortify Columbia. June 10th. General Gregg writes that Chickahominy was a victory manqué, because Joe Johnston received a disabling wound and G. W. Smith was ill. The subordinates in command had not been made acquainted with the plan of battle. This must be a reference to the battle of Seven Pines, or to the campaign of the Chickahominy, up to and inclusive of that battle. A letter from John Chesnut, who says it must be all a mistake about Wade Hampton's wound, for he saw him in the field to the very last that is, until late that night. Hampton writes to Mary McDuffie that the ball was extracted from his foot on the field, and that he was in the saddle all day, but that when he tried to take his boot off at night his foot was so inflamed and swollen the boot had to be cut away, and the wound became more troublesome than he had expected. Mrs. Preston sent her carriage to take us to see Mrs. Herbemont, whom Mary Gibson calls her Mrs. Bergamot. Miss Bay came down, ever blooming, in a cap so formidable I could but laugh. It was covered with a bristling row of white satin spikes. She coyly refused to enter Mrs. Preston's carriage, "to put foot into it," to use her own words, but she allowed herself to be overpersuaded. I am so ill. Mrs. Ben Taylor said to Dr. Trezevant, "Surely she is too ill to be going about; she ought to be in bed." She is very feeble, very nervous as you say, but then she is living on nervous excitement; if you shut her up she would die at once. A queer weakness of the heart I have; sometimes it beats so feebly I am sure it is stopped altogether. Then they say I have fainted, but I never lose consciousness. Mrs. Preston and I were talking of negroes and cows. A negro, no matter how sensible he is on any other subject, can never be convinced that there is any necessity to feed a cow. "Turn 'em out and let 'em grass; grass good enough for cow." Famous news comes from Richmond, but not so good from the coast. Mrs. Izard said, quoting I forget whom, "If West Point could give brains as well as training." Smith is under arrest for disobedience of orders Pemberton's orders. This is the third general whom Pemberton has displaced within a few weeks Ripley, Mercer, and now Smith. When I told my husband that Molly was full of airs since her late trip home, he made answer, "Tell her to go to the devil; she or anybody else on the plantation who is dissatisfied, let them go. It is bother enough to feed and clothe them now." When he went over to the plantation, he returned charmed with their loyalty to him, their affection, and their faithfulness. 16 more Yankee regiments have landed on James Island. Eason writes, "They have twice the energy and enterprise of our people." I answered, "Wait a while. Let them alone until climate and mosquitoes and sand flies and dealing with negroes takes it all out of them." Stonewall is a regular brick, going all the time, winning his way wherever he goes. Governor Pickens called to see me. His wife is in great trouble, anxiety, uncertainty. Her brother and her brother in law are either killed or taken prisoners. Tom Taylor says Wade Hampton did not leave the field on account of his wound. "What heroism!" said some one. No, what luck! He is the luckiest man alive. He'll never be killed. He was shot in the temple, but that did not kill him. His soldiers believe in his luck. General Scott, on Southern soldiers, says, "We have élan, courage, woodcraft, consummate horsemanship, endurance of pain equal to the Indians, but that we will not submit to discipline. We will not take care of things or husband our resources. Where we are there is waste and destruction. If it could all be done by one wild, desperate dash, we would do it. But he does not think we can stand the long, blank months between the acts, the waiting. We can bear pain without a murmur, but we will not submit to be bored," etc. Now for the other side. Men of the North can wait; they can bear discipline; they can endure forever. Losses in battle are nothing to them. Their resources in men and materials of war are inexhaustible, and if they see fit they will fight to the bitter end. Here is a nice prospect for us, as comfortable as the old man's croak at Mulberry, "Bad times, worse coming." Mrs. McCord says, "In the hospital the better born, that is, those born in the purple, the gentry, those who are accustomed to a life of luxury, are the better patients; they endure in silence. They are hardier, stronger, tougher, less liable to break down than the sons of the soil." "Why is that?" I asked, and she answered, "Something in man that is more than the body." I know how it feels to die. I have felt it again and again. For instance, someone calls out, "Albert Sidney Johnston is killed." My heart stands still. I feel no more. I am, for so many seconds, so many minutes, I know not how long, utterly without sensation of any kind, dead. And then there is that great throb, that keen agony of physical pain, and the works are wound up again. The ticking of the clock begins, and I take up the burden of life once more. Some day it will stop too long, or my feeble heart will be too worn out to make that awakening jar, and all will be over. I do not think when the end comes that there will be any difference except the miracle of the new wind up throb. And now good news is just as exciting as bad. Hurrah! Stonewall has saved us! The pleasure is almost pain because of my way of feeling it. Miriam's Luria and the coincidences of his life. He was born Moses, and is the hero of the bombshell. His mother was at a hotel in Charleston when kind hearted Anna de Leon Moses went for her sister in law and gave up her own chamber that the child might be born in the comfort and privacy of a home. Only our people are given to such excessive hospitality. So little Luria was born in Anna de Leon's chamber. After Chickahominy, when he, now a man, lay mortally wounded, Anna Moses, who was living in Richmond, found him, and she brought him home, though her house was crowded to the doorsteps. She gave up her chamber to him, and so, as he had been born in her room he died. June 12th. New England's Butler, best known to us as Beast Butler, is famous or infamous now. His amazing order to his soldiers at New Orleans and comments on it are in everybody's mouth. We hardly expected from Massachusetts behavior to shame a Comanche. One happy moment has come into Mrs. Preston's life. I watched her face to day as she read the morning papers. Willie's battery is lauded to the skies. Every paper gave him a paragraph of praise. South Carolina was at Beauregard's feet after Fort Sumter. Since Shiloh she has gotten up, and looks askance rather when his name is mentioned. And without Price or Beauregard, who takes charge of the Western forces? "Can we hold out if England and France hold off?" cries Mem. No, our time has come. For shame, faint heart, our people are brave, our cause is just, our spirit and our patient endurance beyond reproach. Here came, in Mary Cantey's voice, "I may not have any logic, any sense. I give it up. My woman's instinct tells me, all the same, that slavery's time has come. If we don't end it, they will." After all this, tried to read Uncle Tom, but could not. Too sickening. Think of a man sending his little son to beat a human being tied to a tree. It is as bad as Squeers beating Smike. Flesh and blood revolt. You must skip that. It is too bad. Mr. Preston told a story of Joe Johnston as a boy. A party of boys at Abingdon were out on a spree, more boys than horses, so Joe Johnston rode behind John Preston, who is his cousin. While going over the mountains they tried to change horses and got behind a servant who was in charge of them all. The servant's horse kicked up, threw Joe Johnston, and broke his leg. A bone showed itself. "Hello, boys, come here and look. The confounded bone has come clear through," called out Joe, coolly. They had to carry him on their shoulders, relieving guard. As one party grew tired, another took him up. They knew he must suffer fearfully, but he never said so. He was as cool and quiet after his hurt as before. He was pretty roughly handled, but they could not help it. His father was in a towering rage because his son's leg was to be set by a country doctor, and it might be crooked in the process. At Chickahominy, brave but unlucky Joe had already 11 wounds. June 13th. Decca's wedding. It took place last year. We were all lying on the bed or sofas, taking it coolly as to undress. Mrs. Singleton had the floor. They were engaged before they went up to Charlottesville. Alexander was on Greg's staff, and Greg was not hard on him. Decca was the worst in love girl she ever saw. Letters came while we were at the hospital, from Alex, urging her to let him marry her at once. In war times, human events, life especially, are very uncertain. For several days consecutively she cried without ceasing, and then she consented. The rooms at the hospital were all crowded. Decca and I slept together in the same room. It was arranged by letter that the marriage should take place, a luncheon at her grandfather Minor's, and then she was to depart with Alex for a few days at Richmond. That was to be their brief slice of honeymoon. The day came. The wedding breakfast was ready. So was the bride in all her bridal array, but no Alex, no bridegroom. Alas, such is the uncertainty of a soldier's life. The bride said nothing, but she wept like a water nymph. At dinner she plucked up heart, and at my earnest request was about to join us. And then the cry, "The bridegroom cometh!" He brought his best man and other friends. We had a jolly dinner. Circumstances over which he had no control had kept him away. His father sat next to Decca and talked to her all the time as if she had been already married. It was a piece of absent mindedness on his part, pure and simple, but it was very trying, and the girl had had much to stand that morning, you can well understand. Immediately after dinner the belated bridegroom proposed a walk, so they went for a brief stroll up the mountain. Decca, upon her return, said to me, "Send for Robert Barnwell. I mean to be married to day." "Impossible. No spare room in the house. No getting away from here; the train's all gone. Don't you know this hospital place is crammed to the ceiling?" "Alex says I promised to marry him to day. It is not his fault. He could not come before." I shook my head. "I don't care," said the positive little thing. "I promised Alex to marry him to day, and I will. Send for the Reverend Robert Barnwell." We found Robert after a world of trouble, and the bride, lovely in Swiss muslin, was married. Then I proposed they should take another walk, and I went to one of my sister nurses and begged her to take me in for the night, as I wished to resign my room to the young couple. At daylight next day they took the train for Richmond. Such is the small allowance of honeymoon permitted in war time. Beauregard's telegram: he can not leave the Army of the West; his health is bad. No doubt the sea breezes would restore him, but he can not come now. Such a lovely name, Gustave Tautant Beauregard. But Jackson and Johnston and Smith and Jones will do. And Lee, how short and sweet. "Every day," says Mem, "they come here in shoals, men to say we can not hold Richmond and we can not hold Charleston much longer. Wretches, beasts, why do you come here? Why don't you stay there and fight? Don't you see that you own yourselves cowards by coming away in the very face of a battle? If you are not liars as to the danger, you are cowards to run away from it." Thus roars the practical Mem, growing more furious at each word. These Jeremiahs laugh. They think she means others, not the present company. Tom Huger resigned his place in the United States Navy and came to us. The Iroquois was his ship in the old navy. They say, as he stood in the rigging, after he was shot in the leg, when his ship was leading the attack upon the Iroquois, the old crew in the Iroquois cheered him, and when his body was borne in, the Federals took off their caps in respect for his gallant conduct. When he was dying, Meta Huger said to him, "An officer wants to see you. He is one of the enemy." "Let him come in. I have no enemies now." But when he heard the man's name, "No, no, I do not want to see a Southern man who is now in Lincoln's navy." The officers of the United States Navy attended his funeral. End of chapter 11, part 6. Chapter 11, part 7 of A Diary from Dixie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laurie Anne Walden. A Diary from Dixie by Mary Chesnut. Chapter 11, Columbia, South Carolina, part 7. June 14th. All things are against us. Memphis gone. Mississippi fleet annihilated, and we hear it all as stolidly apathetic as if it were a story of the English war against China which happened a year or so ago. The sons of Mrs. John Julius Pringle have come. They were left at school in the North. A young Huger is with them. They seem to have had adventures enough; walked, waded, rowed in boats, if boats they could find, swam rivers when boats there were none; brave lads are they. One can but admire their pluck and energy. Mrs. Fisher, of Philadelphia, née Middleton, gave them money to make the attempt to get home. Stuart's cavalry have rushed through McClellan's lines and burned 5 of his transports. Jackson has been reenforced by 16,000 men, and they hope the enemy will be drawn from around Richmond, and the valley be the seat of war. John Chesnut is in Whiting's brigade, which has been sent to Stonewall. Mem's son is with the Boykin Rangers, Company A, No. 1, we call it, and she has persistently wept ever since she heard the news. It is no child's play, she says, when you are with Stonewall. He doesn't play at soldiering. He doesn't take care of his men at all. He only goes to kill the Yankees. Wade Hampton is here, shot in the foot, but he knows no more about France than he does of the man in the moon. Wet blanket he is just now. Johnston badly wounded. Lee is king of spades. They are all once more digging for dear life. Unless we can reenforce Stonewall, the game is up. Our chiefs contrive to dampen and destroy the enthusiasm of all who go near them. So much entrenching and falling back destroys the morale of any army. This everlasting retreating, it kills the hearts of the men. Then we are scant of powder. James Chesnut is awfully proud of LeConte's powder manufactory here. LeConte knows how to do it. James Chesnut provides him the means to carry out his plans. Colonel Venable doesn't mince matters. If we do not deal a blow that will be felt, it will be soon all up with us. The Southwest will be lost to us. We can not afford to shilly-shally much longer. Thousands are enlisting on the other side in New Orleans. Butler holds out inducements. To be sure, they are principally foreigners who want to escape starvation. Tennessee we may count on as gone, since we abandoned her at Corinth, Fort Pillow, and Memphis. A man must be sent there, or it is all gone now. You call a spade by that name, it seems, and not an agricultural implement? They call Mars Robert Old Spade Lee. He keeps them digging so. General Lee is a noble Virginian. Respect something in this world. Caesar, call him Old Spade Caesar? As a soldier he was as much above suspicion as he required his wife to be, as Caesar's wife, you know. If I remember Caesar's commentaries, he owns up to a lot of entrenching. You let Mars Robert alone. He knows what he is about. Tell us of the womenfolk at New Orleans. How did they take the fall of the city? They are an excitable race, the man from that city said. As my informant was standing on the levee, a daintily dressed lady picked her way, parasol in hand, toward him. She accosted him with great politeness, and her face was as placid and unmoved as in antebellum days. Her first question was, "Will you be so kind as to tell me what is the last general order?" "No order that I know of, madam. General disorder prevails now." "Ah, I see. And why are those persons flying and yelling so noisily and racing in the streets in that unseemly way?" "They are looking for a shell to burst over their heads at any moment." "Ah." Then, with a courtesy of dignity and grace, she waved her parasol and departed, but stopped to arrange that parasol at a proper angle to protect her face from the sun. There was no vulgar haste in her movements. She tripped away as gracefully as she came. My informant had failed to discompose her by his fearful revelations. That was the one self-possessed soul then in New Orleans. Another woman drew near, so overheated and out of breath, she had barely time to say she had run miles of squares in her crazy terror and bewilderment, when a sudden shower came up. In a second she was cool and calm. She forgot all the questions she came to ask. "My bonnet! I must save it at any sacrifice," she said, and so turned her dress over her head and went off, forgetting her country's trouble and screaming for a cab. Went to see Mrs. Burroughs at the old de Saussure house. She has such a sweet face, such soft, kind, beautiful, dark gray eyes. Such eyes are a poem. No wonder she had a long love story. We sat in the piazza at 12 o'clock of a June day, the glorious Southern sun shining its very hottest. But we were in a dense shade, magnolias in full bloom, ivy, vines of I know not what, and roses in profusion closed us in. It was a living wall of everything beautiful and sweet. In all this flower garden of a Columbia, that is the most delicious corner I have been in yet. Got from the Prestons' French library Fanny, with a brilliant preface by Jules Janier. Now, then, I have come to the worst. There can be no worse book than Fanny. The lover is jealous of the husband. The woman is for the polyandry rule of life. She cheats both and refuses to break with either. But to criticize it one must be as shameless as the book itself. Of course, it is clever to the last degree, or it would be kicked into the gutter. It is not nastier or coarser than Mrs. Stowe, but then it is not written in the interests of philanthropy. We had an unexpected dinner party to day. First Wade Hampton came and his wife. Then Mr. and Mrs. Rose. I remember that the late Colonel Hampton once said to me a thing I thought odd at the time: Mrs. James Rose, and I forget now who was the other, are the only two people on this side of the water who know how to give a state dinner. Mr. and Mrs. James Rose. If anybody wishes to describe old Carolina at its best, let them try their hands at painting these two people. Wade Hampton still limps a little, but he is rapidly recovering. Here is what he said, and he has fought so well that he is listened to. If we mean to play at war, as we play a game of chess, West Point tactics prevailing, we are sure to lose the game. They have every advantage. They can lose pawns ad infinitum, to the end of time, and never feel it. We will be throwing away all that we had hoped so much from: Southern hot-headed dash, reckless gallantry, spirit of adventure, readiness to lead forlorn hopes. Mrs. Rose is Miss Sarah Parker's aunt. Somehow it came out when I was not in the room, but those girls tell me everything. It seems Miss Sarah said, "The reason I can not bear Mrs. Chesnut is that she laughs at everything and at everybody." If she saw me now, she would give me credit for some pretty hearty crying as well as laughing. It was a mortifying thing to hear about oneself, all the same. General Preston came in and announced that Mr. Chesnut was in town. He had just seen Mr. Alfred Huger, who came up on the Charleston train with him. Then Mrs. McCord came and offered to take me back to Mrs. McMahan's to look him up. I found my room locked up. Lawrence said his master had gone to look for me at the Prestons'. Mrs. McCord proposed we should further seek for my errant husband. At the door we met Governor Pickens, who showed us telegrams from the President of the most important nature. The Governor added, "And I have one from Jeems Chesnut, but I hear he has followed it so closely, coming on its heels, as it were, that I need not show you that one." "You don't look interested at the sound of your husband's name," said he. "Is that his name?" asked I. "I supposed it was James." "My advice to you is to find him, for Mrs. Pickens says he was last seen in the company of two very handsome women, and now you may call him any name you please." We soon met. The two beautiful dames Governor Pickens threw in my teeth were some ladies from Rafton Creek, almost neighbors, who lived near Camden. By way of pleasant remark to Wade Hampton, "Oh, General, the next battle will give you a chance to be Major General." "I was very foolish to give up my Legion," he answered gloomily. "Promotion don't really annoy many people." Mary Gibson says her father writes to them that they may go back. He thinks now that the Confederates can hold Richmond. Gloria in excelsis. Another personal defeat. Little Kate said, "Oh, Cousin Mary, why don't you cultivate heart? They say at Kirkwood that you had better let your brains alone a while and cultivate heart." She had evidently caught up a phrase and repeated it again and again for my benefit. So that is the way they talk of me. The only good of loving any one with your whole heart is to give that person the power to hurt you. June 24th. Mr. Chesnut, having missed the Secessionville fight by half a day, was determined to see the one around Richmond. Footnote: The battle of Secessionville occurred on James Island, in the harbor of Charleston, June 16, 1862. End footnote. He went off with General Cooper and Wade Hampton. Blanton Duncan sent them for a luncheon on board the cars, ice, wine, and every manner of good thing. In all this death and destruction the women are the same: chatter, patter, clatter. "Oh, the Charleston refugees are so full of airs, there is no sympathy for them here." "Oh, indeed, that is queer; they are not half as exclusive as these Hamptons and Prestons. The airs these people do give themselves." "Airs, airs," laughed Mrs. Bartow, parodying Tennyson's charge of the Light Brigade. "Airs to the right of them, airs to the left of them, some one had blundered." Volleyed and thundered rhymes, but is out of place. The worst of all airs came from a Democratic landlady who was asked by Mrs. President Davis to have a carpet shaken, and shook herself with rage as she answered, You know, madam, you need not stay here if my carpet or anything else does not suit you." John Chesnut gives us a spirited account of their ride around McClellan. I sent the letter to his grandfather. The women ran out screaming with joyful welcome as soon as they caught sight of our soldiers' gray uniforms; ran to them bringing handfuls and armfuls of food. One gray headed man, after preparing a hasty meal for them, knelt and prayed as they snatched it, as you may say. They were in the saddle from Friday until Sunday. They were used up; so were their horses. Johnny writes for clothes and more horses. Miss S. C. says, "No need to send any more of his fine horses to be killed or captured by the Yankees. Wait and see how the siege of Richmond ends." The horses will go all the same, as Johnny wants them. June 25th. I forgot to tell of Mrs. Pickens's reception for General Hampton. My Mem dear described it all. The governess Tut, Mem, that is not the right name for her; she is not a teacher. Never mind, it is easier to say than the Governor's wife. Madame la Gouvernante was suggested. Why, that is worse than the other. Met him at the door, took his crutch away, putting his hand upon her shoulder instead. "That is the way to greet heroes," she said. Her blue eyes were aflame, and in response poor Wade smiled and smiled until his face hardened into a fixed grin of embarrassment and annoyance. He is a simple mannered man, you know, and does not want to be made much of by women. The butler was not in plain clothes, but wore, as the other servants did, magnificent livery brought from the court of St. Petersburg, one mass of gold embroidery, etc. They had champagne and Russian tea, the latter from a samovar made in Russia. Little Moses was there. Now, for us they have never put their servants into Russian livery, nor paraded little Moses under our noses, but I must confess the Russian tea and champagne set before us left nothing to be desired. How did General Hampton bear his honors? Well, to the last he looked as if he wished they would let him alone. Met Mr. Ashmore fresh from Richmond. He says Stonewall is coming up behind McClellan. And here comes the tug of war. He thinks we have so many spies in Richmond they may have found out our strategic movements and so may circumvent them. Mrs. Bartow's story of a clever Miss Toombs. So many men were in love with her, and the courtship, while it lasted, of each one was as exciting and bewildering as a fox chase. She liked the fun of the run, but she wanted something more than to know a man was in mad pursuit of her. That he should love her, she agreed, but she must love him, too. How was she to tell? Yet she must be certain of it before she said yes. So as they sat by the lamp she would look at him and inwardly ask herself, "Would I be willing to spend the long winter evenings forever after sitting here darning your old stockings?" "Never," Echo answered. No, no, 1,000 times no. So each had to make way for another. June 27th. We went in a body, half a dozen ladies, with no man on escort duty, for they are all in the army, to a concert. Mrs. Pickens came in. She was joined soon by Secretary Moses and Mr. Follen. Dr. Berrien came to our relief. Nothing could be more execrable than the singing. Financially, the thing was a great success, for though the audience was altogether feminine, it was a very large one. Telegram from Mr. Chesnut. Safe in Richmond. That is, if Richmond be safe, with all the power of the United States of America battering at her gates. Strange not a word from Stonewall Jackson after all. Dr. Gibson telegraphs his wife, "Stay where you are. Terrible battle looked for here." Footnote: Malvern Hill, the last of the 7 days' battles, was fought near Richmond on the James River, July 1, 1862. The Federals were commanded by McClellan and the Confederates by Lee. End footnote. Decca is dead. That poor little darling. Immediately after her baby was born, she took it into her head that Alex was killed. He was wounded, but those around had not told her of it. She surprised them by asking, "Does any one know how the battle has gone since Alex was killed?" She could not read for a day or so before she died. Her head was bewildered, but she would not let any one else touch her letters. So she died with several unopened ones in her bosom. Mrs. Singleton, Decca's mother, fainted dead away, but she shed no tears. We went to the house and saw Alex's mother, a daughter of Langdon Cheves. Annie was with us. She said, "This is the saddest thing for Alex." "No," said his mother, "death is never the saddest thing. If he were not a good man, that would be a far worse thing." Annie, in utter amazement, whimpered, "But Alex is so good already." "Yes, 7 years ago the death of one of his sisters that he dearly loved made him a Christian. That death in our family was worth 1,000 lives." One needs a hard heart now. Even old Mr. Shand shed tears. Mary Barnwell sat as still as a statue, as white and stony. "Grief which can relieve itself by tears is a thing to pray for," said the Reverend Mr. Shand. Then came a telegram from Hampton: "All well; so far we are successful." Robert Barnwell had been telegraphed for. His answer came: "Can't leave here. Gregg is fighting across the Chickahominy." Said Alex's mother, "My son Alex may never hear this sad news," and her lips settled rigidly. "Go on; what else does Hampton say?" asked she. "Lee has one wing of the army, Stonewall the other." Annie Hampton came to tell us the latest news, that we have abandoned James Island and are fortifying Morris Island. "And now," she says, "if the enemy will be so kind as to wait, we will be ready for them in 2 months." Reverend Mr. Shand and that pious Christian woman, Alex's mother, who looks into your very soul with those large and lustrous blue eyes of hers, agreed that the Yankees, even if they took Charleston, would not destroy it. I think they will, sinner that I am. Mr. Shand remarked to her, "Madam, you have 2 sons in the army." Alex's mother replied, "I have had 6 sons in the army. I now have 5." There are people here too small to conceive of any larger business than quarreling in the newspapers. One laughs at squibs in the papers now, in such times as these, with the wolf at our doors. Men safe in their closets writing fiery articles, denouncing those who are at work, are beneath contempt. Only critics with muskets on their shoulders have the right to speak now, as Trenholm said the other night. In a pouring rain we went to that poor child's funeral, to Decca's. They buried her in the little white frock she wore when she engaged herself to Alex, and which she again put on for her bridal about a year ago. She lies now in the churchyard, in sight of my window. Is she to be pitied? She said she had had "months of perfect happiness." How many people can say that? So many of us live their long, dreary lives, and then happiness never comes to meet them at all. It seems so near, and yet it eludes them forever. End of chapter 11, part 7.